The slaves were old while Fei Kai was acting like a crazed man. For the moment, the slaves could only surround Fei Kai without daring to go forward. Fei Kai stared with wide, furious eyes as he kicked an old slave in front of him. "Filthy bastard. I am going to pay respects to young tribe leader. Don't block my way." The old slaves felt ashamed and furious. Sinister glint flashed past their eyes, but they still did not dare to go forward. They had already noticed a bulge in Fei Kai's clothes. Many sneered in disdain in their hearts. This stupid kid really has the courage to steal. It doesn't matter if he stole shoes, but he actually stole the young tribe leader's shoes, ha ha ha. His luck is truly bad. I originally wanted him to be relocated to cleaning the latrine, but now this kid might even lose his little life. Serves him right. Is it so easy to become young tribe leader's personal servant? Fei Kai walked towards young tribe leader's tent while being surrounded by the old slaves. The two Gu masters guarding the tent saw Fei Kai and looked at him as if he was a dead person. Ma Ying-jie stood at the entrance of the tent with a solemn expression. He had been tired of handling the various affairs and wanted to take a walk outside, but he found that his shoes had disappeared. He called for his old personal servant, and the old slave told him the shoes were very possibly stolen by the new young slave to possibly sell them for money. The old slave also informed Ma Ying-jie that this was not the first time Fei Kai had stolen. Ma Ying-jie was naturally furious. He had never expected that his kindness would bring in a thief. Fei Kai was extremely anxious with panic already filling his mind, but he firmly remembered Zhao Lianyun's instructions and walked towards Ma Ying-jie with his head high like a valiant hero. Ma Ying-jie was secretly amazed at this sight. Those old slaves that were following Fei Kai to keep an eye on him instead looked like they were escorting him. More importantly, Fei Kai did not appear panicked. Was it not him who stole the shoes? Unwittingly, the fury in Ma Ying-jie was replaced by curiosity and doubts. Subordinate greets young tribe leader. Fei Kai kneeled on the ground and greeted with a clear voice. Ma Ying-jie looked at Fei Kai and shouted in a displeased voice, "My shoes? Did you steal them? I would never dare to steal Lord's shoes even if I had 100 guts." Fei Kai denied flatly. "He is lying, his clothes are bulging, he has something there. We will know once we look at it." The old slaves immediately shouted from behind. Fei Kai snorted and opened his shirt, revealing a ball of snowy white, high-grade silk. He carefully took out the silk and opened it, revealing the shoes inside. Ma Ying-jie looked at this pair of shoes and knew it was the pair which he wore, and he couldn't help but coldly smiled. "Great, great. The proof is here. A thief having such confidence is really hard to come by. I implore young tribe leader to investigate clearly." Fei Kai did not refute and placed the shoes on the ground respectfully. He then placed his forehead on the ground like he was willing to take on any punishment. "Lord young tribe leader, there is clear evidence. Please punish this vile bastard fiercely. Yes, he actually dared to steal young tribe leader's shoes. He might steal many more things later on. He is such a thief. We should just cut off his hands." The old slaves continued to speak extremely sinister words. Fei Kai's heart trembled, but remembering Zhao Lianyun's words, he did not retort. This scene caused Ma Ying-jie to be somewhat interested. Killing a slave was nothing, but Ma Ying-jie had always praised himself as wise and benevolent, to restrict himself so that when he took over the tribe in the future, he could become a wise ruler of the generation. Especially now that Ma tribe had become the head of a huge army. Their every move was being paid attention to by others. Rashly killing a slave just because of a small matter like stealing shoes, would it not be spread as brutal? Ma Ying-jie had such misgivings in his heart. A good reputation was easy to build but difficult to maintain. Thereupon he asked, "I have always dealt with things fairly. Fei Kai, I will give you a chance to explain yourself." Fei Kai immediately let out a breath of relief. He had been waiting for these words just like Zhao Lianyun instructed him. This gave him a huge confidence, and he decided he would reply exactly according to Zhao Lianyun's instructions. "My father died because of the internal strife in the tribe, so young tribe leader obliterating Fei tribe can be said to have taken revenge for me. Young tribe leader is so wise and benevolent. How could I do a thing like returning benevolence with enmity? When Ma Ying-jie heard the words wise and benevolent, his mood immediately took a turn for the better as he asked in a gentle voice. Then do you have some ulterior motives? Fei Kai, however, shook his head. No ulterior motives. It is just that I wanted to repay young tribe leader. But what can I do? I am only a mortal. I have no ways to break through the enemy defense lines for young tribe leader. I am very stupid. I cannot bring forward any plans to young tribe leader. I am only your personal servant who can only clean shoes and place them properly. I thought in young tribe leader's place. These shoes have been put outside for so long that young tribe leader's feet might become cold when you wear them, right? So I used all my savings to buy this real silk to cover young tribe leader's shoes and held it in my clothes. With this, young tribe leader won't feel cold when you wear them. So it was like that. Ma Ying-jie was greatly surprised. He was obsessed with cleanliness, and if Fei Kai had directly held the shoes in his clothes, he would instead be disgusted. But covering the shoes with silk was different. Moreover, this was a genuine high-grade silk. There should not be anyone who used such materials to cover shoes, right? This Fei Kai is really a good servant. He is actually so considerate. Ma Ying-jie's thoughts moved, and the gaze he looked at Fei Kai quietly changed. If what Fei Kai said was true, his devotion was really overwhelming. At this moment, Fei Kai suddenly kowtowed. Young tribe leader, I have sinned. What sin have you committed? Ma Ying-jie looked at Fei Kai with a clear smile on his face. Fei Kai replied, I only thought of keeping the shoes warm for young tribe leader, but forgot it would be extremely inconvenient for you when you go out. I have sinned. Please punish me. Ma Ying-jie heaved a sigh. It is not like I only have one pair of shoes, but because I saw that the pair I usually wore had disappeared, I called you over. It is fortunate. I nearly blamed my loyal servant. Lord Young Tribe Leader, don't listen to his words. Lord Young Tribe Leader, this kid is deceiving you. He is very crafty and is lying to you. The old slaves experienced a reversal of fortune when they saw the normally stupid Fei Kai speak with such a glib tongue, and thus they began to hurriedly shout. Fei Kai spoke again at this moment. Young tribe leader, please inspect clearly. There is indeed a matter of stealing shoes, but I have never done it. Instead, it was these old slaves who did it many times. After I was appointed to this post, these old slaves incited me many times, but I never listened. Thus they resent me. I am not afraid of being investigated and also not afraid of punishment. I earnestly request young tribe leader to investigate clearly and give me justice. Fei Kai was naturally not afraid of investigation, as this was the first time he had stolen shoes. He had heard the old slaves carelessly speaking that a pair of the finest shoes could sell for a high price. Fei Kai was ignorant. He had followed the young tribe leader for so long but had not paid attention to the look of the shoes young tribe leader wore, and thus was easily plotted against by the old slaves. Fortunately, he met a crucial person during the crucial time. Zhao Lianyun became his savior, and under her instructions, Fei Kai made a comeback and averted danger. When the old slaves heard the request for investigation, their face turned as pale as paper. Gu masters had plenty of methods and could easily get to the bottom of this trivial affair. These old slaves were already regretting their actions, never having expected for them to be the ones landing in deep trouble. Ma Ying-jie noticed the change in the expressions of the old slaves and became 70–80% convinced in Fei Kai. But since his resolve was to become a wise ruler, he naturally could not rashly decide based on his thoughts. Immediately, he summoned an investigative Gu master and commanded him to get to the bottom of this affair. Receiving Ma Ying-jie's personal order, the investigative Gu master investigated enthusiastically. In only 5 minutes of time, the truth of the matter was brought to light. As the facts were disclosed, the old slaves kneeled on the ground and began weeping and howling with their bodies trembling in fear, asking the young tribe leader to forgive them. Ma Ying-jie snorted. Fawning upon your superiors and bullying your subordinates. You slaves actually dared to deceive me. You should all be put to death, but considering the many years you have served me, and that some of you even having served me since I was a child and also served my subordinates, I will forgive your cheap lives and send you to the supply camp to serve my army. Clean the feces and latrine. Thank you, young tribe leader, for showing mercy. The old slaves kowtowed like they were pounding garlic, extremely thankful for this. As for you? Maringjie looked at Fei Kai and smiled playfully. You dared to steal my shoes. You truly are extremely daring. From now on, you shall be punished to be the head of the slaves and redeem yourself by serving me properly. Fei Kai was stumped for a long time before he came to his senses. Ma Yingjie's punishment was actually a promotion. He immediately kowtowed and expressed his thanks. Ma Yingjie laughed heartily and waved his hand. All right, now get lost. Think properly on the ways to serve me. Yes, my lord. Fei Kai left with a dazed expression the whole way. Only after a long while did he become clear. He had profited from the disaster and became the head of the slaves. This is all thanks to Lady Xiaoyun. Ah, right. Lady Xiaoyun told me to report to her quickly if everything went all right. Fei Kai shook his head and promptly changed direction towards the secret place. What, you actually became the head of the slaves? Zhao Lianyun's eyes involuntarily widened when she heard this news and looked at Fei Kai with surprise. Her plan might have been ingenious but also carried risks in that it depended completely on Ma Yingjie's mood. If Ma Yingjie was in a bad mood, he would only need to issue a death command and Fei Kai would be done for. But clearly, this big dummy was quite lucky, and not only were there no accidents, he even got appointed as the head of the slaves. Although servants were servants, the one tasked to take care of Ma tribe's young tribe leader was definitely a crucial person that was closely related to the tribe in many ways. Having such a role, if the low-rank Gu masters want to find out information about the higher-ups, they would need to go through the servant leader. What a huge profit. He became the servant leader. I am truly a genius. Zhao Lianyun laughed furiously in her heart. She did not waste her efforts after all. She stared at Fei Kai with shining eyes, saying gently, Big dummy. After you become the servant leader, you have to work hard. Fei Kai shuddered at once, replying truthfully, Lady Xiaoyun, I don't know why, but that tone of yours made me really nervous. Zhao Lianyun immediately changed her expression, kicking Fei Kai's leg as she screamed, You idiot! Now that you are the servant leader, your situation is more precarious than before. I wonder how many people will target you, and among them, there might even be vile and evil Gu masters. Fei Kai was shocked. Then what should I do? Humph, you're lucky to have a friend like me. As long as you listen to what I say, I assure you, you will live blissfully. Zhao Lianyun stretched out her hand, wanting to pat Fei Kai's shoulders, but found out that she was too short. She immediately opened her mouth. Quick! Squat down now. Fei Kai squatted down obediently, and Zhao Lianyun succeeded in patting his shoulder. She nodded her tiny head in satisfaction, speaking in an old and experienced tone. Do you know what to do next? Fei Kai naturally shook his head. Humph, you idiot. Zhao Lianyun snorted. Since you are the servant leader now, and those old servants have already been sent away, you have to recruit new subordinates first. Otherwise, how can you handle everything alone? Oh, you are extremely right. Fei Kai realized at once, nodding in agreement. Zhao Lianyun snorted again. But just this is not enough. You need to learn about the young tribe leaders' likes, dislikes, and lifestyle habits. You have to ask those old servants for these information. What? Ask them? Will they tell me? Fei Kai stared with wide-opened eyes. Zhao Lianyun snickered. You are now the servant leader. Your status is different already. They are the lowest of slaves. I'm sure they are afraid of you taking revenge now. If you ask them, they are sure to tell you everything. Of course, if they do not know what is good for them, I have my ways of making them spill everything obediently. Oh! Zhao Lianyun looked at Fei Kai's blank expression and rolled her eyes uncontrollably. Her thoughts had already drifted far away. I am not a person of this world, humph. There are simply too many ways to make these stinking men talk. As long as we learn about Ma Yingjie's habits and please him accordingly, Fei Kai's current position would definitely be stable. The Chaofu He tribe camp. All sorts of tents and Gu houses covered the wide grassland. As tribe flags fluttered in the wind, Large numbers of goo masters entered and exited. If one looked from above, they would resemble a nest of ants. In the supply camp, Fang Yuan held the east window goo as he checked the resources silently. The female goo master in charge of attending to him stayed focused as she stood at one side, waiting for Fang Yuan to make his decision at any moment. Ever since they received Dongfang tribe's reparations, the resources that could be exchanged for using battle merits had increased by more than 10 times. Of course, among these resources, not all of them were the compensation from war. Other than He tribe's previous accumulation, there were also the resources offered by tribes who surrendered and joined the He tribe alliance army. Just a few days ago, He Lulan organized another alliance meeting and ordered the newly joined tribe leaders to make the poison vow. To prevent the good things from being exchanged by others, once the resources were collated, Fang Yuan entered the supply camp at once. Even Shadow Sword Expert and others, after they joined He tribe army, could not affect Fang Yuan's status of being second to only He Lulan. Fang Yuan had such authority, the others definitely had issues with it, but no one dared to reprimand him in public. Oh, there's a rank 4 self-reliance goo. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. Among these resources, he found the goo that he had greatly desired. Self-reliance goo was rather precious. Fang Yuan had a rank 3 version of it in southern border, but after coming to northern plains it was suppressed to rank 2. Fang Yuan did not have the relevant goo recipe. He could not advance it further. Earlier, he had found a self-reliance goo in He tribe's resources, but it was rank 2. Without a choice, he planned to collect the goo recipe and use these 2 goo as the foundation to refine the higher rank goo. But this way, it would take eons for him to get a high-rank self-reliance goo. If his luck was bad and he failed the refinement several times, the duration would be prolonged further. Now, he found this rank 4 self-reliance goo. Without doubt, he had to get it. Other than rank 4 self-reliance goo, he also found the rank 4 charging crash goo. But he had already bought the rank 3 vertical charge and horizontal crash goo earlier, and had succeeded in refining them into a rank 4 charging crash goo. Diverting his attention from charging crash goo, Fang Yuan found several good things, especially Dongfang tribe's unique goo worms. Even with his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan was still very interested upon seeing these things. What attracted him the most was the Refine Essence Spirit goo. If it was categorized, this should be a healing goo worm. Refine Essence Spirit goo could convert the essence of a goo master's physical flesh into a mysterious form of energy that could nurture and heal the soul. There were many goo worms that could heal the soul, but this Refine Essence Spirit goo was far superior to its peers. Dongfang Yuliang had such a goo worm, and it was a huge support to his wisdom path deductions. As for Fang Yuan, this goo suited him even more. Different from Dongfang Yuliang, Fang Yuan was a dual enslavement and strength path cultivator. His body was strong and his mind was sharp. His soul often felt weakness and exhaustion from commanding the beast groups. The Refine Essence Spirit goo could be the perfect bridge between his 2 paths. Among the resources other than Refine Essence Spirit goo, there was also the recipe for it. Fang Yuan took them all. According to rumors, this goo recipe was especially created by Dongfang tribe's goo immortal Dongfang Chong Fan in order to cultivate wisdom path. This meant that Dongfang tribe had much greater attainments in wisdom path than others. After Fang Yuan obtains this recipe, as well as the Refine Essence Spirit goo, it would be the same as obtaining Dongfang tribe's experimental results for himself. Goo worms only need one thought from the goo master to self-detonate. If this was during normal times, it would not be so easy for Fang Yuan to obtain Refine Essence Spirit goo. The imperial court competition every 10 years was not only a purification and refinement process to weed out the weak, it also assisted in the interactions between all the large forces. The way of goo originated from the immemorial antiquity era, and Renzu was the first goo master who used goo worms. After that, there was the remote antiquity era, olden antiquity era, medieval antiquity era, followed by the late antiquity era. Until today, the way of goo prospered. In fact, it was blooming all over the world. Countless paths were created from all the eras like ripples in the river of time. Numerous paths flourished at times while vanishing at others. But because of the harsh living environment, the concept of trading was not very popular with people. All the large forces liked to do their own research and treasured their findings, keeping it from others. Back then, one of the invincible venerables, Giant Sun, felt this and set up this huge arena. Because of the battle reparations, the Huang Jin family could pass on their learning throughout the ages, grasping the overlord position of Northern Plains throughout history without declining. After countless imperial court battles, Northern Plains became the publicly acclaimed strongest region out of the 5 in terms of fighting strength. But if we look at total power, Central Continent is the strongest, followed by Northern Plains. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He understood clearly the strength of the 5 regions. During the Battle of the 5 Regions, Northern Plains was the region which resisted Central Continent most fiercely. The other 3 regions, although having the same terrain advantage as Northern Plains, were suppressed fiercely by Central Continent. Only Northern Plains managed to organize troops to fight back, invading Central Continent in return. Northern Plains has such great strength all thanks to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's setup. Because he used battles and war while restricting it to a certain level, it allowed Northern Plains to hone the greatest fighting strength. Unfortunately, his plans were still too restricted. He only cared about his bloodline's benefits. In contrast, Central Continent was strong due to their systemic reforms. It was an advantage that stemmed from their core. Fang Yuan came from Earth. He had a unique perspective. Together with his 500 years of experience, he had a clear understanding towards the true nature of society. There are over a dozen amplify effect goo? Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts as he continued looking at the list, finding a new surprise. Amplify effect goo was from the rule path. It was used to supplement other goo worms, to amplify the effects of the chosen goo worm. As for the amplification level, it would depend on the rank of the amplify effect goo. The higher the rank, the greater the effect. Of course, the drawback was that the goo master's primeval essence expenditure would be relatively higher. Amplify effect goo was very popular among goo masters, because it could be used in any path. Fire path goo masters could use it, water path goo masters could use it, and for Fang Yuan, both his enslavement and strength paths could use amplify effect goo. Among He tribe's resources, there was only 1 rank 5 amplify effect goo. There were also 1 rank for 3 rank 3, and the rest of the amplify effect goo were rank 2. Fang Yuan had to pick the best one. He chose the rank 5 amplify effect goo. It would boost the effectiveness of a goo worm by 5 times. But this way, a new problem occurred. Lord Wolf King, you want to take so many goo, your battle merits might not be enough. The female goo master in charge reminded him as she chose her words carefully. I know. After all, one of the rank 5 goo is amplify effect goo. That refine essence spirit goo is also Dong Fang tribe's specialty goo worm. Fang Yuan's words were very understanding and accommodating. But his next sentence was not like this. Never mind if I do not have enough battle merits. Just credit another 500,000. The female goo master was shocked. She carefully said, Lord, you still owe around 300,000 of the previous 500,000 battle merits you borrowed. According to the rules, you have to pay them first before borrowing again. Fang Yuan raised his brows, saying nonchalantly, So what rules are made by men? Since they can be made, they can be altered. I'll borrow another 500,000. No, 800,000. I will explain to He Lulan personally. Now give me the goods. The weather was gradually starting to get cold and gales started blowing over the grassland, causing the beast groups to become fretful. The aura of the 10-year blizzard was already manifesting. And in the majestic northern plains, heroes were rising and vying for supremacy, causing the flames of war to burn everywhere. Mirror Lake. Ma tribe and Song tribe had officially started their battle. Both of them had erected 3 to 4 defense lines before starting this confrontation. In Ma tribe's main tent, Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng was in the main seat looking with a heavy gaze at Song tribe's dense battle formation that was surging battle intent. Ma tribe's military force was stronger than theirs, but it would not be easy getting the victory. Lord Alliance leader, please send me out to challenge enemy general and raise our army's prestige. Alliance leader, Fei Shang requests to be sent to battle. The first battle belongs to me. No one shall compete with me. Goo masters were very impatient and eager as they requested to be sent to battle one after another. Ma Xiangfeng looked around him before hesitating at Fei Xiang and Cheng Hu. The two were both rank 4 Gu masters. Fei Xiang cultivated Wood Path and had been taken in by Ma tribe after they annexed Fei tribe. Cheng Hu Cultivation Transformation Path and came from Cheng tribe. Cheng tribe was subjugated by Ma tribe during Heroes Assembly and was now the second most influential force in Ma tribe army. Ma Xiangfeng pondered and then smiled towards Cheng Hu. Cheng Hu, you shall go first and stimulate my army's morale. Cheng Hu was overjoyed as he hurriedly bowed and rushed towards the front line. Ha! I am Cheng Hu. Who dares to approach their death? Cheng Hu challenged loudly. Arrogant. Let me Sui teach you a lesson. A rank 4 expert flew out of Song tribe army. Cheng Hu did not say anything else but directly pounced towards the other person. Bam bam bam. The two were incomparably valiant and attacked with grand momentum. For a moment, the stronger and the weaker side could not be determined. The two continued to exchange moves, sending rocks, grass and mud flying around in their battle ring. The two armies concentrated on the battle with all their attention. Lower-ranked Gu masters felt their heart shaking, while the upper-ranked Gu master experts were fired up. Northern Plains was filled with many brave heroes, and the blood of warriors permeated the bones of their Gu master. Alliance leader, Fei Xiang requests to be sent to battle. Fei Xiang shouted with a fierce glint in his eyes. He was a newly subjugated person and was filled with enthusiasm to show his loyalty. Ma Xiangfeng nodded with a smile. Fei Xiang went to the battlefield and Song tribe army also sent their expert to battle him. The two had just exchanged 3 moves when at the other battle ring, Cheng Hu suddenly roared, his whole body giving off dazzling orange light. After the orange light dispersed, he had unexpectedly transformed into a striped tiger king, the size of an elephant. Cheng Hu was a transformation path Gu master and could change parts of his body into a tiger tail, tiger claws, tiger skin, and so on. The complete transformation was a killer move. This was also the superiority of transformation path. Every transformation path Gu master possessed at least one killer move as long as they collected the respective Gu worms. Sui turned pale with fright and started to retreat in panic. The Tiger King pounced on him. Sui frantically activated his movement Gu and narrowly dodged this attack. The Tiger King swung his tail without turning around. The tail lashed through the air like a steel whip, producing an explosive sound through the air. Sui quickly activated his defense Gu, which created a light barrier over his whole body. But the tiger whip was very powerful, and as it fell on the light barrier, the barrier was broken in an instant. The defense Gu died and Sui spurted out a large mouthful of blood due to the backlash. He hurriedly tried to retreat, but it was too late. An intense bloody wind pounced on his face, and the next moment he only saw a huge tiger mouth shrouding over his head. Crack! The Tiger King directly bit apart Sui's head. Cheng Hu won, obtaining the first victory for Ma tribe. Song tribe's higher-ups were slightly moved while Ma tribe's troops rejoiced. Victory! A great start means half the success. Today, my army will definitely win. In the main tent, Ma Yingjia clenched his fists, an extraordinary light flashing past his eyes as his spirits roused to the limit. And on another battlefield, in the vast battlefield, one side was shouting in high spirits with their banners fluttering grandly in the air, while the other side's army formation was shaking, their morale low and was already showing signs of defeat. Alliance leader Luo, the enemy's momentum is too fierce. We can't hold them back. We need to retreat. A commander needs to be able to judge the situation properly. Right now, Lu tribe's experts are like tigers. Our army truly cannot match them. The several higher-ranked Gu masters shouted hurriedly. All of them panicked. Luo Bojun looked around him and smiled bitterly. Retreat? Tell me, where can we still retreat to? This is already our last defense line. Forget it, since the battle with Lu Wenwu started, which of our defense lines could hold for more than 3 days? They are way too strong, we might as well surrender. In the first battle, Luo Bojun was heavily injured by Lu Wenwu, Emo Shirquang, and others. He had yet to recover from it. These days, Luo tribe army kept on being defeated again and again. No matter how much efforts he made, he was unable to reverse the situation. Now, as he completely realized the enormous gap between the two sides, he became disheartened and had already lost any intent to battle. The higher-ranked Gu masters let out a sigh of relief at this. Because of Poison Vow, they could not easily say it, but since Luo Bo Jun himself mentioned surrendering, there was no problem. The command to surrender was quickly spread, and the battle also soon calmed down. Ha ha ha, didn't I say it? As long as we three brothers join hands, we can rule the world. Mo Shi Kuang laughed heartily, extremely proud of himself. Lu Wenwu also laughed, his heart filled with huge joy. Lu Tribe Alliance had won their first battle. Now, they would annex the enemy army, take in the captives, and increase their strength before continuing forward. Mengqiu, the leopard group, hissed and growled as they fought a bloody battle with Rat group. The great army of Gu masters of the both sides instead became a background. New Heir 2 held his hands behind his back with his head high. Mutated leopards moved beside him, showing their dignity and prestige. By contrast, his opponent Jiang Baoye, who was publicly proclaimed as one of the enslavement pathmasters of Northern Plains, was sweating greatly and was as pale as paper. Jiang Baoye, you have already lost. Do you know how you lost? Your rat group scale is too large, reaching 650,000 in numbers. Troops are valued for their quality, not for their numbers. It is the same with beast groups as well. Now, quietly become a stepping stone for my name to spread in Northern Plains. New Heir 2 lightly spoke, but his tranquil voice resounded within everyone's ears. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have my trump card. Jiang Baoye let out a hysterical shout. I will let you gain a first-hand experience in my enslavement path killer move, which I have never displayed before. Rat Epidemic. The moment he finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of rats self-destructed at the same time. The leopard group suffered disastrous casualties in this chain explosion. The ground slightly shook, turfs were flipped over, soil and stones splattered everywhere, and huge amount of yellow poison gas started appearing. The surviving leopard group was covered by this poison gas, immediately becoming sickly with their movement slowed down. Their battle strength had sharply fallen. By contrast, Jiang Baoye's rat group moved around in this yellow poison gas without being affected. Ha ha ha, the final winner is me, Jiang Baoye. Young man, you want to step on my position. Keep on training for 500 years more. Jiang Baoye howled with laughter. Humph, I had intended to keep on hiding it, but since you want to die, don't blame me. New Heir 2 snorted, a sinister smile appearing on his face. He suddenly shouted, Killer move, leopard dash, howl. Leopard group howled and unfolded an unmatchable mad charge. This? Jiang Baoye's eyes opened wide. The leopard group's battle strength had surged by over 2 times. Furthermore, their speed increased by an astonishing 8 times. Under everyone's dumbfounded look, the leopard group quickly charged out of the area covered by the yellow poison gas and breathed in fresh air, before charging forward like a terrifying tsunami, swallowing and engulfing everything. Du Jiao. A large battlefield had already ended. Fire blazed towards the sky, the whole battlefield covered by raging inferno. A Gu master stood loftily in the inferno like a fire deity. He played with the fire in his hand, changing it into all kinds of shapes as he looked at the surrounding Gu masters with his narrow eyes and spoke, his voice appearing extremely cruel and cold in the blazing inferno. It is your honor to be defeated by my supreme fire path. Surrender, otherwise all of you and this lowly grass shall turn into ashes. The surrounding Gu masters looked dejectedly at each other. After few breaths of time, they kneeled one after another. We surrender. After He tribe obtained the first victory against Dongfang tribe, the curtains to many large battles that had started over Northern Plains also fell one after another. The defeated did not lose everything. Some surrendered and some ran away, choosing to side with another force. This was only the initial stage of the struggle for imperial court. They still had hope and chance. The winners swallowed the weak, obtaining huge amounts of war reparations and expanding themselves. The countless corpses of beast groups, Gu masters and ordinary mortals instead became nourishments for the grassland. and in the future would sink down under the snowy land, doomed for eternity. Winner takes all. After resting and reorganizing for over 10 days at Chaofu, He Lulan finished absorbing the captives, expanding his military strength by 60% and resumed the expedition. This time, his target was Guanxi. The Gu tribe one army stationed there had weak military strength and thus became the optimum target for He Lulan to expand his force. 7 days later, He tribe army confronted Gu tribe army. Gu tribe suffered a huge defeat at the first battle. Gu tribe alliance leader Gu Guolong resolutely gave the order to abandon their 3 defense lines without using them and retreated to their tribe's main camp. He Lulan laughed heartily as he led his army with a crushing momentum. But at the final battlefield, he was dumbstruck and asked his subordinates, "How is there a mountain here?" Gu tribe army might be weak, but they had their own ways. They built up a mountain by piling stones and garrisoned on the mountain, with countless traps set around the foot of the mountain. They occupied the high ground, having huge geographical advantage. Their intention to defend to the death was abundantly clear. He tribe army attacked several times but were defeated every time, leaving behind large numbers of corpses. Feng Yuan looked at the battlefield with indifference and did not use his full strength in mobilizing the wolf group, only doing it to show he was putting some effort. Adding in that there were many trees and undergrowth on the mountain, the wolf group could not show their strength properly and were instead separated and killed. Thus, the battle situation might be progressing, but it was very slow. Above all, Gu tribe army was still continuing to add in stones to the mountain, making this mountain become taller and taller. He Lulan was furious. Gu Guolong is as obstinate as the rumors said. After I win, I will definitely step on him to death. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Just the rocks dropped by mere mortals possessed the strength of a rank 1 Gu when dropped from such a height. If I had known this earlier, I would not have come here to chew on such a hard bone. He Lulan had the intent to retreat, but right at this time a person walked out of the camp. This person held a letter as he came in front of He Lulan. "This old man Tai by Yun Shang received benefactor's letter and came to lend you a hand." He Lulan was joyous as he grabbed this person's hands. "With old sir helping us, we can definitely succeed." Tai by Yun Shang was tall with a strangely ancient appearance. The hair near his temples had turned white and his face was filled with deep wrinkles. He was already over 80, but his eyes were not dim and blurred. Instead had a gentle look that seemed to pity the fate of mankind along with a calmness that had seen through the secular world. Since he was 7, he had been determined to travel the northern plains to help common people. His life was full of turmoil, as he was frequently toyed by fate. He became an enslaved Gu master after his tribe was annihilated. Then he was betrayed by his wife and became a captive of variant men. Then, in a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a time path Gu Immortal's inheritance and was rescued by his brothers when he was at the verge of death. Now, he had already become a living legend. Although he was a loner, he was publicly accepted as a great righteous path Gu master. His benevolence reputation had entered the depths of Northern Plains people, the level of his prestige far surpassing people like Chang Shan Yin, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu. Right as He Lulan was at his wit's end considering the battle situation and had the thought of retreating, Tai by Yun Shang came to the camp by himself, holding a letter in his hand. He Lulan read the letter and immediately realized the reason. Back then, He tribe's supreme elder He Bai took a fancy to Tai by Yun Shang, guiding and rescuing him many times. Now that He tribe army had fallen into a predicament, He Bai, who had been secretly observing all along, sent a letter to Tai by Yun Shang to provide assistance. He Lulan knew the ability of Tai by Yun Shang and was thus overjoyed. He arranged a banquet that night to serve Tai by Yun Shang. On the second day, the sky had just become bright. He Lulan impatiently arranged his army formation and requested Tai by Yun Shang to make his move. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Tai by Yun Shang slowly walked to the front and looked at the tall mountain in front of him. Gu tribe was specialized in earth path and were long famous for it in northern plains. Piling stones to form a mountain, this would be an unimaginable and impossible tactics in earth. But in this world, this mountain formed in about 10 days proved nothing was impossible. The alliance leader Gu Guolong looked at the foot of the mountain from the summit. When a white-clothed, white-hair old man walked in front of the formation, the Gu masters around him roared in laughter and made disdainful comments. But Gu Guolong, however, had a bad feeling in his heart. He was well aware this mountain that they had formed by piling stones was built on many foundations constructed by his tribe's Earth Path Gu masters. Other tribes might find it hard to imitate, but it was not like there were no ways to break through it. After being defeated repeatedly for several rounds by He tribe army, Gu Guolong's military force had suffered damage and his ambition of vying for supremacy had dimmed down. He pondered over this and had decided to side with Lu tribe. Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu was wise and benevolent, treating his people leniently and being strict to himself. His reputation was much better than He Lu Lan's. Several days ago, Gu Guolong had secretly sent a letter to Lu Wenwu express his intent to side with Lu tribe. Lord Lu Wenwu has already replied and agreed to my tribe's request to seek refuge, and is leading his army to reinforce us. As long as I defend for 7 more days, this predicament before us will part like clouds and allow me to see the clear sky. Just as Gu Guolong was inwardly encouraging himself, Tai Baiyun Sheng slowly extended his hands. His large palms were covered with callus and wrinkles, just like an old tree bark. He slowly transferred his primeval essence. A weak silver light blossomed forth from his hands. The silver light was weak at first but soon turned brighter and brighter, and in a few seconds the silver light was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Mountain as before, Tai Baiyun Sheng slowly chanted, his voice resonating in the air. On the summit, Gu Guolong heard this voice and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Oh no, he is Tai Baiyun Sheng. At the very same moment, silver light burst out, transforming into a straight light pillar that directly rammed into the mountain peak. Countless Gu masters saw the situation turning awry and immediately activated their defense Gu or attacked to intercept the light pillar. But the silver light disregarded all interception and shone on the mountain peak. Both humans and beasts were unscathed, but the mountain stones below Gu tribe, regardless of how enormous or thick they were, under the silver light, were like snow under scorching sun, as they turned into nothingness in a visible speed, seemingly like they had never even existed. As Gu tribe army lost the support under their feet, they started falling down one after another. It was a crushing defeat. Countless died as they crashed down to the ground from a height of 500 to 600 feet. Even if Gu tribe masters were stupid, they would become aware of their crisis at this moment. They exclaimed in shock one after another. Such strength! This is Lord Tai Baiyun Sheng's mountain as before. Heaven! Why is old Sir Tai by helping tyrant He Lu Lan? Lord Tai Baiyun Sheng helped us restore our tribe's spirit spring back then. He is our tribe's benefactor. Now we need to fight with him. The mountain was the source of Gu tribe's army's confidence, and now it was loudly crumbling apart. But even more than that was Tai Baiyun Sheng's prestige that shook their will to battle. Ha ha ha! Tai Baiyun Sheng is indeed worthy of his name. Once he moves, it will be out of the ordinary. He Lu Lan laughed wildly as he looked at this scene from the main tent. Even he had not expected there to be such a hidden expert in the tribe. But each super tribe's supreme elders would occasionally fancy someone from demonic and righteous paths mortal Gu masters. They would then select these seeds to cultivate. In case these seeds were able to become Gu immortals, they would often be taken in by the super tribes and become their external supreme elder. This was one of the tactics the super tribes used to preserve their position and develop themselves. Clearly, Tai Baiyun Sheng was a seed the rank 6 Gu immortal He Bai thought highly of and believed he had hopes of advancing to Gu immortal realm. Seeing the sorry figure of the enemy army, He tribe army's morale surged. Many started laughing loudly, and there were even more who shouted of slaughtering everyone in the enemy faction, even the old and the young. The Gu master experts in the main tent were also excited, with only Fang Yuan having a calm expression. Tai Baiyun Sheng's appearance was already within his expectation. In his previous life's 500 years of memories, Tai Baiyun Sheng had joined He tribe army from this point onwards and provided an enormous assistance to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan being able to become the winner in the end was mostly because of Tai Baiyun Sheng. But Tai Baiyun Shang had a benevolent character, and during the expedition, he became deeply aware of He Lu Lan's savage and brutal nature. Thus, when he entered Imperial Court Blessed Land and advanced to Gu Immortal, he did not agree to He Bai's request to become He Tribe's external supreme elder. Kill! Kill these bastards! They actually dared to pile stones into a mountain to make a stand, He Lu Lan excitedly shouted. Tai Baiyun Shang, who was at the front of the troops, heard He Lu Lan's words and frowned. He heaved a deep sigh and did not continue to attack, instead transmitted his voice to He Lu Lan to persuade him. Alliance leader, heaven care for every living thing. Why the need to kill? Throughout history, the struggle for imperial court has always been accompanied by blood dyeing the land and disastrous deaths. Since Alliance leader wants to enter the imperial court, it might be better to take in Gu tribe army. I am willing to persuade them on your behalf. Gu tribe piled up stones to form into a mountain and used it to contend against He tribe. But against Tai Baiyun Shang, this mountain they created instead became a fatal trap to themselves. The current situation was He tribe army tightly surrounding Gu tribe army. If Tai Baiyun Shang just made a casual move, he could reduce Gu tribe by over half. Gu tribe would naturally not sit and wait for their death. But when the mountain was completely collapsed, they would have almost no battle strength left and their final charge would contain no threat. However, Tai Baiyun Shang did not do this. He Lu Lan's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Although his heart raged with killing intent, he needed to think about Tai Baiyun Shang's face. Tai Baiyun Shang was not an ordinary Gu master. He was one of the extremely rare time path Gu masters, and had rank 5 peak stage cultivation. His prestige in Northern Plains was like the sun in daytime. His influence was spread throughout the entire region. He Lu Lan thought to himself before replying, "Then I shall listen to old Sir, but it is too dangerous for old Sir to go up the mountain alone. I will send 6 rank 4 experts to escort old Sir." Tai Baiyun Shang nodded his head and climbed up the mountain under heavy protection. He had great prestige and his benevolent reputation had spread into the depths of people. As he climbed up the mountain, the enemy troops spontaneously parted way to reveal a passage in middle. "I did not think I would meet benefactor at such a time." Gu Guolong laughed bitterly as he went forward and greeted. Back then, Gu tribe's spirit spring had dried up and they were pushed aside by several large tribes. It was very dangerous for them to migrate and thus they requested Tai Baiyun Shang to help them. Tai Baiyun Shang helped them without taking any fees and became a benefactor to everyone in Gu tribe. Under Tai Baiyun Shang's persuasion, although Gu Guolong admired Lu Wenwu, circumstances are more powerful than individuals. He had no choice but to lower his head. Tai Baiyun Shang had only been on the mountain for a quarter of an hour before he descended. When he climbed up, there were 6 people with him. When he descended, there were over 100,000. Evidently, Tai Baiyun Shang's persuasion was successful. Gu tribe army pledged allegiance to He Lu Lan. Thus He tribe army's military strength increased sharply. Tai Baiyun Shang changed the battle situation by himself. And with his deep prestige, he saved over 100,000 lives and also established great merits for He tribe. On the very first day Tai Baiyun Shang came to He tribe army, he reached the top position in battle merit list. And exactly opposite to him was Fang Yuan. Wolf King Chong Shan Yin's name was listed at the last on the battle merit list, in scarlet red color and was negative, forming a stark contrast with Tai Baiyun Shang's battle merit. That very night, He Lu Lan sent command for a celebratory banquet and also a welcoming reception for Tai Baiyun Shang. The moon was bright and stars were few, as bonfire raged high. It was a festive scene with cheerful sounds resounding throughout the place and beautiful young girls in Northern Plains clothings embroidered with gold, silver, and precious jewels danced around the bonfire. He Lu Lan repeatedly toasted towards Tai Baiyun Shang and praised, "With old Sir assisting us, all defense lines are useless." Tai Baiyun Shang had 2 rank 5 Gu that were recognized by all Northern Plains people. One was mountain as before, and another was river as before. Both were time path Gu worms. The former could restore earth, hills, mountains, mounds and valleys to their original appearance, and the latter could restore rivers, lakes, streams, springs and waterfalls back to their original appearance. Gu Guolong created the mountain on a land that was originally a flat grassland. Thus, under the effect of mountain as before Gu, it returned to its original form. Gu tribe's spirit spring had been restored to its original state by river as before Gu, being able to create primeval stones again. In the battles between great armies, defense lines needed to be created, and this usually relied on earthpath Gu worms to create long and tall defense walls. These defense walls would be restored to flat grassland under the effect of mountain as before Gu. Thus He Lu Lan's words, "All defense lines are useless," had deep reasoning behind them. Northern Plains calendar, middle of June. It should have been summer, but the aura of 10-year blizzard had already thickened. The sky would often be gloomy and cold wind blew with increasing condensed frost aura. And the struggle for imperial court that covered Northern Plains was advancing forward like a wildfire. At Mirror Lake, Ma tribe army and Song tribe had started their battle. Ma tribe's dominance was huge, and they broke through two of Song tribe's defense lines in a row. Song tribe alliance leader Song Qing-in led the army to counterattack and ambushed Ma tribe, causing them to give up a defense line. But soon after, Ma tribe's enslavement master Ma Zun moved and mobilized his trump card Pegasus group, surrounding and killing Song Qing-in in the air. Song tribe army became a headless dragon, and after an internal discord caused by Ma tribe secretly, they finally crumbled apart. Ma tribe annexed most of the tribes while some remnants managed to escape to all directions. In this battle, one of the few flying masters of Northern Plains, rank 5 initial stage water fairy Song Qing-in died and became a stepping stone for enslavement pathmaster Ma Zun's fame. The strength Ma Zun displayed shocked the people. Faintly, people were already calling him Northern Plains #1 enslavement pathmaster. Meng Qiu. New Heir 2's battle with Zhang Baoye. New Heir 2 was originally not an enslavement path Gu master and had switched to it midway. But the leopard group he led was unexpectedly able to overpower and defeat the veteran enslavement pathmaster Zhang Baoye. Just because of this battle achievement, New Heir 2 rose to the ranks of enslavement pathmasters of Northern Plains. And together with Zhang Baoye, Yang Ping, Ma Zun and Chang Shanin were called 5 Beast Kings. However, although New Heir 2 managed to become famous, the price he had to pay was very high. Zhang Baoye's counterattack had inflicted disastrous damage to New Heir 2's troops. Despite annexing the remnants of the enemy after the battle along with the war reparations, New Heir 2's army's momentum was hindered. Rat King Zhang Baoye managed to escape with his life and gathered the remnant army. His original rat group of over 600,000 now had less than 300,000 left. But even as a defeated general, many large forces still showed interest towards him, and over 10 forces had already sent him an invitation letter. Du Jiao. Yi Lui Sang was empowered by the Immortal Gu, and with his formidable rank 5 peak stage fire path strength, he suppressed all the heroes and swept through the last obstacle, succeeding in dominating Du Jiao region. However, just as Yi Lui army was spreading towards all directions like an unstoppable wildfire, they were pincer attacked by alliance of 7 armies. Each of the 7 armies had at least over 100,000 troops. Although none were super tribes, they had famous Gu master experts. The alliance of 7 armies created an aggressive momentum. Yi Lui army, who had just gotten a head start and were about to continue with great momentum, fell into a perilous situation. At the same time, He tribe army was also confronted by a great enemy and did not have any time to relax. Lu tribe, Lu Wenwu personally led his army and was pressing closer to He tribe every passing day. Previously, Gu Guolong had sought help from Lu Wenwu. Lu Wenwu was quite excited at reading the letter, knowing this was a rare opportunity. As long as Gu Guolong's side could hold on, Lu tribe army could pincer attack He tribe from behind and gain the upper hand, causing He tribe to land in a passive situation. But the result was that the situation changed way too fast. Lu tribe army was just halfway on their way when they heard the report of Gu tribe's defeat and submitting to He tribe. And the crucial character that made this possible was Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Lu Wenwu was shocked at this report. A legendary character like Tai Bai Yun Sheng had actually taken the initiative to come out and help He Lu Lan. Obtaining this person was like adding a huge army to He Lu Lan's forces. Lu Wenwu soon realized this was the behind-the-scenes move of He Tribe's Gu Immortal. According to the rule Ancestor Giant Sunset, Gu Immortals could provide some help to mortals in the struggle for imperial court. Naturally, this type of help had its restrictions. At least the Gu Immortals absolutely could not move personally. Whether it was the immortal Gu on Yi Luisang or Tai by Yun Shang who assisted He Lu Lan after receiving the letter, they were both Gu Immortals' pawn pieces. Lu Wenwu naturally also had the privilege to request help from the Gu Immortal supporting him. He Lu Lan obtained Tai by Yun Shang's assistance, who in Lu Wenwu's opinion was much more terrifying than Wolf King Chong Shan Yin. Tai by Yun Shang's reputation was extremely high. Whether it was righteous path or demonic path, many had received his grace. If just a small portion of these people had the heart to repay gratitude, the force they could gather would be very terrifying. Besides, once He Tribe expanded, those scattered demonic Gu masters who had been watching from the sidelines would see the hopes of entering the imperial court in He Tribe and would side with them of their own initiative. And Tai by Yun Shang's existence would cause them to be even more inclined to choose He Lu Lan. With this, He Tribe would continue to be stronger. And as time passed, they would throw all the other competitors behind. He Lu Lan defeated Dongfang Yuliang and obtained a super tribe's war reparations. This by itself is a great profit. By contrast, we might have defeated several allied armies, but they were all an alliance of large tribes, so the war reparations we received are lower than He Tribe's. Now, He Tribe has Tai by Yun Shang, a living signboard with him. If we give him time to expand, it will be very difficult to deal with him later. Lu Wenwu contemplated for a while before resolutely sending a command. Lu Tribe army continued along their original plan, pushing on towards He Tribe. He Lu Lan laughed heartily at this news. Come! Come! He then sent the command to set up defense lines around the area. After constructing the first defense line properly, the large army slowly moved towards Lu Tribe army. At every 1,000 li of distance, they would stop and garrison for several days to construct another defense line. 12 days later, He Tribe army moved on from their fourth defense line and traveled 500 li before coming face to face with Lu Tribe army. The two army parted away for the expert's challenging stage. He Tribe's expert Hao Ji Lu charged forward, not giving precedence to others. Lu Wenwu saw this and sent Pei Yanfei. Hao Ji Lu was at rank 4 upper stage and Pei Yanfei was also the same. The two exchanged 20 moves. The situation was still neck and neck. Hao Ji Lu's offense surged higher and higher, causing people's hearts to shake, while Pei Yanfei used sharp and precise attacks, moving back and forth within the attacks, and sweeping everything before him. As the battle continued on, both of their primeval essence were running low. Gu masters were not good at prolonged battle, and once their primeval essence was exhausted, their battle strength would sharply fall. This cannot go on. The two had similar thoughts at the same time. Waterfall Gu. Hao Ji Lu took the lead and pushed forward his palms. A giant waterfall fell from the air and crashed towards Pei Yanfei with a rumbling sound. Pei Yanfei did not face it head-on, instead using his movement Gu to soar to the sky, evading the waterfall. Rank for Golden Coat Gu. Rank for Swallow Wings Gu. Rank for Rainbow Transformation Gu. Killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. Pei Yanfei staked it all, using his signature killer move. At that instant, he turned into a golden rainbow and made an arc through the air as fast as lightning, cutting open the waterfall before bursting through Hao Ji Lu. However, Hao Ji Lu turned into water after being burst. It was not his real body. Water Image Gu. Hao Ji Lu had fought for a long time and already had the intel on Pei Yanfei, and knew Pei Yanfei did not have powerful detective Gu. Thus, when he sent the waterfall, he took the advantage of the giant current blocking Pei Yanfei's line of sight to quietly use his water image Gu, while his real body hid inside the waterfall. His actions were extremely secretive and most of the Gu masters from both sides had been deceived. Pei Yanfei burst through the water image and immediately had warning signals going off in his heart. Without holding back, he transferred all his remaining primeval essence into his swallow wings Gu. The two pairs of swallow wings on his back rapidly flapped and took him away from the battlefield. Hao Ji Lu stood on the spot, his whole body soaked in water. Even though he won the battle, he was not happy. The enemy's killer move had astonishing power. This time he used water image goo to deceive him, but what about the next time? Big brother, let me go out. Pei Yanfei returned in defeat, causing Mo Shikuang to fume with anger and impatiently requested to be sent to battle. Lu Wenwu had a smile on his face, but he did not agree. Third brother, no need to fret. You came forward in the previous battle. It is my turn now. An extremely tall and thin Gu master with robust and shiny bald head stood out and patted Mo Shikuang's shoulder. Second brother, Mo Shikuang helplessly shouted. This person's name was Ouyang Baisang, a demonic Gu master. In their early years, by chance encounter, he met Lu Wenwu and Mo Shikuang in an inheritance site. The three combined their strength to tackle the obstacles and obtain the inheritance. And because they felt affinity with each other, they became sworn brothers. I am Ouyang Baisang. Who wants to come spar with me? Ouyang Baisang slowly walked towards the front of the troops and shouted in a soft voice. Soon after, he looked at Hao Ji Lu. If Water Demon wants to fight with me, you might as well get some rest first to recover your primeval essence. Water Demon snickered but did not agree to the provocation. No need to hurry, there will be many chances later on. After saying that, he returned to the camp. With the struggle for Imperial Court advancing to this stage, the intel on experts of every forces was widely spread. Ouyang Baisang was Mo Shikuang's second brother. Just this status alone made him someone who could not be underestimated. His performance was extremely glorious during the several large battles before. He was a transformation path expert, and the Gu masters of this path possessed at least one killer move. With a cultivation of rank 4 peak stage, he was same as Mo Shikuang, possessing the battle strength comparable to a rank 5 Gu master. During his first battle, he had killed the enemy side's rank 5 alliance leader. A dazzling battle achievement like crossing realms to fight was something many people would look up to their whole lives. Facing such an expert, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu might have small chance at victory even if he was at his peak stage. Let alone now, when his energy was already exhausted in the battle with Pei Yanfei. A Gu master state did not just depend on the amount of primeval essence in their aperture. Seeing Ouyang Baisang coming forward, He Lulan felt a slight headache. In contrast to Lu Wenwu, he currently found that he lacked fierce generals beside him. After taking in Gu tribe army, He tribe army now had 3 rank 5 Gu masters, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunshang, and the just recently subdued Gu Guolong. He Lulan could not easily move because of his status as the alliance leader. Tai Bai Yunshang was a healing Gu master and was not good at fighting. Gu Guolong was a rank 5 Earth Path Gu master, but the other was at rank 4 peak stage. It would not conform to the rule of battle if he was sent out, and they would only be sneered upon. He then looked at his rank 4 Gu masters, Wolf King Chongshan Yin, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Xixian, Little Fox Commander Tang Miaoming, and Soul Blade Pan Ping. Chongshan Yin and Tang Miaoming were enslavement path Gu masters, so they could be excluded. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had already went up, so He Lulan only had 2 choices left. His gaze moved between Pan Ping and Bian Xixian. Pan Ping knew he was not Ouyang Baisang's match by just relying on his trump card, so he looked uncomfortable, while Bian Xixian's face was covered with a black veil, revealing her cold and clear gaze. He Lulan turned around towards Bian Xixian. For this challenge, I will have to trouble Shadow Sword Expert to make a move. I can only ensure that I won't lose my life, but I can't guarantee a victory. Bian Xixian coldly replied. He Lulan gave a hollow laugh. Although he was alliance leader and Bian Xixian had taken the poison vow, He Lulan could not forcibly make Bian Xixian fight to the death. Bian Xixian moved to the front of the troop and without saying much, quickly started the fight with Ouyang Baisang. The battle between the two attracted the close attention of countless people. If considering reputation, Shadow Sword Expert could throw Ouyang Baisang several streets away. But if considering cultivation and strength, Ouyang Baisang was a rank 4 peak stage Gu master who was able to cross a great realm and kill a rank 5 expert, while Shadow Sword Expert was only at rank 4 upper stage. Shadow Sword Expert's Gu worms complemented each other very well, and there was no shortcomings. At the same time, she placed high importance on her movement ability. Her figure turned into shadows and continuously circled around Ouyang Baisang, attacking with multiple sword shadows from time to time. Ouyang Baisang stayed stationary on the spot as he defended, his body unmoving like the rocks on the shores of the sea. The battle went on for a while, when this sworn brother of Lu Wenwu slowly felt impatient. "If you are only of this standard, then go die." He gave a low shout, as great changes appeared over his whole body. His teeth quickly grew longer and sharper like swords, and his 2 pairs of canine teeth protruded out of his mouth like fangs. Green hair started growing out of his bald head. Not only on his head, the green hair grew all over his body. His body made creaking noises and his blood flow instantly slowed down greatly. The originally tall and skinny body became even more thin, but the aura of danger coming from him grew thicker by 10 times. His eyes were no longer human eyes, but had transformed into a pair of eerie and cold green eyes, giving off a glossy jade light. Rank 5, Azura Zombie Goo. This goo was classified under the most classic zombie series of transformation path. The series of zombie goo were spread widely throughout the 5 regions. From rank 2 roaming zombie goo to rank 3 hairy zombie goo to rank 4 hopping zombie goo till the rank 5 flying zombie goo. There were 5 great flying zombie goo in the world: Azura Zombie, Heavenly Demon Zombie, Blood White, Nightmare Zombie, and Plague Zombie. Many goo masters who did not have much lifespan left and had no lifespan goo to increase their life would often choose to turn into zombies to prolong their life, transforming into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. Fong Yuan had already seen Blood White goo before. At Qingmao Mountain, Guyu's first-generation ancestor had turned into Blood White to change his fate in defiance of heaven, but his plan was thwarted by divine investigator Tai Shuelong and others. This Azura Zombie goo that Ouyang Baisang was using was a formidable goo that was equally famous as Blood White goo. Clank, clank, clank. Bian Si Xian's sword shadows cut at Ouyang Baisang's body, but they actually produced sparks on contact, unable to injure his skin by even a fraction, only cutting several green hair. Overlapping shadow goo. Bian Si Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light, multiple sword shadows overlaid on top of one another to transform into an abysmally dark and extremely condensed sword. Now this is something. Green light blossomed in Ouyang Baisang's pupils as he looked at this sword shadow attack. He was not afraid, but instead was happy. He stretched his right hand in a form of a claw and grabbed at the sword shadow like he was grabbing a rabbit. This! Bian Si Xian revealed shock. The sword shadow in her hand could not go an inch further. Gagaga? Ouyang Baisang laughed in a haggard and unpleasant tone as he clenched his claw-shaped right palm. Puff! A soft sound echoed. He actually forcibly burst apart the sword shadow. Bian Si Xian quickly retreated. The shattered sword shadow burst into many sharp pieces that ruthlessly struck at Ouyang Baisang, inflicting several deep wounds on his body, and slashed apart the 4 fingers on his right hand and almost cut apart the whole right fist. Bian Si Xian had bitterly accumulated battle merits from several small battles before and exchanged them for overlapping shadow goo from He Tribe supply camp. Under its effect, the multiple sword shadows offense could merge and could match the offensive prowess of a rank 5 attack goo. Ouyang Baisang was slashed at by the sword shadow, but he did not feel any pain. He had transformed into a zombie, which caused the feeling of pain to almost disappear. At the same time, large amounts of eerie green blood flowed out of the wounds. The wounds were so deep that one could see the bone, but they healed within just few seconds of time. New hair grew on top of it and covered it. His broken fingers also grew again, and it looked like it did not take any effort. Bian Si Xian's complexion turned pale white at this sight. Ouyang Baisang looked hot-headed when he forcibly grabbed the sword shadow, but it was actually a psychological tactic. After he transformed into Azura Zombie, his defense and recovery ability were raised by several folds. Bian Si Xian's strongest attack could not affect him in any way. This unavoidably weakened Bian Si Xian's will to battle severely. Goo Masters' battle strength did not only rely on the amount of primeval essence in their aperture. It also depended on their determination and mental state. I am an assassin, an expert at movement and infiltrating secretly. These challenges between the 2 armies are done out in the open, and facing someone head-on is not my usual style. Ouyang Baisang's performance greatly weakened the battle intent in Bian Xian's heart. In the next several rounds, she kept on attacking while moving around Ouyang Baisang, but it was clear her attacking frequency had decreased by a lot compared to before, and she was dodging most of the time. After exchanging 10 more moves, Bian Xian shouted and quickly pulled open a distance from Ouyang Baisang, retreating towards He tribe camp. At this sight, Lu tribe army's morale rose again, while He tribe's morale shook and the higher-ups did not have good expressions. Bian Xian lost. Is Ouyang Baisang really so strong? His killer move is Azura Transformation, having killed a rank 5 expert with this killer move. Now, he has only used Azura Zombie Goo, not even using his full strength, but was still able to defeat Shadow Sword Expert. Shadow Sword Expert did not have a strong will to fight, but by continuously attacking while moving around, she has exhausted a considerable amount of Ouyang Baisang's primeval essence. We can send another person to fight with him. The discussions settled and He tribe army sent Pan Ping to battle. But within only a short period of time, Pan Ping seemed unable to stall further and panically unsheathed the scimitar on his waist and used Soul Blade Goo. A cold light flashed, but it was in vain. Soul Blade Goo could ignore defense, but it did not work always and had a certain probability. Moreover, once this rank for Soul Blade Goo was activated, it needed 8 hours of rest before it could be used again. Ouyang Baisang got quite a shock. Despite having read relevant intel, Soul Blade Goo's speed was way faster than what he imagined, making him unable to react in time. I can't leave him alive. Ouyang Baisang's killing intent surged as he pounced towards Pan Ping. Pan Ping already knew the situation was bad the moment he saw his attack did not succeed, so he hurriedly retreated. Ouyang Baisang pursued him closely. He tribe quickly sent 3 rank 4 experts to block Ouyang Baisang and rescue Pan Ping. The 3 rank 4 experts surrounded Ouyang Baisang and attacked fiercely. Ouyang Baisang was about to use his killer move, Azura Transformation, when Mo Shirkwang, who was unable to endure any more, charged out of the main tent and shouted, "Second brother, I will lend you a hand." Ouyang Baisang alone put He tribe army under great pressure. Now adding Mo Shirkwang on top of that, and the situation turned way worse. Third brother, no need to interfere. What is the use even if there are more people? Look at my Azura Transformation. Ouyang Baisang furiously roared under the 3 rank 4 experts' violent attacks, and used his killer move. His aura suddenly increased sharply. His body grew bigger, becoming a giant of over 10 feet. The muscles in his whole body inflated like a balloon and quickly transforming into absurd rock-like bulging muscles. And under his pair of arms, 2 new pairs of arms grew out. His body was completely dark green. Ice feet ripped apart the leather boots and stepped on the grassland, creating a deep crater. The protruding fangs turned dark brown, and a 3rd vertical eye opened from the center of his forehead. Howl! Ouyang Baisang roared, the berserk sound shaking the whole battlefield. The 3 He tribe's Goo masters felt their momentum slowed down. Ouyang Baisang waved his fist like swatting a fly, sending one flying far away. The other 2 attacked violently, golden blades striking rapidly like thunder, but Ouyang Baisang took it forcibly, his enormous body not even budging. Die! He attacked with all 6 hands, punching, swatting, grabbing, holding with extremely fierce power. And all his hands moved smoothly, not hindering each other in the slightest. The 2 rank 4 could not take it head-on, and started retreating. Ouyang Baisang was not satisfied. His every punch produced a sonic boom with power that caused people to pale. 1 rank 4 Goo master lasted only a short while under this crazed offense and was smashed into blood paste, while another Goo master was grabbed by Ouyang Baisang. "Don't kill me! Don't kill!" His pleadings came to an end abruptly. Blood started flowing rapidly out of his 7 facial orifices. His ribs were crushed and his body started deflating. Ouyang Baisang had crushed him to death with 2 hands. So violent! Cunning gentleman's son Shi Han involuntarily cried out. He Lu Lan's express turned extremely unsightly, and Tai Bai Yun Shang also had a solemn expression. Lu tribe's army started cheering loudly while He tribe's Goo masters were in disorder, their morale falling down to the abyss. Lu Wenwu laughed at this sight before waving his hand. Commence the battle! All troops, charge! Immediately, Lu tribe army rushed forward like a flood with the gates opened, bringing a momentum that wanted to drown the world. Mo Shirkwang, Pei Yanfei and others were leading. He Lulan gnashed his teeth and also sent the command for the army to prepare to receive the attack. The large battle unfolded with all kinds of shouts and cries resounding through the battlefield. During the intense battle, Lu tribe's several great experts rampaged everywhere, causing He Lulan and the higher-ups to fall into disadvantage at the very start. But at the low level, He tribe was actually winning. Under Fong Yuan's control, the wolf group started wildly slaughtering Lu tribe's Gu masters, while Lu tribe army's Gu masters had no choice but to waste their precious primeval essence against the encroaching wolves. Thus, even if the wolves died, they died after contributing greatly. Lu tribe's Gu masters experts sensed this unfavorably situation and started searching for Fong Yuan. However, Fong Yuan used the same old trick, hiding in some corner of the battlefield. He now already had 3 rank 4 lurking soul coat Gu, and with the concealment from these Gu, as long as he did not use over 80% of his strength, his soul fluctuations would be concealed. This large battle continued from the early morning to evening. The setting sun shone like blood as it shone down on the grassland that was covered with corpses and blood. There was no winner in this battle. Lu tribe suffered disastrous losses in their military forces because of the wolf group. After the Lu tribe's Gu master experts were not able to find Fong Yuan's location, they all concentrated in attacking He tribe's Gu master experts. He tribe's Gu master experts thus suffered serious damage. Mo Shirkwang and Ouyang Baisang were difficult to restrain, and almost all the He tribe Gu masters were too terrified to confront them. He tribe's battle intent was dissipating and was barely able to hold on. When the night fell, the night wolves became fierce, and Lu Wenwu, not wanting the lower-ranked Gu master casualties to increase, also had the thought of retreating. The first battle ended up in a draw, with their killing intent gradually calming down as the night progressed. Both sides retreated behind their defense lines to rest and prepare. He tribe's main tent. The atmosphere here was stifling. Almost everyone, including He Lulan, was injured. The lofty and grand Gu master experts looked very miserable at this moment. Lu tribe's offense was too fierce. Lu Wenwu, Luo Bojun and Nye Yiqing are rank 5 experts. Mo Shirkwang and Ouyang Baisang are rank 4 peak stage experts with battle strength of rank 5. Furthermore, there are other strong experts like Pei Yanfei and Chang Biao. Such quality of experts were rarely seen in the past 10 struggles for imperial court. Cunning gentleman's son Shirhan sighed. Rank 4 Gu masters were already rare. Each was the head of small or mid-sized forces or elders of large-sized forces. And with the high demand of aptitude, rank 5 was even rarer. Even a super force would only have 2-3 rank 5 Gu masters openly. Actually, when comparing, He tribe was stronger in higher-ranked forces. He Lulan, Tai Baiyunshang and Gu Guolong were rank 5 experts. And there were over 20 rank 4 experts including Chang Shan Yin, Tang Miaoming, Hao Jilu, Bian Xixian and Pan Ping. However, even between same-ranked Gu masters, there was a difference in their battle strength. Gu masters were a force that surpassed group battles. Their individual strength could surpass the accumulation of a group. For example, just Fong Yuan alone could slaughter small or mid-sized tribes. In today's battle, Ouyang Baisang, alone, had slaughtered 5 rank 4 Gu masters and 12 rank 3 elders. It was not that He tribe was weak, but that Lu tribe's higher-ranked battle strength was too strong. Especially in this battle, Lu tribe had slaughtered many of He tribe's higher-ranked Gu masters, cutting down rank 4 Gu masters to almost half, causing the gap to further increase. The way to deal with the enormous dominance of Lu tribe was a problem He tribe had to quickly come up with a solution for. If I had some time, I could annex several large armies, and with Old Sir's prestige, subdue some experts. Maybe we could contend against Lu tribe's higher-ranked strength then. He Lulan sighed, hating Lu Wenwu for choosing this time to attack, not giving him any space to develop. Tai Baiyunshang immediately realized the deep intent behind He Lulan's words. I once rescued Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, and they had said they would repay the favor. I can write them a letter, and maybe they will come over. Everyone's spirits rose. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were called the twin demons of demonic path in Northern Plains. They always worked together, having great teamwork with each other. These two were both rank 4 peak stage experts and had once killed a rank 5 expert by combining their strength. The pressure on He Lulan eased. If I can get Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's help, it can slightly make up for the gap between the two armies. But the events of the battle concerns everyone's life, and we cannot hope for others' mood in repaying the favor. In today's battle, it was thanks to Wolf King that we were able to exterminate large numbers of low-ranked enemy Gu masters, causing an enormous loss to Lu tribe. If it were not for Lu Wenwu feeling hesitation, how could he have retreated so easily? Everyone's gaze landed on Fang Yuan, wanting to hear his thoughts. Fang Yuan had a tranquil expression, not having a trace of injury on his body. He had been hiding while commanding the wolf group in the battle, but he was the one who gained the most battle merits. Most of the ones in the main tent were inwardly infuriated at this, having envious and jealous feelings. But due to the situation, they did not dare to flare up. After the battle, Fang Yuan had been looking through his memories, trying to excavate the information on how He Lulan had prevailed over Lu Wenwu. But even after a long time of racking up his brain, he did not get any results. There was way too much information in the memories of his 500 years of past life, and much was forgotten. And from the look of it, this enormous problem that was troubling everyone was no more than just a minor detail in the long river of history in his past life. Feeling everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan raised his eyelids and lightly said, Lu tribe has enslavement path Gu masters, but their strongest expert is only Bei Chao Chuan, whose grass soldier troops is of no importance. Now, both the enemy and us have our strengths. We are like two giants stabbing each other with spears. Lu tribe is strong in terms of higher-ranked Gu masters, while I can slaughter many of their low-ranked Gu masters with my wolf group. Thus, it resulted in the draw today. The way to victory is restraining the enemy's advantage as well as strengthening our advantage. And restraining the enemy's Gu master experts is not an impossible thing. As long as I can have a group of strong wolves as trump cards, I can restrain them. But with this, I will have to use all my strength, and the rank 4 lurking soul coat Gu on me will no longer be able to conceal my soul fluctuations, and thus I will become the enemy's target. Fang Yuan's words caused everyone's eyes to brighten. Trump card wolf group. He Lulan lowered his head and mumbled. The current 5 great enslavement masters of Northern Plains were called the 5 Beast Kings. Among them, Horse King Ma Zun has mutated Pegasus group. Eagle King Yang Peing has mutated Thunder Eagle group. Rat King Jiang Baoya has mutated Mountain Drilling Rat group. And the newly advanced enslavement master Leopard King New Air 2 controlled Glimpse Leopard group. Only Wolf King Changshan Yin did not have a mutated beast group. Every mature mutated beast possessed the battle strength of rank 4 Gu masters. Once a group of mutated beasts formed, they would be more terrifying than the same amount of Gu masters. After all, Beast Group would charge dauntlessly under the enslavement path Gu Masters' control. As Gu Masters had all kinds of self-benefits to think about, even if they were under poison vow, they could not be made to fight to the death. If they had a group of mutated beasts, there was a huge chance of killing rank 5 experts. After all, even rank 5 Gu Masters were mortals in the end, with limited primeval essence, and there were times when their strength was exhausted. However, making a mutated beast group was too time-consuming of a process and would exhaust enormous energy and resources. To look for a group of mutated wolf group for Fang Yuan in this short period of time, there was only one way: requesting help from He tribe's Gu immortals. The people in the main tent, even if they did not know the existence of Treasure Yellow Heaven, they were aware of the huge power of Gu immortals. In the history of Northern Plains, there were several examples where Gu immortals organized mutated beast group to provide assistance to their respective force. Mutated beast group is indeed a way out. I will give it a try first. He Lulan pondered for a while before saying vaguely. But everyone clearly knew the meaning behind He Lulan's words was to request help from the Gu immortal behind him. This immediately caused a new change in the gaze. Everyone looked at Fang Yuan. How could this Wolf King Changshan Yin have such good luck? Making a Gu immortal help him to organize a mutated wolf group. If he had to do this himself, he might not even be able to accomplish it in 20 to 30 years. Why don't we get such benefits? Everyone felt envious and jealous. Ultimately, it was the identity of Changshan Yin that Fang Yuan carried. An enslavement master was an existence that could turn tides around. He tribe was fighting Lu tribe. It was indeed wise to put heavy importance on Fang Yuan and give more resources to him. If I remember right, even if there is a mutated beast group, Lord Wolf King's battle merits is ranked number 1 from the bottom, the last place in the battle merits list, right? Cunning Gentleman was filled with jealousy, kindly reminding as if he had suddenly recalled it. Of course, I can't receive a mutated wolf group for nothing. Fang Yuan righteously nodded. Our rules cannot be broken. I will use battle merits to exchange for it. Of course, my battle merits are insufficient right now, so I can only borrow a bit more. This is something that cannot be helped. Everyone was speechless. Many people shouted inwardly at the same time. Do you feel no shame speaking such words? Do you still want your face? You already borrowed 1,300,000 battle merits before, and you still want to borrow more? In the entire He tribe army, only you have borrowed battle merits. Don't you feel guilt holding that rank 5 amplify effect goo? In fact, Fang Yuan not only did not feel any guilt, instead he said with a not satisfied voice. Just a mutated beast group won't do. I still require rank 5 lurking soul coat goo. Unfortunately, refining a rank 5 goo has a success rate that is too low. I have collected 3 rank 4 goo, but I don't dare to fuse them to rank 5. He Lulan gnashed his teeth. The number of times he could request help from the tribe was limited. The more he asked for help, the less the tribe's evaluation of him would be. But there was no other way. He could only nod at Fang Yuan in order to defeat Lu Wenwu. I will do something about it. Just as He Lulan and his group were strategizing, Lu Wenwu and his group were also planning on how to battle He tribe. In He tribe army, Wolf King Changshan Yin is the biggest problem. It was because of him that my army suffered disastrous losses in today's battle, with at least 30,000 Gu masters dying in the wolves' mouths. Sigh, this number is truly making my heart bleed. Everyone came forward to side with me because they believed in me. But it is because of my incompetence we had to suffer such heavy casualties. In the main tent, Lu Wenwu shed tears and sighed. Big brother, how is it your fault? We can only blame those Gu masters for being useless. Mo Shirkwang almost jumped up as he hurriedly retorted. Wolf King Changshan Yin might have huge reputation, but he is not a true hero. Ouyang Bai Sang, however, loftily snorted. His tone contained disdain. The Grand Wolf King was actually sneakily hiding in some corner like a rat. It really makes people look down upon him. But such a Wolf King is the most troublesome. Lu Wenwu sighed inwardly while opening his weeping eyes and asked the group, do any of you have a good method to deal with Wolf King? Mo Shirkwang and Ouyang Bai Sang stopped speaking. They were experts at fighting. Things like strategizing were not their strong points. I have a plan. Bei Chao Chuan stood up and said confidently, Wolf King Changshan Yin was originally Chang tribe's tribesman. Although he spoke of taking revenge, the blood ties he has with Chang tribe is unmistakable and cannot be severed. The current Chang tribe leader Lord Chang Biao was once Changshan Yin's best friend. After Changshan Yin disappeared, Chang Biao married his wife and raised his 3-year-old son who is currently Chang tribe's young tribe leader Chang Jiyu. We might as well try to use this to deal with Wolf King. Who knows if it might be effective. This idea is not bad. Lu Wenwu's eyes gleamed. After the discussion ended, Fang Yuan returned to his large lizard house gu. The problem of refining rank 5 lurking soul coat gu had been hurting his head recently. If he could borrow He tribe's Gu Immortal's power to organize a mutated beast group and also refine rank 5 lurking soul coat gu, it would be the best. Fang Yuan felt there was a huge chance for this to succeed. Although he could not remember all the minor details of this time's struggle for Imperial Court, but he knew clearly He Lulan was able to enter Imperial Court, and the support of the Gu Immortal behind He Lulan was inseparable from this. The two sides will at least rest and reorganize for 3 days. In this time, He tribe's Gu Immortals will have received He Lulan's letter for assistance. Before this, I need to prepare. Thinking of his great plan, The corners of Fong Yuan's lips involuntarily curled up into a smile. Shaohun blessed land. This place was always covered in dense dark clouds, and female-shaped trees grew on the ground. These trees were very peculiar. The tree trunk was curved and branches wrapped around each other like a girl's naked body. The trees were in all kinds of enchanting postures. Female-shaped trees grew all over the place, becoming a forest. In the deepest part of the forest was the tallest female-shaped tree with a height of 1,000 feet and roots that extended for a range of 10,000 li. This female-shaped tree king, however, did not look seductive, instead giving off pure and holy aura. The tree king's trunk was ramrod straight, giving a highly spirited feeling. Its two enormous branches formed into hands that covered the chest. The side branches from them formed into two well-developed and large palms that lifted a green treehouse. Red vermilion fruits grew all over the treehouse with reddish-brown rattan twining around them, making the fruits look like hearts. Two Immortals were sitting inside this treehouse, both in black clothes. On the left was an ordinary-looking man who was called He Tribe Stoneman during his young age. He was awkward at conversing but was smart and careful inside. He was He Bai. On the right side, however, was a handsome man who was radiating with vigor, having eyes that seemed to shine, and appeared confident and at ease. He was He Tribe's supreme elder He Chung, He Lulan's father and a famous handsome man, as well as the male lead in Su Xian's night elopement. Say, you just returned from Ni, you blessed land? Did you see Dong Fong Chong Fan? How is he? He Chung asked leisurely while taking a sip of tea. He Bai nodded. Senior Dong Fong isn't looking for lifespan Gu. There is not much of his lifespan left. He can probably only live for 2-3 years more. But his vision is broad and has magnanimous conduct, already seeing through the trouble of life and death, and only wants to wholeheartedly nurture his successor Dong Fong Yu Liang now. Magnanimous conduct? Broad vision? He Chung scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. Brother, you saw wrong. Dong Fong Chong Fan is a genuine petty person. He schemed against the northern plains and is extremely insidious, and so is hated by all the Gu Immortals. If it was not so, he could have already bought lifespan Gu. Why would he have fallen into this state? I have been secretly investigating over these years, and have discovered he had a hand in my wife Su Xian Er's death. He Chung revealed this secret information, causing He Bai to be extremely startled. What? There was such a thing? He Bai exclaimed in shock. Su Xian Er was He Cheng's wife. Over 200 years back, Su Xian Er was no more than a daughter of a concubine in Su tribe. And while she poured wine for Lord He Chung back then in the banquet, He Chung immediately fell in love at first sight. In that banquet, He Chung was poisoned by Su tribe leader. His strength fell to the bottom and he was hunted down. After Su Xian Er accidentally learned of it, she resolutely rushed out of the tribe in the dead of night to rescue He Chung, whom she had only met once. At that time, Su Xian Er only had rank 1 cultivation, and ferocious beasts roamed the night grassland that were beyond her ability to contend. But under the play of fate, she was able to find the unconscious He Chung. He Chung was thus saved and managed to live. He had then asked Su Xian Er with suspicion, I was plotted against by your tribe leader, and you are a Su tribesman. Why would you save an enemy of your tribe? Su Xian Er had answered, Lord has a noble spirit. This humble girl fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader is short-sighted and plotted against Lord under the persuasion of some petty people. But he never considered the result of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to have his way, Su tribe is destined to become a sacrificial pawn between two super tribes. People say Lord repays a favor received by 100 times. This humble girl saved Lord today and only hopes Lord can give me a place to stay. It is just and proper for Lord to take revenge against Su tribe, but I hope Lord can be merciful and leave behind a trace of bloodline for Su tribe. The moonlight shone on the jade-like beauty with slender and fair hands. He Chung was overwhelmed at this sight. He tightly held Su Xian Er's hand and swore, Your love is as deep as the sea. I, He Chung, am not a cruel person. How could I not repay you? From today onwards, you will be my only wife. I will not care for any other beauties, no matter how beautiful they are. In this life, I will never betray you. Su Xian Er saving He Chung was akin to betraying the tribe. He Chang was very grateful and interlinked with her as husband and wife. From that day onwards, the two helped each other, loving and respecting each other their whole life. 100 years later, both became Gu Immortals, becoming a story that spread far and wide in northern plains. And Su Xian's night elopement was also spread wide, encouraging countless women to bravely take the initiative to love. He Bai's mood became solemn. Could it be over 20 years ago sister-in-law did not die because of the blessed land's earthly calamity? He Chang scoffed. There was indeed an earthly calamity, but the earthly calamity was influenced by people. Don't forget, brother, old ancestor giant son Immortal Venerable has such methods. Dongfang tribe has entered imperial court many times as a tribe with Huangjin bloodline. They might have received an inheritance relevant to such methods from 88 Truyang building. I only have a little evidence. It is not enough to prove Dongfang Changfan as the main culprit. He Bai remained dazed for quite a while before sighing. You really can't judge people by appearance. He Chang patted his shoulder and comforted in a gentle voice. Brother, you have become a Gu Immortal for less than 10 years. Gu Immortal's circle might not be big, but the treacherous conspiracies inside it are much deeper than between mortals. He Bai was just about to speak, when his expression blanked. He Lulan has sent a letter. He Chang nodded, and with a shift of his mind, loosened the defense over Shaohun blessed land by a little. The space opened up and in flew a butterfly. He Bai stretched his right hand. This butterfly fluttered and gently landed on his palm. This was rank 5 butterfly letter Gu. He Bai closed his eyes and concentrated on the butterfly letter Gu from He Lulan, containing his request. What is it? Did that disappointing child of mine ask you for help again? When He Bai opened his eyes, He Chang snorted and asked with a displeased tone. He Bai forced a smile. Brother, He Lulan is you and sister-in-law Su Xian Er's son. Although sister-in-law suffered and fell seriously ill when giving birth to He Lulan, leading to her strength being greatly diminished and thus passing away in the earthly calamity several years later, the child is still innocent. You should not disregard him because of it. You even gave him to the 27th concubine fairy Jiang Yu to adopt and did not allow him to light an incense to pay respects to his own mother. He Chang snorted with dissatisfaction, but did not argue. He Bai sighed. This is your family affair and it is truly not my place to meddle. But I have given a lot of thoughts to Big Brother's actions. You sent He Lulan to be adopted by the childless fairy Jiang Yu in order to preserve He Lulan's life though her immortal Gu dark limit. He Lulan has the 10 extreme physique, great strength true martial. To stimulate his spirit, you gave him a condition that as long as he advanced to Gu Immortal, he could light the incense for his mother. Little brother deeply admire your actions, but big brother, your way of doing things will only deepen the misunderstandings between father and son. It is not a good method looking at the long-term drawbacks. He Chang heaved a sigh, not replying He Bai, but instead asked, what did that child mention in the request? He Bai clapped his palm and smiled. Look, big brother, you showed indifference but you still care about nephew's safety in your heart. Nephew hopes we can prepare a mutated wolf group and also a rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. Humph. This kid is truly insolent. Lurking soul coat Gu is okay, but our He tribe does not have mutated wolf group. Right now, our He tribe is battling Lu tribe. Lu tribe's current generation tribe leader Lu Wenwu is not someone who can be underestimated. Back then, the inheritance of Harmony Immortal fell in his hand. He has 2 sworn brothers. Both are fierce warriors and can match 10,000 soldiers. However, nephew Lulan also has a great general under him, Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. This time's request is because he has placed his hopes on Chang Shan Yin. He Bai explained. He Chang mumbled. Rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu is no issue, I have one with me. But mutated wolf group would have to be purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven. I will have to request brother for this. He Bai quickly shook his hand. Brother, you don't have to be so polite. I still need to rely on nephew to enter Imperial Court and find Immortal Gu wooden chicken in 88 Truyang building. He Chang heaved a long sigh and said with an exhausted voice, Great strength true martial physique needs a strength path Immortal Gu to advance to Gu Immortal realm. Unfortunately, immortal goo are very difficult to find. Our He tribe also does not have any strength path immortal goo. Success and failure is decided by heaven. We can only try our best. We have already done all we can. Now everything will depend on He Lulan's efforts and luck. Parents are truly constantly worrying about their children. He Bai sighed inwardly and said his farewell to He Chang. After he returned to his Kumu blessed land, he immediately connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and started buying mutated wolves. Wolf emperors could be considered as a strength of blessed land. It was very hard to find goo immortals selling them. But mutated wolves were only equivalent to rank 4 and were much easier to find. He Bai was not worried. Mutated beasts were not rare and precious goods, and as long as one had sufficient immortal essence stones, they could buy a large group of them. Of course, spending a lot to buy the mutated wolf group was a loss to He Bai. But he was planning for a immortal goo in 88 Truyong building, and it was right for him to invest in the early stages. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the work of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and unless one reached rank 9, no goo immortals could enter inside. After the news of buying mutated wolf group in high price was spread, He Bai soon received a divine sense from someone called Fox Immortal. Fox Immortal had over 100 mutated wolves and quoted a rather high price for them. They were clearly taking advantage of He Bai's difficulty. He Bai had already anticipated such a situation. It was only that he had not expected this Fox Immortal to move so quickly at the chance. He gnashed his teeth and bought this group of mutated wolves. The one selling this group of mutated wolves was none other than Little Hu Immortal, who had received Fong Yuan's instructions. Previously, they had resold immortal goo recipes and earned dozen or so immortal essence stones. Fong Yuan had then instructed Little Hu Immortal to purchase purple crystal relic goo and also look for any wolf group sold cheaply at Treasure Yellow Heaven, and buy them. Thus, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had accumulated over 100 mutated wolves. Among them were Blood Forest Wolf, Berserk Wolf, Shark Fin Wolf, White Eyes Wolf, and others. Now, by reselling these mutated wolves at high price to He Bai, they had profited quite a bit. As for Fong Yuan, he was calmly resting in the camp, waiting for He tribe's assistance. It was difficult to move through the muddy swamp, but Ma tribe's army was in high spirits. The happiness of annexing Do tribe army, as well as the excitement of a decisive victory, could still be seen on everyone's faces. Ma Yingjie was riding a horse, and as he looked at the generals and soldiers around him with satisfaction, as an investigative goo master brought him the latest battle reports. He opened up the documents and read, He tribe and Lu tribe has begun to fight. The first battle resulted in a draw, and currently, both are garrisoned opposite each other. The situation is in a stalemate. Yi Lui army was ambushed at night by the 7 Army Alliance. Yi Lui Sang was very powerful and defeated 6 rank 5 experts one after another, but he was only one person and was unable to save the situation. Currently, Yi Lui tribe's remnant army is fleeing towards Qing and region. Rat King Jiang Baoye has accepted Yang tribe's invitation and has officially entered Yang tribe's alliance. New Air 2 army has not resumed their expedition, instead resting and capturing huge numbers of leopard groups. These battle reports caused Ma Yingjie to smile with joy. He Lulan and Lu Wenwu are popular candidates to win this time's Imperial Court contest. I did not think these two would confront each other this early. It will be good if they both suffer. Since Yi Lui Sang obtained Immortal Goo, he is a one-man army. But for Yi Lui tribe to be suddenly attacked by the 7 armies, Snowy Mountain most likely has influence behind it. Ma tribe, to advance to a super tribe, had secretly joined hands with demonic path Goo immortals who were coveting after 88 Truyong building. Ma Yingjie was Ma tribe's young tribe leader and thus was aware of the undertable deals of the tribes. Northern Plains was like a huge chessboard while the Goo immortals were the chess players. Besides righteous path Goo masters, demonic path Goo immortals also had their own pawns whom they supported. And as the tribes with Huangjin bloodline were willing to join hands with demonic path Goo immortals in order to have a better survival chance. If they lost in the struggle for Imperial Court, these tribes would often enter the blessed lands of the demonic path Goo immortals to escape from the blizzard disaster. Immortal Goo were rare. Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder had entrusted an immortal Goo to Yi Lui Sang. It was equivalent to placing a bet in this game. According to the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, as long as immortal goo were snatched by mortals in the struggle for imperial court, the goo immortals cannot take them back. Such a huge bet had its corresponding risk. It was because of the immortal goo on Yi Luisang that caused him to be the target of goo immortals. Thus they incited 7 armies to ambush Yi Lui army. Rat King has joined Yang tribe, which means an alliance of Rat King and Eagle King Yang Pering, causing this underdog Yang tribe to become a new contender to win the struggle for imperial court. But Yang tribe's foundations are far inferior to our Ma tribe, and Rat King was also already crippled. They aren't of much threat to us. Although new heir 2 is called Leopard King, his leopard group has been inflicted heavy losses. However, he has been capturing wild leopard groups by himself without asking for help from the goo immortal behind him. This is a bit strange. But overall, my Ma tribe situation is still much better. Our next opponents are weaker than us. As long as we keep on winning, continue to devour other tribes and expand, our hopes of entering imperial court will become bigger and bigger. Ma Ying-jie could not help clenching his fists at this, his eyes letting out a fierce light. The ambitions and goals of a man were pushing him to establish great feats and accomplishments. And at the same time, within the high-spirited army was a little girl, who was weeping in a carriage. Lady Xiao Yun, don't keep on grieving. Your father's death was a heart-rending event. But you need to eat, if not you will faint from hunger. Beside the little girl, the anxious Fei Kai was comforting her in a clumsy way. This weeping little girl was none other than Zhao Lianyun. Her father, Zhao tribe's leader, had sacrificed his life in the previous large battle. Losing the protection of the father who loved her dearly, Zhao Lianyun immediately felt her world toppling. On the very night of her father's death, her stepmother remarried the new Zhao tribe leader, and Zhao Lianyun's position took a sharp dive. There will always be deaths in war, this is normal. My father was also killed by others. Fei Kai continued to persuade Zhao Lianyun when he saw she was still crying. Zhao Lianyun suddenly raised her head while sobbing, looking at Fei Kai with an insoluble hatred in her tear-filled eyes, and kicked him. You idiot! You don't even know how to comfort people. The sorrow in her heart was not fake. Although she inexplicably arrived in this world, and it had not been long since her arrival, her father's love towards her was filled with sincerity. She was very grateful for this genuine love, and her dependence on him had slowly grown into true affection. But now, her father had died in the battlefield, making her alone and helpless. Missy, you were hiding here. You really caused much trouble for me. Quick, follow me. Your mother is calling you. At this time, the curtain of the carriage was lifted open by the old caretaker, who then grabbed Zhao Lianyun's small arm. Zhao Lianyun struggled and shouted, My mother is dead. She is not my mother. I won't go. This is not up to you. The old caretaker scoffed and tried to forcibly drag Zhao Lianyun out of the carriage. When she had been serving Zhao Lianyun, she was teased and pranked by Zhao Lianyun time and again. Now, as she looked at Zhao Lianyun's miserable state, the old caretaker felt the pleasure of taking revenge. Let go of Lady Xiao Yun. Fei Kai shouted and punched the old caretaker. The old caretaker fell out of the carriage from this heavy punch. She stood up and touched her eye that had become purple from the bruise. She screamed in a shrill voice, You hit me. A slave dared to hit a civilian? Who gave you such big guts? I will report you, you are going to die. You will be skinned alive and your corpse will be hung up in the sunlight till it dries up. The old caretaker was extremely furious, and with her unkempt hair and sinister gaze, she looked like a hopping old hen. However, her scream had indeed attracted the surrounding people. Fei Kai clenched his fists and furiously stared at the old caretaker while firmly protecting Zhao Lianyun behind him. Zhao Lianyun pushed aside Fei Kai's arm and stood on the carriage. Her fair face still had tear stains. She looked at the old caretaker and scoffed. What was it? You want to punish Fei Kai? All right. Report him, but according to the rules, you need to first inform his master to demand compensation. Since it is so, go look for young tribe leader. Fei Kai is Lord Ma Ying-jie's slave leader. What? The old caretaker cried out in shock. Her screams abruptly stopped and the anger in her heart dissipated like a tide. only leaving behind an extreme terror. This rash, stupid kid was actually Lord Ma Yingjie's personal slave. Moreover, he was Lord Ma Yingjie's slave leader who was in charge of his everyday life. One needed to look at the owner before beating the dog. The old caretaker might be a civilian with a status higher than that of a slave, but it was a different matter when Fei Kai was Ma Yingjie's slave leader. If she truly reported recklessly, she might instead be sacrificed by Zhao tribe. After the shock, the old caretaker who had lost her face greatly looked gloomy. She rigidly stared at Zhao Lianyun. Little girl, even young tribe leader Ma Yingjie's slave leader cannot protect you. You are a person of Zhao tribe. Even after your death, you will be our Zhao tribe's ghost. Your mother is our Zhao tribe's current tribe lady. Listen to me properly. Tribe lady has already arranged your marriage to Wei tribe's eldest young master. Now behave properly. What? Zhao Lianyun involuntarily cried out. Marrying to Wei tribe's eldest young master is your blessing. The old caretaker sinisterly smiled. Zhao Lianyun's whole body shook and fell down on the wooden board of the carriage. Lady Xiao Yun. Fei Kai quickly supported her. The old caretaker felt incomparable pleasure at this sight and left with immense satisfaction. She still needed report to Zhao tribe's tribe lady. Zhao Lianyun was expressionlessly. This immense shock left her in a dazed state filled with despair, allowing Fei Kai to hold her in the carriage. For 3 days, she curled up at a corner of the carriage, without moving or speaking. Fei Kai's persuasion was of no use, and could only helplessly feed her. Zhao Lianyun was like a wooden puppet, letting Fei Kai control her. Fei Kai also could not accompany her all the time, and every time Ma Yingjie summoned him, he would immediately leave. This sudden change of events and this ice-cold reality shattered the foolish pride Zhao Lianyun had as a transmigrator. She suddenly had a profound realization. A transmigrator is nothing special. Why did I think I could whip up a storm in this world after being so ordinary in my previous world? Moreover, women were discriminated in Northern Plains and were treated as goods to be used for political marriage. Northern Plains women could only adhere to men and could not refuse a man's forceful marriage. This was a rule set by Giant Son Immortal Venerable. Previously, when she heard of Giant Son Immortal Venerable's deeds, she felt like she was listening to a story, listening to a legend of a hero. But now, she was personally experiencing the torment caused by Giant Son Immortal Venerable. Women are like clothes while brothers are like our hands and feet. This was the favorite catchphrase of Giant Son Immortal Venerable. He pulled apart the status of man and woman to an extremely unfair level. Now he had become the most detestable person in Zhao Lianyun's heart. No wonder Su Xian's night elopement story pierced so deep into people's hearts, causing Northern Plains women to eagerly imitate it. Rather than passively suffering fate's arrangement, it is better to take the initiative to chase after one's happiness. But this carries unknown risks. As she thought of this, Zhao Lianyun's awareness of the vile living environment deepened by another layer. Wei tribe's eldest young master is a famous trash. He is fat like a pig with pockmarks all over his face and only at rank 1 peak stage, but is extremely lecherous and very fickle-hearted. It is because of his incompetence, Wei tribe's young tribe leader position went to his younger brother. I won't marry that pig even if I die. But what should I do? I am only a mortal, and since I haven't reached 13, I cannot awaken my aperture and cannot cultivate. It is also possible that I don't have any cultivation aptitude. And the person who killed my father is Do Yi, a rank 5 Gu master who has sided with Ma tribe now and is now a higher-up of the alliance. Who can I rely on? What path should I take? Bewilderment, hesitation and fear filled Zhao Lianyun's heart. In the early morning of the 4th day, Fei Kai lifted up the carriage curtain and entered with food and clean water. The light of the dawn followed the curtain opening and shone on Zhao Lianyun's face. Zhao Lianyun woke up, slowly opening her swollen eyes. You brought food. She grabbed the food from Fei Kai's hand and began to devour it. Lady Xiao Yun, are you okay? Fei Kai was happy at this change. Yes, I have thought it through. It is better to rely on myself. Although I have been bound by the wedding betrothment, it can only be implemented when I am 16. I still have time. Zhao Lianyun's gaze shone like fire. Ah, Lady Xiao Yun, you don't accept the betrothal? Fei Kai was startled. In his impression, Northern Plains could only accept their fate when their marriage was decided. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and spoke in a righteous tone. Humph. I am not an ordinary person. I absolutely won't compromise. But I cannot go to the tribe now and can only live here for some time, and rely on you, Fei Kai. No problem. Fei Kai patted his chest, laughing foolishly. Zhao Lianyun's heart warmed and her tone turned softer. Fei Kai, your father also died in battlefield? Yes, he died. I was heartbroken during that time. But death is normal in Northern Plains. Father died in battle, he died a glorious death. Fei Kai said with a smile. As expected, winner takes it all. Under the dazzling and splendid throne lies a path of bones. Zhao Lianyun sighed, before cursing. What a scam. I crossed over to this world and have yet to mature, but my fate has already been decided by others. I can't even begin to feel anger. A letter was placed in front of Fang Yuan. This special letter was openly sent by the enemy and was now brought over by cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan. Fang Yuan opened it and read. This letter was personally written by Chang Biao, reminiscing the past and how they were on opposite sides now. He was inviting Wolf King to have a discussion before the battle and reminisce about the old times. And at that time he could let Chang Ji Yu meet his father. Great ploy. Fang Yuan scoffed and placed down the letter. At this time, Sun Shirhan smiled. The mutated wolf group and rank 5 lurking soul Koku have both arrived. But the higher-ups of the alliance are hesitating because of this letter. They are hoping Lord Wolf King would battle against your kin in the name of righteousness, to prove your innocence. Otherwise, I'm afraid this mutated wolf group, Lu tribe defense line, inside the camp tent. Mother. What kind of person was father? Chang Ji Yu had a hesitant expression. After a long while, he asked the burning question in his heart. He had never met Chang Shan-yin, back then when Chang Shan-yin's mother died from poison, and when Chang Shan-yin fought to the death with Ha Tu-gu. Chang Ji Yu was only an unborn child in his mother's womb. His mother and I Shui Tong had a frowned expression as she breathed out, using a nostalgic tone. My child, has your heart wavered? Don't forget our current circumstances. Don't worry about your father. He is a legend in Northern Plains. Back then he killed Ha Tu-gu and the bandits single-handedly. He is a hero who exterminated a great threat for the people. Chang Ji Yu interrupted his mother. Mother, I'm sick of hearing that. Since birth, I've been hearing these stories all my life. Wherever I go, whatever I do, people will say, oh look, as expected of Chang Shan-yin's son. Father is like the eagle in the sky, flying high and casting his shadow on the ground. In a few days, I will be meeting him. My heart is in a mess. I just want to hear his. Chang Ji Yu was still speaking when the tent flap was opened, as a domineering middle-aged man with a powerful aura walked in. It was Chang tribe's current tribe leader, Chang Shan-yin's brother, rank 4 upper stage wind path expert, Chang Biao. Greetings to Lord Stepfather. Chang Ji Yu quickly paid respects. My child. Go out first. I need to talk with your mother. Chang Biao said gently. Yes. Chang Ji Yu had to leave the tent. Once the flap was closed, with the guards outside, there were only Chang Biao and Ni Shui Tong left in the tent. Husband. Ni Shui Tong jumped into Chang Biao's embrace, tears flowing out of her weak and feeble eyes. Sigh. I know you have been feeling terrible these days. Chang Biao embraced Ni Shui Tong as he caressed her hair softly. At the same time, he used his goo worm to isolate the place from the outside. Ni Shui Tong sobbed. Yuer has been asking me about Chang Shan-yin again. What should I say? Do you know? Just now I had the urge and almost told him the truth, that he is not Chang Shan-yin's flesh and blood, that he is the crystallization of our love. Chang Biao's body shuddered. He was also feeling great conflict and pain in his heart. He solemnly said, This is all my fault for being useless. Back then we were childhood friends. It was Chang Shan-yin who came into the picture abruptly and lusted after your beauty. On the day of our marriage, he snatched you away. I was not his match. I could only find you at night secretly, and that resulted in our son Chang Jiyu. But once he was born, if his bloodline was examined, the truth would be out and we would be doomed. Thus, I and Ha Tu-gu cooperated and plotted against Chang Shan-yin. Next, I used my status as Chang Shan-yin's brother to marry you and make Chang Ji-yu my godson. These years, although the tribe isn't in good shape, this is the happiest years of our lives. Chang Ji-yu was successfully made young tribe leader by me, but precisely so, you cannot expose this secret. Once the secret is exposed, Chang Biao and Ni Shuetong would get publicly shamed. They would be called an adulterous couple, and they will never be able to raise their heads again. They even caused harm to an expert of the tribe. For their own selfish motives, they disregarded the tribe's situation. It was truly a heinous crime. As for Chang Ji-yu, he would be the shameful, illegitimate child. Be it his young tribe leader position or Chang Biao's tribe leader position, they would be at risk of being taken as people with ambitions would target them. Righteous Path had its own rules. All along, Chang Biao had been taking care of his deceased brother's wife and treated his godson as his own. Such brotherhood was admirable. Such gracefulness was praised widely. And exactly because of this, Chang Biao held a small advantage and became Chang tribe's new tribe leader. Once this truth was exposed, he would lose everything. The ambitionists in the tribe would not let him go. In order to recruit Chang Shan-yin, Lu Wenwu would not give up this chance. By then, his only option would be to escape with Ni Shuetong and his own flesh and blood Chang Jiyu, becoming a demonic Gu master. He would be despised by his tribe and chased by his tribe. Why? Why? Why is longevity heaven doing this to us? We love each other so dearly, yet we end up in such a spot. Chang Shan-yin was the real culprit. He is an evil person. Why is he praised? As for us, we can only wear a mask to live, even lying to our own son. Ni Shuetong cried profusely. She was very emotional. These days she had been under a lot of pressure. Ever since Chang Shan-yin reappeared, she had not been sleeping well. Her former nightmare reappeared, causing her to fall into deep worry. Do you think that Lu Tribe Alliance leader is trying to recruit Chang Shan-yin? If Chang Shan-yin agrees, would we have to go back to that life? Chang Shan-yin is taking revenge everywhere now. Will he find out the fact that we plotted against him? If he returns to the tribe, what will we do? Lying in her lover's embrace, Ni Shuetong asked multiple questions as she raised her neck. It won't happen, it won't. Don't think of it as such a severe situation. Chang Biao gently consoled the woman of his life. Firstly, Chang Shan-yin has not found out we were the culprit. Otherwise, with his nature, he would have declared it long ago and caused our reputation to go down the drain. He is only suspicious of Chang tribe having a traitor, but he does not know who. Lu Alliance leader does want to recruit Chang Shan-yin. He is Wolf King after all, an enslavement pathmaster. Any alliance would welcome him and get his assistance. But Lord Lu Wenwu is not a normal person. He knows clearly in his heart that there is little hope of getting the Wolf King to come over. His greatest intention is to sow discord and waver the Wolf King's fighting spirit. Think about it. Chang Shan-yin does not know about Chang Ji-yu's true identity. He thinks this is his son. As a father, what would he be thinking? Blood is thicker than water. When Chang Shan-yin thinks about Chang Ji-yu being killed by his wolf group, would he go all out in the upcoming battle? Is that so? Ni Shuetong heard this and calmed down. All right, stop worrying. I am here. Chang Biao patted Ni Shuetong's back with an affectionate gaze. The tent was filled with the warmth of love. But this kind of atmosphere, how long would it last? Neither Chang Biao nor Ni Shuetong had any confidence in this. Whoosh! A person broke the large lizard house Gu's window and crashed in. Cunning gentleman's son Shirhan sprawled on the ground. His face was bruised as he shouted loudly with a fearful and vicious expression. Wolf King attacked. Wolf King attacked me. He is revolting. He is murdering us. Help! Save me! Sun Shirhan was a popular person near He Lulan. His shouts quickly attracted many Gu masters. Fong Yuan snorted, jumping out of the window and giving Sun Shirhan another kick. Sun Shirhan did not dare to activate his Gu worm. He could only evade. But Fang Yuan changed his attack just in time, sweeping with his right fist and slamming into Sun Shirhan's nose. Sun Shirhan groaned. Just as he got up from the ground, he fell again. His entire face was full of blood. His nose bridge was broken and 2 of his front teeth fell out. He was in a pathetic state. But the Gu masters who came did not do anything. They breathed a sigh of relief secretly. Be it Fang Yuan or Sun Shirhan, they did not use their Gu worms. This was not breaking the rules, it was merely a small scuffle. When people interacted, there was bound to be conflict. As arguments occur, it was normal to get physical. As long as Gu worms were not used to fight, the poison vow would not be violated. Chang Shan Yin, you are too arrogant. Your wife and children are at the enemy's camp. I am only reminding you out of kindness. You actually got furious and beat me. You are definitely guilty. Sun Shirhan crawled up, shouting with his shrill voice. The words caused the surrounding Gu masters to talk among themselves. Chang tribe and Chang Shan Yin's relationship was known to all. These days, He tribe army had been talking about it. Seeing Sun Shirhan's smug and vicious gaze, Fang Yuan laughed in disdain. He did not say a thing, but instead responded with his fist. Bam, bam, bam. Fang Yuan's attacks were full of strength. Although Sun Shirhan had some strength path foundation, how could it compare to Fang Yuan's immense investment in the strength path? After several moves, he was beaten on the floor again, lying there as he was punched and kicked. Wolf King is amazing, although he is an enslavement path master. His strength path foundation is very strong. Everyone was shocked. Great fight. I had wanted to thrash this scoundrel cunning gentleman long ago. Some of the army's higher-ups smirked. Chang Shan Yin, you think I am easy to bully? Sun Shirhan was thrashed until his body felt pain all over. His head was in a daze as his heart was filled with rage and humiliation. You still have the strength to speak. Fang Yuan snorted as he unleashed another round of punches. Sun Shirhan was beaten to a pulp. He vomited blood as his front teeth all fell off. Even the teeth at the back of his mouth were shaking. Wolf King is so ruthless. Sun Shirhan is a rank for expert after all. To think he was beaten defenseless, what a weakling. Stupid. He made a poison vow and could not use Gu worms. In terms of close combat, Wolf King is an enslavement pathmaster. He would definitely be suppressed by Sun Shirhan. The discussions became louder, be it Chang Shan Yin or Sun Shirhan. They were people with great authority. Right now they were brawling it out. Such a scene was rare. Everyone was watching with bright eyes. Sun Shirhan heard the comments and felt humiliated. He almost gritted his teeth off, although he barely had any left. He wanted to resist, but neither his strength nor moves were Fang Yuan's match. He could not take a thrashing. Endure. I must endure. If I use a Gu, I would truly lose. I need to wait for Alliance Leader to come and uphold justice for me. Chang Shan Yin will get it. Sun Shirhan screamed in his heart. Alliance Leader is here. Greetings to Lord Alliance Leader. The surrounding people went into chaos as they quickly gave way. He Lulan, Hao Ji Lu and others came to the area. Seeing this, He Lulan frowned as he asked Fang Yuan coldly, "What is going on?" Sun Shirhan's body shuddered. Using a mystical source of strength, he struggled as he crawled up and shouted, "Alliance Leader, please seek justice for me." Plop! Before he finished, Fang Yuan stepped on his head as he used great force, causing Sun Shirhan's entire face to sink into the soil. He Lulan shouted loudly, "Stop it! Wolf King, what are you doing?" He is revolting. He is revolting. Sun Shirhan shouted loudly. His mouth was filled with soil as he spoke unclearly. Fang Yuan sneered, exerting strength and stepping 3 times, burying Sun Shirhan's voice in the soil. Sun Shirhan's nose and mouth were blocked. His head also suffered a great hit. He felt dizzy and suffocation. His limbs struggled wildly, but he could do nothing against Fang Yuan's strength. He Lulan's face turned pitch black like charcoal. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a dagger, staring coldly at him and the Gu masters behind him. Can't you all see what I am doing? I am thrashing him. He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan angrily, shouting, "Wolf King, give me a clear explanation." Why did you beat him up? Are you really trying to rebel? Fong Yuan laughed in disdain, saying slowly, No need to be angry, hey tribe leader. If I wanted to rebel, why would I need to make such a din? Saying so, he let go of Sun Shirhan. Sun Shirhan lost the pressure and bounced up, desperately gasping for air like he was suffocating. But Fong Yuan stepped again, this time on his right cheek. Sun Shirhan used both his hands to pull Fong Yuan's feet, but he was already weak and out of energy. Just like this, he was stepped on the face by someone in public. His reputation was ruined. Fong Yuan said slowly and casually, Although I have not thought of rebelling, I do not want any schemes or plots to fall on my wife and children. During the battle, I will do my part and fight with my full strength. By then, if they die, that would be their honor to die on the battlefield. Since I, Wolf King, have joined the He army, I would not change my stance just because of relationships. However, saying so, he raised his head as he laughed arrogantly. It is your own business to be suspicious, that has nothing to do with me. All the mutated beast groups that I want are exchanged using my battle merit. This is a fair trade. I have never owed you anything. Hey tribe leader, if you are suspicious of me, you can take away the mutated beast wolf groups and not let me control them. In the future battle, I swear in the name of the Wolf King, I will still go all out. You? He Lulan was furious. Fong Yuan ignored his threat, and in fact, threatened him instead. Being suspicious is your problem. You can keep the mutated wolves to yourselves. If we lose the battle, that will be your responsibility. Can He Lulan not give them to him? He had the great strength, true martial physique. Even if he used dark limit immortal goo, he was starting to feel the inability to suppress it. He needed a strength path immortal goo to advance to goo immortal realm. However, Wolf King created a din and made everyone know about this. If he did not give him the mutated beast group, what would the army think of him? They would think that He Lulan refused to utilize Wolf King despite him being here. Like the saying goes, a man being used cannot be suspected while a suspected man cannot be used. If he loses the battle, everyone would begrudge He Lulan. Good. You are amazing, Wolf King. He Lulan's gaze was cold. He laughed out of anger. Of course I know the Wolf King's loyalty, but why did you beat up Sun Shirhan? He is your alliance mate. The enemy is before us. Yet you engage in internal scuffle. What are you trying to do? He. Fong Yuan shrugged. This is my fault. Because this Sun Shirhan looks way too ugly, he made my heart feel bad. Thus, I thrashed him and adjusted his appearance for him. As expected, he looks much better now. This was my personal action. I will take responsibility for it. According to the rules, I have to compensate Sun Shirhan 10,000 battle merits. No worries. I will compensate him. Sun Shirhan heard this and his anger rushed to his brain. He vomited out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The words made all the Goo Master experts present unable to hold in their laughter. It was too satisfying. There were many who were unhappy with this scoundrel Sun Shirhan. Fong Yuan's assault was truly soothing their hearts. Even Tai Bai Yun Shang's gaze towards Fong Yuan turned to admiration. He felt that although this Chong Shan Yin was ruthless, he did not strike at his family, but still maintained his righteousness and standpoint. He had his limits and was a true man. He Lulan's expression turned even darker. Sun Shirhan was his man. Fong Yuan beating him up in public was also slapping He Lulan's face. Fong Yuan said it easily, but his battle merits were still in the negative. But what could He Lulan do? To deal with Lu tribe army, he needed to rely on the Wolf King's strength. Threatening the Wolf King was to make him carry the sin of killing his own tribesmen, so that his reputation would be affected, allowing He Lulan to control him more easily. But since threats had no effect, He Lulan only had one option left. That was to comply. The mornings of northern plains were getting colder. White frost covered the grassland, and people blew out vapor when they breathed. The two armies, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, were confronting each other. Banners fluttered in the sky and the troops' formation were as dense as forests. Lu tribe and He tribe had rested and reorganized for over a dozen days after the first battle before sending the war letter, and today they both came out to battle once again. Second brother, you went out the previous time. It is my turn now. Mo Kwang restlessly shouted and impatiently charged towards the front. Mo Kwang's white hair fluttered. His black skin and panther-like eyes shone. His momentum was thunderous as he shouted, "Who seeks death? This black barbarian again." He tribe's higher-ups felt anger and fear at the sight of Mo Kwang. In the battle before, many rank 4 Gu masters had lost their lives at Mo Kwang's hands. Mo Kwang's brutal fighting style caused people to be fearful. He Lulan scoffed, his expression much relaxed than before. He looked at the 2 new faces in the main tent. "Who among you would like to go first?" These 2 were Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. Their name of Demonic Path's twin demons was spread far and wide. In their early days, Demonic Path's twin demons had received Tai Bai Yunshang's grace and swore to repay him. Not long ago, Tai Bai Yunshang used a letter Gu to try calling them. And a few days ago, they took the initiative to side with He tribe army. The addition of the 2 of them immediately filled the gap between He tribe and Lu tribe army and allowed He tribe's higher-ranked strength to be free from the previous strained circumstances. Demonic Path's twin demons were inseparable, but the rule of the challenge was that every side could only send 1 person to battle. The 2 glanced at each other, already having discussed according to the intel He tribe had given them. Zhu Zai stood up and slightly bowed. "I shall go." He Lulan nodded. Mo Kwang stared at Zhu Zai's arrival, revealing a happy expression. "A rank for peak stage, good. But you don't look that impressive. I hope you won't go down with just a few punches." Zhu Zai snorted and activated a Gu. His body then rapidly charged forward like an artillery shell. Mo Kwang stood at the spot while licking his dried lips, prepared to receive the attack. Boom! Zhu Zai ruthlessly smashed against Mo Kwang, creating an explosive sound like that of crackling thunder. The berserk collision of strength resulted in Zhu Zai retreating several steps while Mo Kwang was directly sent flying. "Third brother, be careful. This person is Zhu Zai of the Demonic Path's twin demons. He cultivates Strength Path." Lu Wenwu reminded in a loud voice from the main tent. "Ha ha ha, Strength Path Gu Master? Great. I like fighting with such exciting opponents." Mo Kwang spurted out blood from the injury. He jumped up from the ground, the injury making him more excited instead. A crazed look appeared on his coal-like inky black skin. A loud sound echoed. His aura started surging and Mo Kwang charged towards Zhu Zai. Courting death. Zhu Zai smiled sinisterly as he pounced forward as well. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 sides engaged in close combat. Their attacks were so fierce and heavy that the collision produced a series of explosive sounds. Mo Kwang was a Chi Path Gu master and was using his weakness to fight the enemy's strong point. But he unexpectedly was not in a disadvantage while fighting such an intense battle with the Strength Path Gu master Zhu Zai. Strange. Could it be that this Mo Kwang cultivates both Qi and Strength Path? He tribe camp was in a state of shock. It is not like that. Mo Kwang looks like he is fighting close combat, but in truth, his punches are not really landing physically. Instead, he has a translucent Qi armor over his body which he explodes by using Qi explosion Gu at the same time, creating an explosive strength comparable to Strength Path. Cunning Gentleman Sun Shirhan said in a solemn voice. He was specialized in investigating and with careful observation, he managed to see through the trick Mo Kwang was playing. By synergizing with Qi Explosion Gu, Qi Armor Gu became a weapon that could both attack and defend. Gu masters relied on their wits to use Gu. Often, the coordination of different Gu worms could form a complementing effect. This Mo Kwang is really fierce. This is the first time I saw someone actually suppressing Brother Zhu Zai head-on. Gao Yang's expression was solemn. He had been observing the battle since the start. He was extremely familiar with Zhu Zai and understood Zhu Zai was already using almost all his strength. But the enemy, however, was moving so easily and was clearly much relaxed. Suddenly, the mad growl of a boar exploded in the air. The beast phantom of a grand emperor boar that was as large as an elephant and had awe-inspiring might appeared in the air. Grand Emperor Boar was a mutated boar. Its strength could not be looked down on. After dozen or so moves, Zhu Zai finally unleashed a beast phantom. Instantly, His offensive power rose sharply, and Emo Kwang was caught unprepared as the huge strength struck him and sent him rolling on the ground. Zhu Zai took the chance to chase him and activated his trump card. The Grand Emperor Boar Phantom gradually disappeared from the air before condensing again. Moreover, another 2 Grand Emperor Boar Phantoms also appeared. 3 Grand Emperor Boar Strength. Boom! The enormous strength burst out, causing Zhu Zai's every punch to create sonic booms. Emo Kwang felt a sense of crisis and laughed madly. Interesting. Come. I will show you my true strength. He activated his movement goo and swiftly flew up, easily dodging the attack of Zhu Zai's 3 Boar Strength. Zhu Zai's punch landed on the ground, creating a huge crater with stones and mud flying everywhere. Emo Kwang's white hair fluttered in the air as he hovered in the air. He then sent punches after punches towards Zhu Zai. Ora! Fist chi smashed down like a meteor rain. Zhu Zai kept on dodging while also striking back and destroying these fist chi. But soon after, he was falling into a disadvantage. Facing a chi path opponent, Zhu Zai's strength path's most common weakness started becoming obvious. He was not like Fang Yuan, who had strength chi gu. Zhu Zai lacked long-range attacking methods, and Emo Kwang was able to quickly suppress him after changing his battle tactics. Not good. Brother Zhu Zai won't be able to hold on if he keeps on defending. Gao Yang knew Zhu Zai's strengths and weaknesses, and was very anxious at this scene as he immediately asked to be sent to battle. He Lulan also saw the unfavorable situation and immediately agreed. A mere variant human. I will teach you a lesson, Gao Yang softly shouted. Mist started curling around him before condensing into a ribbon that pushed him forward. Don't even think of using numbers as an advantage. Ouyang Baisang snorted and moved almost at the same time. His speed was very fast, intercepting Gao Yang midway. Gao Yang was concerned about Zhu Zai and did not even have any thoughts of fighting Ouyang Baisang as he activated Cloud Rope Goo from a distance. Milky white mist surged around Ouyang Baisang before condensing into a rope which firmly bound him. Gao Yang was specialized in defense and pinning down enemies, while Zhu Zai was specialized in attacking and investigation. The cooperation between the two complemented each other very well. Ouyang Baisang struggled. The cloud rope shook and broke before condensing again, and actually had the signs of multiplying. Ouyang Baisang was furious as he started transferring his primeval essence into Azura Zombie Goo in his aperture and transforming into a zombie. With the transformation into Azura Zombie, his defense and strength surged rapidly. Ouyang Baisang growled and completely broke the cloud rope with 3 times the strength. He stamped his foot and flew to the air, blocking Gao Yang again. Azura Zombie was one of the 5 great flying zombie goo. It naturally had the ability to fly. Gao Yang simply did not want to tangle with Ouyang Baisang. His brows furrowed deeply as he looked at Ouyang Baisang blocking him again, and knew the other wanted to provide time for Emo Kwang to kill Zhu Zai. At this thought, he directly activated his trump card goo. Rank 5, Treacherous Cloud Wave Goo. His primeval sea rapidly fell down, almost lowering by half. A gray cloud that was as big as a carriage surged with dark red light floating inside, and rapidly flew towards Ouyang Baisang. Ouyang Baisang moved around and dodged few times, but this cloud followed him like a shadow and finally covered him. The instant Ouyang Baisang was struck by Treacherous Cloud Wave Goo, he felt his sense of direction was lost. His mind seemed to work extremely slowly, and his thoughts were slowed down by many times. He could not differentiate which way was east and which was west, and even lost the sense of up and down, left and right. For a moment, as he was covered in the gray cloud, he was like a headless fly that was tossing around in the sky. Emo Kwang. Don't be too rampant. Gao Yang left Ouyang Baisang and finally was able to reinforce Zhu Zai in time. The two combined their strength, and with their deep tacit understanding, even Emo Kwang, who was fierce and fearless, was being gradually suppressed. But the 3 had exchanged no more than over 20 moves when they heard Ouyang Baisang's shout, Azura Transformation! Instantly, 6 thick arms which looked like they were casted in bronze stretched out through the gray cloud. From outside, one could vaguely see the figure, inside the gray cloud, inflating like a balloon. Ouyang Baisang used his killer move, his battle strength exploding by several times. His body shook, shaking the dim and lightless gray cloud into dispersing. "You despicable scoundrels, die!" Ouyang Baisang was thoroughly furious as he flew into the air and attacked Gao Yang and Zhu Zai with Mo Shikuang. With such an expert joining the battle, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were forced to passively defend. The situation had dramatically turned into that of a crisis. Alliance leader, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai are experts we must have. We cannot let them die like this. Tai Baiyun Shang saw the situation had turned bad and immediately spoke up. "Sir's words are reasonable." He Lulan was solemn and suddenly stood up from his seat. Although Gao Yang and Zhu Zai had joined them, He tribe was still weaker than Lu tribe in terms of higher ranked strength. He Lulan waved his hand, and just like what he saw Fang Yuan doing, sent the order for an all-out war. The command was sent and the army began to move. Lu Wenwu sneered. "You could not win in Expert's Challenge and now come to gang up. Good. I will accompany you." Bugles rang and war drums shook the battlefield. Lu tribe army also moved out. Two sides, both with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, surged towards the other like a torrent. The distance between the two armies was quickly cut down, and when they were few hundred steps afar, Gu masters began to attack almost at the same time. For a moment, large numbers of pill fire, icicles, bone spears and wind blades shot towards the enemies. Light armors, bone shields, water barriers, and all kinds of defensive abilities were also activated. The originally simple scene had turned into a gorgeous painting of all colors. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks from both sides landed on each other almost at the same time. Like a rainstorm falling down on the lake, ripples started spreading. Only a few Gu masters with bad luck died or were heavily injured in the intense storm of attack. Most of the Gu masters continued to attack till the army of the both sides collided. Like the collision of two torrents, blood splattered and chaos descended. At once, even Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, Mo Shikuang, and Ouyang Baisang's battles were interrupted by the huge influx of people. The two armies intertwined completely, as fighting sounds erupted and filled the heavens. Waterfall Gu. In the chaotic battle, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu pushed with his palms as a great current burst forth, sweeping the Gu masters in front of him irregardless of alliance. Great Tornado Gu. A large dark green tornado over tens of meters tall swept the battlefield. Everywhere it went, humans and beasts flew into the air as they lost their balance. The tornado dispersed and revealed Chang Biao within. He was floating in the air with his green robe. He had an overwhelming aura. He and Hao Ji Lu were not far away. Naturally, the two rank 4 experts made eye contact with each other. The next moment, there were no trash talks, they fought immediately. A flash of golden lightning pierced the battlefield. All the He tribe Gu masters in its path lost their lives. The golden light dispersed, and a stoic man with broad shoulders and thin waist appeared. It was Pei Yen Fei. Chang Shan Yin, today, I will behead you and take revenge for what happened back then. Pei Yen Fei was overflowing with battle intent. Fire was burning within him when suddenly, his gaze concentrated and he activated his defensive Gu in time. Behind him, a lump of shadow exploded. The shadow was deep and profound, turning into multiple sword shadows as it attacked his back, causing Pei Yen Fei to sway violently. "It's you, Shadow Sword Expert." Pei Yen Fei stabilized his footing as he looked at the Gu master who attacked him, his gaze becoming serious. Yan Xixien, who had a black veil covering her face, laughed. "Lord Pei Yen Fei is too courteous." She spoke very respectfully, but her actions were not. The black shadow swords appeared again like a windmill, engulfing Pei Yen Fei. "Then I shall kill you first." Pei Yen Fei laughed loudly as he charged forward. "Our battle has not ended. Where are you two going?" Ouyang Baisang, Mo Shikuang came before the demonic path twin demons. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai felt bitter. They could only continue and engage in battle with Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shikuang. As the Gu master experts continued fighting, their battle rings formed into distinct areas, and the chaotic battlefield gradually became clear. Tens of large battle rings were filled with rank 4 to 5 experts. Outside the large rings, There were small battle rings with rank 3 Gu Masters as the main strength. Outside the small rings, low-rank Gu Masters form into groups as they fought together in teams. As the main commander, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu were sitting in their main tents, observing the battle situation. At times, they gave orders and dispatched their elite troops to areas of the battlefield to stabilize the situation or to pursue their advantage. The giant battlefield soon gave off the thick scent of blood. Gu Masters continued to fall. Some were turned into icicles, while others were charred. Some were torn to pieces while others were poisoned to death. The clean grassland became a weird monster, devouring fresh blood and life every minute and second. The battle was so intense. After a while, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu were both breaking out in cold sweat. Large numbers of casualties made their hearts turn cold. The intensity of battle made people's hearts go numb. To maintain the situation, the two quickly dispatched their trump cards, the elite troops. Only the Black Banner elite troops and Grand White elite were left to control the area. As time flowed, deaths and injuries became less. After all, the explosive strength only appeared at the start. By now, Gu Masters experienced intense primeval essence expenditure and were starting to reduce their usage. This way, the battle intensity started to decrease. The battle entered a stalemate. The two armies were like two giants competing at equal strength. Either side could snowball from a tiny advantage until they emerged victorious and become the winner of the battlefield. Our higher-level battle strength are doing well. Wolf King, now that the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu is in your hands, together with the mutated beast wolf group, the rest will be up to you. He Lulan transmitted with his Gu worm. At the start of the battle, Fong Yuan was already not in the main tent, but lurking somewhere on the battlefield. His exact location was not known by He Lulan either. Fong Yuan received He Lulan's words, but he did not reply. He mobilized the wolf group and started to sprint in two directions. Lu tribe Gu Masters subconsciously chased after them, but this way, the tight formation was loosened. Howl! A group of over 800 mutated beast wolf group, comprising white eyes wolves, blood forest wolves, frenzy wolves, shark fin wolves. The wolf group was like a sharp arrow, shooting out and piercing towards Lu tribe's main camp. Fong Yuan's attack was a fatal blow. It was vicious and cruel, striking at the enemy's vital points. A group of mutated beasts reinforcement as expected, huh? Lu Wenwu looked at the charging wolves that disrupted his formation. Large numbers of Gu Masters lost their lives to the wolves as he frowned deeply. He tribe's Gu Immortal supplying mutated wolves was information easy to obtain. It was no secret. Lu Wenwu was unfazed. He had Lu tribe's Gu Immortals backing him as well. Along with the entire Lu tribe, he had his ways of dealing with this mutated beast wolf group. Bei Chao Chuan, it is time to strike. Lu Wenwu instructed the Gu Master beside him. Bei Chao Chuan was expressionless, standing up from his seat as he frowned. I can only last for 7 minutes. Lu Wenwu nodded. No worry, go ahead. Bei Chao Chuan walked out of the main tent, his primeval essence rapidly expending as he activated the Gu worm that he had obtained not long ago. The refreshing aura of grass and wood spread from his body for a radius of 100 li. All the grass within the range of this aura grew wildly. In a few breaths' time, they grew taller than a man's height. The large blades of grass intertwined, forming rank 2 grass soldier puppets. Soon there were 1,000 grass soldier puppets. Bei Chao Chuan activated his Gu worm as a jade-colored light rained down. The grass puppets were bathed in the green rainwater, as a portion of them advanced to rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers. At the same time, the rank 2 grass puppets were still growing. Bei Chao Chuan activated his Gu worm again, as an orange wind blew on the grassland. As the wind blew, a portion of the rattan shellgrass soldiers advanced into the rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. The empty central camp quickly was filled with an army of grass soldiers. At once, it became the most densely packed area in the battlefield. The charging mutated wolf group was obstructed by these obstacles. Fong Yuan frowned. He manipulated wholeheartedly. He hid on the back of the blood forest wolf, his body cloaked in the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. It was like a green-gray wolf skin cape. The lurking soul coat Gu was indeed amazing. It concealed Fong Yuan's soul and allowed him to strike with his full strength. But at this time, Fang Yuan felt that he was battling against an enslavement pathmaster. Bei Chao Chuan manipulated the grass soldier army as tears overflowed his face. He now had two souls in one body. In order to defeat Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, Bei tribe's elder Bei Chao Sheng sacrificed himself and entrusted his soul to Bei Chao Chuan. Using Lu Wenwu's Gu Worm, Bei Chao Chuan absorbed the power of Bei Chao Sheng's soul, causing him to gain the attainment of an enslavement pathmaster within this short period of time. Bei Chao Chuan was originally a rank 4 enslavement pathgu master. He was also Bei tribe leader. He had the resources of a clan. His soul foundation was not weak. With Bei Chao Sheng's help, he was like a tiger with wings. His enslavement path battle strength surged. Except that this move had huge repercussions. Because he used another person's soul, Bei Chao Chuan's soul will be impure and he would have memory lapses. He would need to expend huge amounts of spirit and resources, using specialized soul pathgu worms to nourish his soul and heal this problem. But now, in order to defeat He tribe army and take revenge, Bei Chao Chuan could not care less about the aftermath. He tribe had invited Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to mend the gap of their higher-level battle strength. And Lu tribe thought of this method to replenish their lower-level battle strength, raising Bei Chao Chuan's strength to enslavement pathmaster so that he could restrict Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan's mutated beast wolf group was barely resisted by the grass soldier army. We blocked it? Haha! Hey Lu Lan, you are bound to lose. Lu Wenwu saw this and the worry in his heart vanished. He laughed heartily as his voice resounded the battlefield. Damn it! He Lu Lan clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. The situation was terrible. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were in great danger, and the mutated wolf group that he had placed his hope on was restricted at the enemy's camp, unable to progress. Without a choice, he had to mobilize the Black Banner troops. Brothers, it is finally time for us Black Banner to strike. Black Banner commander received this order and shouted excitedly. Black Banner troop was nurtured by He tribe for a long time, the trump card made from expending huge amounts of resources. Once they were deployed, they were like a black blade that stabbed into the battlefield, easily slicing it like tofu. The entire Black Banner troop was reinforced by Battle Wulgu. They were brave and peerless, not afraid of death. They could display 120% of their original strength. Can't control it anymore, huh? Lu Wenwu's eyes shone brilliantly, staring at the Black Banner troop's movements. When he saw the Black Banner troop making a curve around the battlefield, towards his central camp, he instantly understood He Lu Lan's intention. So you are trying to stake it all on this, gathering your advantage and piercing the grass soldier army. Humph! Bei Chao Chuan had such difficulty resisting Chang Shan Yin. If the Black Banner troops appeared, he would definitely fall. By then, He tribe would have a mild advantage and this crucial beast group would be free to attack. Thinking so, Lu Wenwu laughed arrogantly. Your He tribe has Black Banner troops, renowned in northern plains. My Lu tribe also has the Grand White troops of similar magnitude of fame. Black Banner and Grand White's competition had been ongoing for hundreds of years. Let's see who wins today. Under his command, the Grand White troops unleashed one of their 3 killer moves directly. The Grand White troops exploded with a piercing white light. The white light formed into a giant light pillar that pierced into the heavens. The light pillar rose up, but after an instant, it descended from the sky, shooting at the area that the Black Banner troops were advancing towards. The 3 Black Banner commanders saw this familiar killer move and ordered their troops to stay on guard. The light pillar dispersed and the Grand White troops appeared with a tight formation. Grand White troops were foot soldiers, while Black Banner troops rode battle horses. But in terms of mobility, Grand White troops were superior. It was none other than the ability of this killer move. Black Banner troops and Grand White troops started to fight. Ever since they were created, they were opposing forces that had contested for hundreds of years, having victories and losses on both sides. At this moment, the 2 troops engaged in battle and unleashed their killer moves, having no clear advantage on each side. Seeing his final trump card engaged in a deadlock, He Lu Lan's expression turned pitch black. He. Lu Wenwu laughed heartily, feeling great pleasure. His opponent was at his wit's end, but he was in the same situation. However, the grass soldier army could still block the mutated beast wolf group for some time. As for He tribe's higher-level battle force, they had already shown signs of collapsing, especially Gao Yang and Zhu Zai against Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Kuang. Their battle was very obviously showing signs of a victor emerging. Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Kuang. Although they were not skilled at cooperating, they had greater individual strength than their opponents. If Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were fighting 2 against 1, using their great chemistry, they could have a mild advantage. But now they could only be suppressed, defending desperately as they were in a passive situation. Anyone could tell that Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were going to fail very soon. Once they lose, Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Kuang would be like tigers out of a cage. They would start to reinforce other battles. That way, their mild advantage will snowball and accumulate, allowing the entire battle to sway in his favor. Once Lu tribe army gains the advantage, He tribe without any more backup would have no way of winning. They would only be able to watch their opponent grow stronger as they fall into a worse situation. Eventually, the other side will turn advantage into victory, and He tribe army would crumble. He Lulan could see the problem now. He was sweating profusely. He was all alone in the main tent. At this point, he could only rely on his own strength. His body vanished in the main tent, appeared in the air above the grass soldier army. He had the intention of killing Bei Chao Chuan. Since Bei Chao Chuan did not have lurking soul Kotgu, he was easy to distinguish. Once he is killed, the grass soldier army would crumble. That way, this battle would go back into a double offense situation. At the end, it would be like the first battle. They would have to regroup and retreat. Killer move. Dark Vortex. He Lulan had just activated his killer move when a white light appeared before him, showing Lu Wenwu's body. He Lulan was a dark path rank 5, while Lu Wenwu was a light path rank 5. The two had engaged in combat for many times without a clear victor. But this time, the gentleman-like Lu Wenwu showed a mild smile of a victor. Brother Lulan, today's battle depends on a single ray of light. My grass soldier army is going to fall soon, but your higher-level battle strength will falter more quickly. What a pity. Our armies have very close battle strength. We are nearly evenly matched. You are courting death. He Lulan shouted furiously, growling and charging at Lu Wenwu. The two fought as they moved around, exploding with thunderous sounds or brilliant lights. Strange, in my previous life, He tribe defeated Lu tribe, but it seems that Lu tribe has the advantage now. Was it because of me that some weird changes occurred? Fang Yuan hid at a corner as he secretly observed. He was an enslavement strength dual cultivator. He had not displayed his full strength yet. In fact, he had not even displayed his full enslavement path abilities yet. At this moment, the grass soldier army was barely holding on. He just had to show up and unleash the Wolf Howl Gu and rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu to instantly defeat Bei Chao Chuan. But Fang Yuan did not move. He chose to observe. His attention was on Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Kuang. Once he showed up and activated Wolf Howl Gu and rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, there was a huge possibility that the two of them would come after him. Truthfully speaking, Fang Yuan was already accomplished in Strength Path. He was not afraid of fighting Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Kuang together in close combat. But my vision cannot be limited to this battle. The fight for the Imperial Court is a competition among super tribes, a game manipulated by Gu immortals. Once I expose my full strength, even if we win this battle, the other party will definitely target me when they get reinforced by their Gu immortal. By then, I would have no more hidden trump cards left. My grasp over this situation would fall to rock bottom. Fang Yuan's mind was on the Imperial Court. He kept calm at all times and was not disturbed by the dangerous situation ahead of him. In my previous life, how did He tribe defeat Lu tribe? Although the battle is extremely tense now, both sides had not used their trump cards yet. At least I know that Tai Bai Yunsheng has a rank 5 Gu man as before. The less battle strength I expose, the better it is for me. If I strike, it has to be a fatal blow. Now is not the time yet. Fang Yuan's heart was calm, despite this intense battlefield that was filled with corpses and rivers of blood. In his eyes, these casualties were just numbers. In this battle, many people screamed at the deaths of their friends and family. Many people shouted in joy after killing a strong foe. Some Gu masters ran away under the fear of death. Some Gu masters were filled with ambition, wanting to be a person of higher status. Human emotions became riled up in such moments of life and death. They were frenzied, crazy, while arrogant and unrestrained. Observing the ruthless expressions of the people around, hearing their screaming and shouting, Fong Yuan felt a great sense of serenity and peace. His heart was firm like an ancient abyss. There were no ripples on the surface. Fight, kill, a person is born to engage in battle. Win, lose, continue walking on your path by stepping on other people's corpses. Let blood boil. Let sweat flow. The best moment of life is now. Take this. This is my killer move. World-devouring chi. In the battlefield, an explosive and thunderous shout burst out. His voice attracted numerous gazes as everyone subconsciously focused on it. Oh no, let's go! An intense sense of danger assaulted him as Gao Yang shouted, activating his Gu worm and wanting to escape. But the surrounding air was as dense as walls. He could barely move. Mo Shi Kuang floated in the air, opening his hands as his 10 fingers converged before his chest. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai felt a despairing sense of pressure, squashing them from all directions. Their shocked expressions froze on their faces. The feeling of imminent death filled their hearts. Go! Before the moment of death, Zhu Zai burst out the strength of 3 Grand Emperor Boar, piercing a hole on the wall like air. Brother! Gao Yang felt his world spinning. When he reacted, he had already been tossed far away by Zhu Zai, away from the battlefield. As for Zhu Zai, he was squeezed into meat paste by Mo Shi Kuang's killer move, through an intense and concentrated air pressure. Brother! Gao Yang shouted. His heart felt like it was pierced by daggers as tears flowed out of his eyes like a flood. Mo Shi Kuang also vomited a mouthful of blood. Second brother, your killer move is not completed yet. Don't activate it casually. Ouyang Baisang quickly hurried over and held him in the air. Mo Shi Kuang vomited blood as he laughed. What a great battle. I used it without thinking, ha ha ha. Ouyang Baisang shook his head. All right, let's continue killing that Gao Yang. After we resolve the problem here, we will reinforce the other battles. Lu Wenwu, who saw this, laughed. He declared with overwhelming confidence. This is the start of our Lu tribe army's consecutive victories. Brother Lu Lan, you have no way of winning already. Is that so? It was not He Lu Lan who replied him, but Tai Bai Yunshang, who was at another battle ring. Tai Bai Yunshang, who had always been evading attacks, suddenly burst out with great speed as he pulled some distance from his opponent, opening his palms and shooting out a silver beam. The silver beam shone on Zhu Zai's flesh and blood that became meat paste. Rank 5, man as before. In an instant, silver light shone brilliantly, making people close their eyes in response. After the light faded, Zhu Zai reappeared on the battlefield, without any injuries on him, as his primeval sea level was also at its peak. Under the effect of man as before, Zhu Zai returned to the state right before the battle. The shocked expression not only appeared on multiple Gu masters' faces. Even Lu Wenwu, Mo Shi Kuang, and Ouyang Baisang had the same expression. Man as before Gu had an incredible healing effect that made almost everyone feel shocked and speechless. Man as before Gu, time path healing Gu, could return a target to his condition at a point in time. Good! What a great healing Gu! He Lu Lan laughed heartily. He did not expect Tai Bai Yunshang to be concealing such a strong trump card. As long as they had this, He tribe's higher-level battle could drag on for a long time. Good! Now is the time! Fong Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he activated Rank 4 Eagle Rise Gu, flying up into the sky. Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu and Rank 4 Wolf Howl Gu. Fong Yuan opened his mouth and howled, as his voice spread far and wide. Under the effect of the Wolf Howl Gu, all his mutated beasts' bodies expanded. As their eyes turned bright red, their battle strength grew by 5 times. Go! Fong Yuan floated in the air, staring at the battlefield as he muttered. The wolf tide burst out, like a tsunami out of nowhere. Damn it! I can't hold on. Bei Chao Chuan was at his wit's end. He resisted desperately, But the grass soldier army was like a thin piece of paper under the wolf tide. It was torn to shreds without even lasting for a few breaths' time. Bei Chao Chuan did not even manage to escape before a frenzy wolf pounced on him and tore his armor with its sharp teeth, before biting his throat. Bei Chao Chuan resisted with all his strength, sending this frenzy wolf flying. Just as he was about to cover his neck and get up, 3 white-eyed wolves came, and after a struggle, he was a corpse torn into several pieces. The grass soldier army went down. Fang Yuan thus manipulated the wolf group and attacked Grand White troops. Grand White troops were fighting with Black Banner troops. They were stuck in a stalemate as they exchanged blows. Now that the mutated beast wolf group attacked them from behind, they suffered heavy injuries. Ha ha ha! Lu Wenwu, it seems that I have the last laugh. The battle turned in such a sudden direction. He Lulan was overjoyed and surprised. No, I have not lost yet. Lu Wenwu's face was distorted as he shouted frantically, like a gambler who had gone crazy from losing. He turned into a white light, flying towards Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shikuang. Second brother, third brother, he shouted. We are here, big brother. Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shikuang shouted at the same time. Let them see the true strength of us 3 brothers. Lu Wenwu shouted, and without slowing down, directly smashed into Mo Shikuang and Ouyang Baisang. The 2 laughed loudly, their body giving off green and gray light. Green, gray, and white, 3 lights collided. Boom! Light dispersed, and on the spot appeared a human-shaped monster. This monster had 3 heads and 6 arms. It was 20 feet tall with tight muscles and bronze skin. The 3 heads had the appearance of Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Baisang, and Mo Shikuang. Countless people looked on with wide eyes at this freakish scene. I will let you guys know, this is our 3 brothers' killer move. 3 heads, 6 arms. Are you trembling in fear? Let out all your dread. This will be the last moment of your lives. The 3 heads spoke in unison. Humph! Shameless boasting. Gao Yang snorted, activating his treacherous cloud wave goo. A gray cloud shot towards the 3 heads, 6 arms giant. But before it even reached its target, Lu Wenwu's eyes shot 2 light beams that pierced through the cloud. Boom! With a sonic boom, the 3 heads, 6 arms suddenly appeared above Gao Yang. So fast! Gao Yang's pupils shrunk, and from the battle experiences he had cultivated over a long period of time, he quickly activated his defense goo. The monster waved its 2 arms. One arm pierced through the light barrier, while another arm smashed Gao Yang's head like it smashed a watermelon. Next moment, Gao Yang's headless corpse fell down from the sky. Brother! Rage attacked Zhu Zai's heart and made him lose all reasoning, as he ferociously charged towards the monster. Mwahaha! The lamentation of ants. Mo Shikuang's head laughed loudly and lightly flicked his finger towards Zhu Zai. Boom! Chi flow exploded and moved straight through the battlefield with formidable impact force, inflicting injuries for several thousands of steps. Zhu Zai directly exploded from the attack, his blood and crushed bones flying in all directions. The Gu masters who suffered the after effects of the attack were all injured heavily. This power, it has increased by at least 6 times, and the speed has increased by 9 times at least. This 3-people combination, is it combining Azura transformation, the attacking force of Chi Path, and the effects of Light Path? Fang Yuan had an intense urge to battle when he looked at this scene. I have all-out effort goo, and by adding in rank 5 amplify effect goo, I can burst out with 500 June of strength. I wonder who would win if I fight with this monster. But in the next moment, Fang Yuan suppressed his battle intent and flew down, again hiding among the mutated beast group. Man as before goo. At this moment, 2 silver lights shone down. Zhu Zai and Gao Yang resurrected again, restored to their previous state. Old geezer! The monster's 6 eyes were filled with icy glint, killing intent and battle intent, simultaneously charging towards Tai Baiyun Sheng. Tai Baiyun Sheng panically retreated. Although he had man as before goo, he could only use it on others and could not use it on himself. All those that are free, protect Tai Baiyun Sheng. He Lulan hurried to reinforce while shouting to his army, realizing the crux of the battle. Who can stop me? Ouyang Bai Sang's head loftily smiled. Next instant, the monster turned into a ray of green light that shot towards Tai Bai Yun Shang like lightning. Tai Bai Yun Shang was hiding behind others, but no one was able to block the monster as it charged straight, sweeping everything on its path. Anyone that dared to block it, be it goo masters or beasts, would become pools of crushed flesh and bones. Benefactor, leave quickly. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai rushed over, guarding Tai Bai Yun Shang behind them. Cumbersome things. The monster waved its 6 arms so quick that one could only see their afterimage. Thump thump, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were smashed again. Take my soul blade goo. Pan Ping hurried over and activated single blade goo. Soul blade goo successfully activated this time, and the monster's huge body slightly shook, a shallow wound appearing on its chest. A little interesting. The monster laughed coldly. The wound had completely recovered by the time he finished laughing. Afterwards, the monster let out a breath of turbid air. The turbid air detonated and exploded Pan Ping into pieces. Tai Bai Yun Shang, where are you going? The monster howled with laughter, the voices of the 3 heads gradually becoming one. Tai Bai Yun Shang had not moved very far when the monster intercepted in front of him. Swoosh! Waterfall flowed in a torrent and Hao Ji Lu came riding it. The monster pushed forward with all 6 hands and collapsed the water torrent. Hao Ji Lu screamed miserably and flew backwards in a faster speed than he came. Seeing this scene, Bian Xixien, who was charging forward, immediately stopped, not daring to go forward. Dark vortex. He Lulan sped down from the sky, and the giant black sphere that was as large as a hill pressed down. The monster roared, its 6 hands forming into a claw shape and slashing towards the distant black sphere. Killer move, world-devouring chi. The air became as thick as a wall and solid as a mountain. He Lulan's face turned red and purple, but he was not able to continue forward. Following after, air from all around surged and unexpectedly swallowed his killer move. The killer move, which Mo Shirquang could not carry out completely, was suddenly perfected in the monster's hand. Howl! The mutated wolf group rushed over while He Lulan delayed the monster. In an instant, the mutated wolf group had surrounded the monster tightly. A bloody battle broke out. The mutated wolves, which had a strength of rank 4 goo masters, fearlessly initiated a death charge at the monster. Kill, kill, kill. The monster growled repeatedly as it turned into a berserk state and started fighting the mutated wolves. His every movement carried his full power. Light path, chi path and transformation path goo worms jointly attacked with deep tacit cooperation, as if the monster was a cultivator cultivating 3 paths. The mutated wolves died one after another, but the monster's offensive was still as fierce as before. Lord Alliance Leader, let me lend you a hand. At this moment, a Lu tribe goo master hurried over to assist. But in the next moment, he was smashed apart alive by the monster, which had lost its reason. Lord Lu Wenwu has lost his mind. He has become mad. The battlefield was in an uproar and Lu tribe army's morale fell down sharply. My tribe has suffered tremendous losses. We have lost 1/3 of our goo masters. It is time to retreat. How can such an alliance leader be worth us giving up our lives? Let's discuss after we retreat. The casualties have already reached a high level. Retreat now. Don't care about violating the poison vow. The battle had reached such a chaotic state that was beyond everyone's expectation. Deserters started to appear from both He and Lu tribe. The Black Banner troops and Grand White troops that had been managing the army were in an intense fight now. How could they have the energy to spare to suppress these deserters? What to do? He Lulan asked. This monster gave him an extreme headache. Don't worry. Killer moves have astonishing might, but their consumption of primeval essence is also enormous. Moreover, this killer move clearly has a defect. This monster has already lost its reasoning. A powerful being without intelligence is nothing to worry about. Fong Yuan calmly analyzed, his voice shaking everyone's mind. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, then we have already won this battle, Tai Bai Yun Sheng added. But he had just finished speaking when the unexpected event happened. The three-head, six-arms monster suddenly separated into three people who then charged into three directions. Lu Wenwu and Mo Shikuang's charge missed, but Ouyang Baisang's eyes shone as he shouted, "Chang Shan Yin, I have finally found you. Die!" Their three-people combination into three-head, six-arms monster allowed their souls to mix and their battle strength would raise rapidly. But this state could not be maintained for long. The longer it was used, the more chaotic their memories would become, finally leading them to lose themselves and become a delirious lunatic or become an idiot. When they killed the Gu Master that had come for reinforcement, their minds shook and barely managed to regain a trace of sanity. Relying on this sanity, they planned in making a comeback. Compared to killing Tai by Yunshang, killing Chang Shan Yin would no doubt be much more important. The investigative Gu of these three were not common Gu. By carefully observing the battlefield, they calculated the three places where Fang Yuan was most likely to be hiding. In the end, Ouyang Baisang found Fang Yuan's hiding place. Damn it! If the Wolf King dies, the Wolf Group will crumble apart. Lu Tribe's army will be able to turn around the situation, and it will instead become my army's defeat. Seeing Ouyang Baisang pouncing at Chang Shan Yin with a sinister smile, He Lulan shouted inwardly as he crazily rushed to assist, but he was still late. Die! Ouyang Baisang unexpectedly still had enough primeval essence left to activate Azura transformation again. Wolf King is finished. Sun Shirhan was afraid but also happy. Bad. Chang Shan Yin is going to die. Tai Bai Yunshang and others had pale expressions. Father! Chang Ji Yu shouted in desperation. However, the person in question, Fang Yuan, had a strange smile on his face as he saw Ouyang Baisang's attack. Rank 4 Eagle Raise Gu and Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu. A pair of eagle wings suddenly grew out of Fang Yuan's back and took him towards the sky with 5 times the speed. Ouyang Baisang was dazed for a second before he hurried chased, shouting, "Don't even think of escaping!" But his speed was not enough and he could only look on as the gap between them spread apart. "Let me!" Lu Wenwu shouted and turned into a white light that rapidly charged over. But Fang Yuan nimbly turned around and dodged. Mo Shikuang also rushed over at this moment, chasing and intercepting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was extremely deft at times. He was like a butterfly passing through the flowers. At times he was like a lightning. At times he was like a light wind. And at times he was like a ghost, playfully circling the three. This is master-level flying skill. Everyone looked at this sight with dumbfounded gazes. Gu masters raised Gu, used Gu and refined Gu. No matter which aspect, they were all profound and vast. It was clearly the same Gu that they were using, but some Gu masters could use them brilliantly, elevating it to a level of art. People often called these individuals masters. I had never thought that Wolf King was not only an enslavement pathmaster but also flying master. Everyone looked for a while and let go of their worries, exclaiming in surprise. "Wolf King, don't run if you dare," Ouyang Baisang shouted. "Chang Shan Yin, if you have any guts, come exchange 300 moves with me." Mo Shikuang roared in fury. "Damn it!" Lu Wenwu gnashed his teeth, his heart already sinking to the bottom. Fang Yuan's flying skills left them in the dust. What made them even more vexed was that Fang Yuan was unexpectedly separating his thoughts in controlling the wolf group to slaughter Lu tribe army, while dodging them. Oh, for heaven's sake! If I knew you could fly this skillfully, why would we need to fight to this extent? Looking at Fang Yuan's skillful maneuvers, He Lulan felt some resentment in his heart. As for the Lu tribe three brothers, they were completely speechless. Lu Wenwu lost. It was an indignant loss, but this was the truth. It would not change because of his feelings. Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Baisang, Mo Shikuang all had flying abilities. But in terms of flying attainment, they could not compare to Fang Yuan. The sky was different from the ground. People could fly freely in the air, up, down, left, right. They could dodge in all directions and fly everywhere. But on the ground, there was much less space for evasion. No matter how Lu Wenwu and gang tried to block him, they could do nothing to Fang Yuan. Meanwhile, as Fang Yuan dodged, he mobilized the wolf army to slaughter Lu tribe's army. Lu Wenwu and gang had no choice but to give up on chasing Fang Yuan, turning to kill the wolf group and helping the low-rank Gu masters. But this was what He Lulan, Fang Yuan and others wanted to see. Using Wolf Kings or the mutated wolf group to expended the Lu tribe three brothers' precious primeval essence was very worth it. It was very advantageous to Fang Yuan as well. As long as a Gu master did not advance to immortal realm, their primeval essence would be limited. Once they expend their primeval essence, their battle strength would decrease drastically and hit rock bottom. The wolf tide came again and again. The more wolves the Lu tribe three brothers killed, the more primeval essence they used up. The wolf group scale was huge, it was never-ending. Eventually, Lu tribe three brothers killed until their primeval essence was depleted. By the time they had to preserve their primeval essence, they would no longer be able to battle freely. He tribe's higher-level battle strength finally had something to do as they suppressed the three of them. He Lulan, today, I did not lose to you, but I lost to Tai by Yun Shang and Chang Shanin. Lu Wenwu's hair was messy as his body was covered in injuries. He no longer had his gentlemanlike attitude as he shouted indignantly. He felt that, with their three brothers' killer move 3 heads 6 arms, they had great battle strength and could suppress the battlefield. If back then, they got to Fang Yuan and used their supreme speed to kill Fang Yuan, the wolf group would have collapsed and He tribe would have lost. But Tai by Yun Shang had the rank 5 healing Gu man as before. The effect was godly. It greatly weakened the effectiveness of their killer move. When they were left with no choice and chased after Wolf King, they found that the enslavement master Chang Shanin was actually a motherfucking flying master. The three brothers could not catch him. They could only watch the battle crumble. Eventually, Lu tribe lost and was chased down by He tribe. They suffered great losses and countless people surrendered. As the alliance leader, Lu Wenwu and others were captured after their primeval essence was depleted. He tribe and Lu tribe had always been competing. The two super tribes had a tense relationship. It was well known in northern plains. Now, He tribe only captured Lu Wenwu and others and did not kill them. They wisely sought for a great amount of battle reparation from Lu tribe. Lu Wenwu was one of Lu tribe's prospective Gu immortals. If he was killed, the bottom line of this imperial court contest's rules would be infringed. More importantly, although He tribe won, it was a tragic victory and they suffered huge losses as well. Without Lu Wenwu to bargain for huge amounts of compensation, just ordinary battle gains would not allow He tribe to regain their strength. This was very disadvantageous for their future battles for the imperial court. 3 days later, Lu tribe's envoy came and brought all of the Lu tribesmen and the tribes that submitted to them back into the Blessed Land. As for the tired and heavily damaged He tribe army, they set up camp and managed the people who surrendered, reforming their alliance and collating the battle gains, giving out resources and digesting the spoils of war. In the large lizard house Gu, Fang Yuan sat on the cushion as he cultivated intently. A rank 4 wolf soul Gu appeared out of his body through his will. The wolf soul Gu was only thumb size. It was like a tiny gray wolf-shaped doll. It floated in the air as it was covered in an eerie blue light. The primeval sea level in Fang Yuan's aperture dropped as primeval essence was injected into the wolf soul Gu, causing it to expand rapidly. Howl! Wolf soul Gu expanded and turned into a pure gray wolf soul, as large as an elephant. Next, the wolf soul opened its mouth and howled soundlessly, crashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. How could a 1,000-man soul be so easily affected? The wolf soul crashed on his 1,000-man soul, and immediately froze, suppressed by his 1,000-man soul. The two souls tangled as they turned into mist. A moment later, the wolf soul fused into the 1,000-man soul and reappeared. At this moment, the 1,000-man soul had a long pair of wolf ears on its head. Its body was thinner than Fang Yuan's body, and its nose also became sharper. The only part that had not changed were its long hair, eyes, and tail. Ever since the Imperial Court competition, I have been using Wolf Soul Gu daily to refine my soul. Now, I have achieved small success. My soul is around 30% Wolfman soul. Once he fully converts to Wolfman soul, his control over the wolf group would experience another qualitative change. Not only would the numbers increase greatly, he would be able to command them like an extension of his limbs, controlling them would require a mere thought. After an intense battle, his soul's tiredness and weariness would also be lower. But according to this speed, by the time I completely refine the Wolfman soul, the Imperial Court contest would be over already. I only have rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu, the efficiency is way too slow. Fang Yuan sighed. If he had rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu, that would be better compared to Fang Yuan's current situation. But rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu was like a grown man using a tiny knife to chop a tree. In truth, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was already very fast. Ordinary Gu masters needed to spend at least 20 to 30 years to reach his level. Even a genius Gu master with a clan support could only be like Dongfang Yuliang, reducing the time needed to 10 years. Fang Yuan had Danghun Mountain, his soul foundation grew at rocket speed. His point of view was obviously different. If I can get that thieving heaven inheritance and obtain Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted to this. But a moment later he stopped this thought. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain was corroded by the gruel mud continuously. There was only a small mountain left now. His current objective was to save Danghun Mountain. As for Luopa Valley, he could only search for it after the Imperial Court contest ends. While Fang Yuan was cultivating, Chang Biao brought an Shui Tong and Chang Jiyu to the door of the large lizard house Gu. I am Chang Biao. I was summoned by Lord Wolf King. Chang Biao's voice was low and polite. He respectfully informed the guarding Gu master. The 2 rank 3 Gu masters had a plain expression as they stood by the door. One answered, Lord Wolf King is cultivating now. We cannot enter the Gu house to inform him. You will have to wait. Hee, that is only natural. Chang Biao laughed, trying to conceal the bitterness and dreariness in his heart. He and Chang Shan-yin had a huge grudge. He would not be willing to submit to He tribe. Originally, he wanted to go to Lu tribe, but Lu tribe wanted him to give up his family name and join Lu tribe. This request was impossible for Chang tribesmen and the elders to accept. Chang tribe was a large-sized tribe. Once they gave up their family name and became Lu tribesmen, Chang tribe would cease to exist. Furthermore, He Lu Lan captured Lu when Wu alive, and in order to appeal to the most important person Chang Shan-yin, he added in the condition of taking over Chang tribe among the battle reparation. Thus, Chang tribe became the sacrificial lamb in Lu and He tribe's transaction. If Chang tribe did not submit to He tribe, they would be assaulted by He tribe's army. Forced by both tribes, Chang tribe had no choice but to lower their heads to He Lu Lan, becoming He tribe's captives. Chang Shan-yin and Chang tribe's enmity was known to all. After He Lu Lan captured Chang tribe, he let Fang Yuan deal with them completely. After Fang Yuan got the news, he expressed his gratitude to He Lu Lan. But in fact, he did not care about it. He was only using Chang Shan-yin's identity in order to enter the Imperial Court Blessed Land. Wolf King's grudges had nothing to do with him. But if he settled this casually, it would not fit his current status and people would get suspicious. Thus, Fang Yuan informed Chang tribe's current leader Chang Biao to meet him. Chang Biao waited from evening to midnight. At this period of time, Northern Plains nights were extremely cold. Chang Biao and the others had their Gu worms confiscated. The primeval essence in their apertures could not resist the cold. Under the blowing night wind, they were shivering from the cold. Chang Biao kept a calm expression, but an Shui Tong was very guilty. She could not conceal the worry in her heart. Chang Jiyu was young and at the peak of his health. Although his nose was red from the cold, and his body was shivering, his eyes were shining brightly with excitement. All his life, he had been hearing about the Wolf King Chang Shan-yin and his great deeds. Everyone called him the hero's son. He was gifted this unique status from birth. This gave him great worries, pride, trouble, and even chance encounters. When he had first heard about Wolf King Chang Shan-yin being alive and had returned, but wanted to exact revenge on Chang tribe, he had very complicated feelings. When he found out that he was going to battle his father, his intense battle intent wavered. During the earlier meeting, Chang Shan-yin did not appear. In fact, he went to bash up Sun Shirhan. This made Chang Ji feel disappointed but also great admiration. After Lu tribe lost, he became a captive, but that made him sigh in relief. He no longer needed to fight with his father. Right now, after Lu tribe lost, he was going to meet his real father, Chang Ji was very excited in his heart. Even though he was outside shivering and suffering from the weather, it could not freeze the hot-bloodedness in him. The person who gave me everything, my father. What kind of person are you? He was very curious, but he also felt a bit lost and anxious. After using 3 wolf soul goo, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. The sound of the icy wind blowing outside the window could be heard in the warm room. Fang Yuan purposely gave Chang Biao a display of authority. After counting the time that had passed, he knew it was time. Thus, he transmitted his message while controlling the large lizard house goo and opened the doors. Lord Wolf King has finished his cultivation. He will meet you now. The goo master guards outside received the transmission and said expressionlessly. Chang Biao's breathing paused. He felt great trepidation as he walked in first, with heavy footsteps. If Wolf King found out the truth, then he would die without a proper corpse. His reputation would be ruined. Even if Wolf King did not find out the truth, as long as he wanted revenge, killing the whole of Chang tribe would only be a sentence worth of work. Being meat on the chopping block, this was the helplessness of being in this world. Fang Yuan looked at the 3 people kneeling before him. Chang Biao lowered his head, gritting his teeth, while Enai Shuetong had a pale expression and was shivering. As for Chang Jiyu, he was breathing roughly, but he took peeks at Chang Shan-in at times, showing an excited expression. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. The laughter was heard by all 3 of them, causing them to shudder. Chang Biao shut his eyes. His heart had sank to rock bottom. He was waiting for judgment. Enai Shuetong almost collapsed on the ground weakly, but Chang Jiyu was very agitated. This was father's laughter. He felt a strong sense of warmth from this laugh. Fang Yuan observed Chang Biao and the others' expressions fully. Fang Yuan knew about Wolf King Chang Shanyin's matters mostly from his biography. He did not know the true culprit behind Wolf King's situation. But even if he found out, he would not bother taking revenge for the dead Wolf King. He was Fang Yuan, the so-called Chang Shan-in was merely a mask. From today onwards, I will be Chang tribe's one and only supreme elder. Fang Yuan spoke, breaking the silence. Chang Biao's body shuddered. He opened his eyes and quickly bowed. Chang Biao pays respect to Lord Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan nodded. We need to investigate the matters from back then thoroughly. But now is not the time. We have to wait till the Imperial Court contest ends. From today onwards, I will be Chang tribe's sole supreme elder. Chang Jiyu, you will be the tribe leader. Chang Biao will be the number 1 elder. And I Shuetong, our relationship is over. Continue to be Chang Biao's wife. Because of giant son Immortal Venerable's tradition, in Northern Plains, women had lowly status. They were often sold as commodity in transactions. In fact, at times, when an esteemed guest comes to visit, the Lord would send his own wife to the esteemed guest to sleep with him. Ah! Chang Jiyu was stunned on the spot. He froze completely. And I Shuetong did not speak. Chang Biao controlled the shock in his heart. He bowed once again. This subordinate understands. Leave. Fang Yuan waved his hand, sending them away. He had to make good use of his time to continue cultivating. The 3 walked out of the large lizard house goo in a daze, until the cold night wind blew on them and woke them up. I survived just like this? Chang Biao felt endless joy and happiness. But the matter back then was done flawlessly. Even though there are some traces here and there, after all these years the evidences are long gone. Back then I got close to Chang Shan-in on purpose, and became good buddies with him. Now that Chang Shan-in had gone through such a great change, plus it has already been so many years, it is normal for our relationship to turn bland. Chang Biao thought rapidly in his head. The current situation was way better than what he had expected. Although I was demoted from tribe leader to elder, most of my authority is intact. Chang Shan-in still trusts me, seeing that he allowed me to be the number 1 elder. As for making Chang Jiyu the new tribe leader, it shows that he is still caring about his own blood and flesh deeply. As long as he cares about his old relationships and friendships, everything will be easy to resolve. Chang Biao thought and got more energetic. He was dreaming within his own world, and did not notice his wife Enai Shuetong's complicated expression. The old Changshan-in was extremely infatuated with her beauty, but earlier, Changshan-in did not give her even an extra glance. On the way here, she was extremely worried about Changshan-in forcing her to his wife again. That way, she will be separated from her lover Chang Biao. That was too painful. But now, the situation was way better than she had expected. Not only did Changshan-in not pursue the matters back then, he even allowed her to remain as Chang Biao's wife. This was the result that Enai Shuetong was dreaming of earlier. She should be happy, but for some reason, while she still felt some trepidation from earlier, there was also a sense of loss in her that she did not want to admit. As for Chang Jiyu, he was in great joy, confusion, and suspicion. I've finally met father. He was just a few steps in front of me. He is much more authoritative than I imagined. Father did not call me his son, but instead called my name. Is he unaware that I am his flesh and blood? But father, why did he let me become Chang tribe leader? I am so young and only have rank 3 cultivation. Can I do it? I get it. This must be a test from father. He is testing me, this son he had never met. If I can manage the tribe well and achieve outstanding results, will he feel happy and proud? Will he recognize me as his son? Thinking so, Chang Jiyu felt extremely excited. He made up his mind. He would exert all his efforts and perform well in the upcoming fight for the imperial court. Fang Yuan would not expect that his simple arrangements would bring such great emotional changes in Chang Biao and gang. But even if he knew, he would not care. In the 500 years of his past life, Changshan-in helped Ma Hongyun to ascend to the position of the Lord of the Imperial Court. He also had complete control over Chang tribe. Different from Earth, when strength can be accumulated within a person, the stronger one is, the greater their authority would be. At this point, Fang Yuan was no longer the low-rank Gu master on Qingmao Mountain, suppressed and weakened by the system. Right now, he had the authority to manipulate and change the power system of a tribe. One could say he was at the peak of the mortal realm. He knew in his heart, all this was because of the great strength that he had. Right now, my first aperture had already adapted. I can use rank 5 peak stage primeval essence. My second aperture has also reached rank 5 middle stage. My 2 apertures have 90% a grade aptitude. To use my 2 sets of goo worms now, I have ample primeval essence. But enslavement and strength path goo worms are not extremely strong. In terms of strength path, after getting the rank 5 amplify effect goo, my explosive force is already high enough, except that my body is unable to endure the increment in strength. Earlier, when fighting against Lu Wenwu and his brother's combination killer move, 3 heads 6 arms, Fang Yuan could definitely fight against them using his strength path cultivation. But Fang Yuan knew clearly that the moment he unleashed 500 June of strength, regardless of how his opponent will ends up, his own body would definitely crumble first. My bones are impermanence bones. My skin is turtle jade wolf skin. To sustain 500 June of strength, this is not enough. But if I modify my muscles and tendons to accommodate strength path, they would not suit my enslavement path. If I modify them for enslavement path, they will not aid my strength path. The root of the problem is that enslavement and strength have some conflict between them. It is difficult to cultivate them together. It is unlike soul and enslavement path, or soul and wisdom path. This problem had always been troubling Fang Yuan. If he could not resolve this, Fang Yuan's enslavement and strength path would only go far, but would not reach the apex and attain ultimate strength. Although Fang Yuan had information regarding Luopa Valley now, the future was uncertain. Anything could happen. Fang Yuan was a vigilant guy. Before getting Luopa Valley, he would not make up his mind to cultivate soul path. Thus, he needed to perfect his enslavement strength path route now. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and thought about it, before opening them and taking out East Window goo from his aperture. This goo was a storage goo used to store information. It came from Langya Land Spirit. Inside East Window goo, there was information regarding the killer move 3 heads 6 arms. This killer move was extremely powerful. It could allow Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Bai Sang, and Mo Shi Kuang to become a giant monster, increasing their battle strength to a terrifying level. After He tribe defeated Lu tribe, they make requests regarding this killer move. Thus it became a part of the reparation. Thereafter, Fang Yuan exchanged for it using his battle merits. These days, when Fang Yuan was free, he would research about this killer move. When Gu masters use multiple Gu worms at the same time, allowing their effects to merge and cooperate to form greater effects, that would be the so-called Gu master killer move. Killer move 3 heads 6 arms, needed 18 Gu worms to be used at the same time. Gu worms used ranged from rank 3 to 5, the primeval essence expenditure was huge as well. At the same time, 3 Gu masters were needed, one could not activate it alone. This killer move was unusable by Fang Yuan. But that did not mean it was worthless to him. Killer move or recipes displayed exquisite usage of Gu worms. Why was it that when these Gu worms were used in a specific way, they achieved such effects? Why can these Gu worms do it but not others? If this Gu was changed to another Gu, can the same effect be achieved? If an enemy uses this killer move, what ways are there to counter it? Man is the spirit of all being. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. Inside a Gu, there were tiny laws of heaven and earth, the fragments of the great Tao. By understand Gu, one would comprehend the great Tao and understand the natural laws of this world. Just like on Earth, using experiments to learn scientific theories. This Gu recipe gave great insight to Fang Yuan. If I had 3 heads and 6 arms, what would happen? A flash of inspiration appeared in his brain, like opening a new window. His body was like the cornerstone. Enslavement and strength path were like the buildings on top of the cornerstone. Right now, this cornerstone was still small. Thus, the 2 buildings could only be low-rising. If he expanded this cornerstone in the future, would it be able to contain 2 tall buildings at the same time? Fang Yuan had never cared about his own appearance. Handsome, beauty, ugly, these were other people's opinions. What did that have to do with him? If his battle strength was high, so what if he was called a monster? Northern Plains, July. The weather was turning cold. Mist turned into frost. It was raining non-stop. All the armies engaged in many intense battles. There were already less than 50 left. Although He tribe won against Lu tribe, they suffered a great loss as well. They set up camp and made use of all their time to recuperate and recover, like an injured beast. Middle of July. At Dujiao region, Yi Lui army defeated the alliance of 7 armies. On the day of the counterattack, Yi Lui Sang killed 3 rank 5 Gu masters. But in this battle, the biggest achiever was a hidden elder in Qi Lian tribe, Qi Lian tribe leader's godson, Wu Ming. Wu Ming was a rank 5 middle stage dark path Gu master. During the battles, he snuck into the enemy camp and assassinated the enemies, successfully killing 2 rank 5 experts, 13 rank 4 Gu masters, causing the 7 alliance armies to feel great fear and low morale. Northern Plains, August. After Yang tribe recruited enslavement master Jiang Baoye, their strength surged and they experienced many victories. After some battles, they were one of the new popular competitors for the imperial court. The new enslavement master, Leopard King Nu Heir Tu, led his army against Tao tribe. Tao tribe alliance army had suffered many setbacks during the battles. The alliance leader Tao Yu knew that he had no hopes of ascending to the Lord of Imperial Court position. Thus, he submitted to Nu Heir Tu, and after their armies combined, their military power surged. Middle of August, He Lulan gave orders to resume their conquest. By September, the Imperial Court contest was starting to clear up. Only 5 armies had the highest hopes. He tribe, which had Changshan In Tai Bai Yunshang, Nu Heir tribe with the new Leopard King, Yang tribe which had Rat King and Eagle King, Ma tribe with Horse King, as well as Yi Lui tribe which had Yi Lui Sang who possessed an immortal Gu. First half of September, Nu Heir tribe army fought Yang tribe army. The leopard group could not contest the combination of eagles and rats. After half a month, Nu Heir Tu lost. Start of October. While Yang tribe was digesting the battle reparations, Yi Lui Sang targeted them. Yang tribe army had people who wanted to fight, some wanted to defend, while some wanted to retreat. Because of differing opinions, the army could not execute proper orders, and thus was taken down by Yi Lui Sang. After Yi Lui Sang win, they could not gloat for long, because Ma tribe had their eyes on them. Ma tribe rushed for 3 days and 3 nights, catching Yi Lui Sang off guard. A similar scene unfolded again, before Yi Lui army digested their battle gains. they were defeated by Ma tribe. Yi Lui Sang escaped with his remaining troops, submitting to He tribe army. Start of November, He tribe moved north rapidly, setting up 8 defensive lines on the way, and during the middle of the month, engaged in the final battle with Ma tribe. Only the victor could stay in the imperial court. Meanwhile, the loser would have to pay reparations and face the 10-year blizzard amidst disappointment and pity. At once, this battle attracted numerous gazes, both participants and the people behind the scenes. During the first few battles, He tribe had the advantage. After Ma tribe lost 2 defensive lines, they retreated to the third. Yi Lui Sang wanted to take revenge. Thus he kept challenging them, killing till Ma tribe army could only hide and defend themselves, causing their morale to dampen. Ma tribe had no choice but to seek help from snowy mountain-blessed land who was backing them. The lofty snowy mountains stood tall and reached through the clouds. Mountain ranges surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon. The sky had a hue of light blue color. Thin snow fluttered lightly and landed on the ground. This was a spotlessly white region with even the buildings on the mountain carved out of ice crystals. Here was snowy mountain-blessed land, the nest of Northern Plains' demonic path Gu Immortals, with tens of Gu Immortals occupying different peaks. On one of the peaks of Snowy Mountain, green pine trees grew everywhere and a 7-story pavilion made of ice crystal stood there. 3 large words were carved on the board in the pavilion, Shuesong Pavilion. The owner of this peak, Shuesong Zi, was a famous rank 6 demonic path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains. He was tall and thin with snow-white hair that reached the ground and was clothed in a light blue gown. Right now, he was on the top floor of Shuesong Pavilion, looking down at this snowy mountain branch peak that belonged exclusively to him. He had deep blue eyes and his deep gaze swept through 1,000 li of his territory. The snow pines are growing well. The snow willows planted 2 years ago have already grown to over 10,000 willows. This year, the number of Gu worms produced was close to 300 rank 5 Gu. There are still a surplus of ice path and water path Gu worms after leaving some for research. I can sell them and gain at least 2-3 immortal essence stones. Of course, my most important income source is still the transaction of snowman slaves. Shuesong Zi raised 6 variant human tribes on his branch peak. They were all snowmen. Snowman was one of the species of variant humans who lived in ice-cold snowy regions. They had white skin, icy blue eyes, and aqua blue hair. When they die, their blood and flesh body would turn into an ice sculpture. Snowmen normally did not cry or laugh, so their tears were very rare. The absolute majority of the snowmen would never experience crying from joy or pain in their life. However, if a snowman sheds tears, their tear would instantly condense into ice. Icy tears were precious Gu refinement material that Gu masters liked deeply. Shuesong Zi looked around once and nodded, satisfied. Snowmen looked expressionless, but Shuesong Zi, however, saw them as the variant humans with spirituality that was the closest to humans. Many Gu immortals raised snowmen, torturing them brutally for their icy tears. Icy tears could be used in many areas of Gu refinement, and so its transaction in Treasure Yellow Heaven was flourishing. Many Gu immortals massacred and killed snowmen to profit from their icy tears. Shuesong Zi also did such shady business before, but he soon discovered the market for trading snowmen was much more profitable than the icy tears themselves. From then onwards, he began to raise snowmen and sell them in Treasure Yellow Heaven for other Gu immortals to torture. Snowmen could shed tears at most 3 times in their life, and the amount would not surpass 60 drops. Every time they shed tears, the snowman's lifespan and life essence would decrease by a huge amount. The more the snowman sheds tears, the faster they will age, speeding up their death. However, raising snowmen did not cost much. Moreover, Shuesong Zi possessed this snowy mountain branch peak which was very beneficial for the growth of snow pines, snow trees, and snowmen. Thus his profit from selling snowmen was much higher than when he sold tears. He was good at making money and had accumulated a large amount of immortal essence stones from his thriving business over the years, and was considered wealthy in the Gu immortal circle. But he had one great regret. Decades had gone by since he became rank 6 Gu immortal, but he still did not have even 1 immortal Gu. No matter how many immortal essence stones he had, he was not able to buy immortal goo. After all, there was only one of each immortal goo. Others would not sell them even if they had it. At most, they would use immortal goo to exchange for immortal goo. Now, Ma tribe has already reached the final step. If it can prevail over He tribe and enter Imperial Court, maybe I can obtain my first immortal goo from 88 Truyong Building. Xuesong Zi was thinking of all the matters, when suddenly he had a feeling and casually waved his hand. Space tore open and a letter goo flew in. Xuesong Zi read the letter, which was Ma tribe's request for help. So they have finally gotten to this stage. The corner of Xuesong Zi's lips curled up into a smile. He had been paying close attention to the struggle for Imperial Court and already knew the difficulties Ma tribe was facing. Previously, he had gotten in contact with Ma tribe, but Ma tribe had not made a decision. Now, due to the tense battle situation, Ma tribe sent a request for assistance. It was akin to agreeing to his previous conditions. With this, it is time to make my move. Xuesong Zi gradually restrained his smile and activated Divine Sense Goo. 3 divine senses separately flew towards 3 snowman tribes on the snowy peak. After receiving the divine sense, 3 snowman goo masters immediately hurried towards the mountain peak. After a while, they were kneeling in front of Xuesong Pavilion and greeted together. Xuehua, Xuemi and Xueming greet Lord Immortal. Xuesong Zi did not reveal himself. Instead sent some goo worms towards these 3 snowmen's hands. Take these goo worms and also battle Troop D to the outside world and find Ma tribe. Help them win the battle. Xuesong Zi sent another divine sense. As you command. The 3 snowman goo masters immediately accepted the order. Xuesong Zi had 4 battle troops marked A, B, C and D. They were elite troops formed from experts of the 6 snowman tribes. The 3 snowman goo masters led battle troop D out of the snowy mountain blessed land. But before they even reached Ma tribe, He tribe's goo immortals noticed them. Elder brother, this Ma tribe has relations to Snowy Mountain's demonic path goo immortals as we expected. The evidence is out in the open now. Lu tribe's external supreme elder goo immortal Tan Baiya was not wrong. He Bai said to He Chang in Shaohun blessed land. These 2 were He tribe's goo immortals. He Bai had an ordinary appearance and looked to be middle-aged. He looked clumsy but was intelligent. While He Chang was recognized as He tribe's genius since young, he looked elegant and confident, and was also He Lu Lan's father. He Cheng glanced at He Bai and calmly said, "Brother, do not fret. Demonic path goo immortals have always been lone wolves. Snowy Mountain might be strong and have tens of goo immortals, but those that are supporting Ma tribe will only be 2-3 at most." He Bai nodded. Elder brother is right. But the current Ma tribe is truly strong. They were able to win great battles just by relying on themselves previously. Now if they obtain goo immortal support, they are bound to get much stronger. He Chang was in agreement as he asked, "Have you investigated who the demonic path goo immortals supporting Ma tribe are?" "I haven't, but it should be easy." "Do it. For the next few days we will buy 500,000 wolves, 300 mutated wolves, 2 wolf emperors and a few thousand goo worms along with other resources to give to He Lu Lan." "Yes, elder brother." "Also, instruct He Lu Lan to end the battle quickly so as to avoid new problems." He Bai gave an understanding nod and left Shaohun blessed land without speaking any more. A war did not only pit human lives against each other. It was more about the competition between each other's foundations, a war of attrition. The struggle for Imperial Court had advanced to the final stage. He Chang and He Bai, 2 immortals who had been supporting He Lu Lan, gradually started to feel an extremely heavy burden. Although goo immortals were rich, they could not support the whole army for such a long period of time. The amount of resources and mortal goo needed were extremely enormous. A part came from their blessed land, but most of them were purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven using immortal essence stones. With such huge amounts of immortal essence stones being expended, both He Bai and He Chang felt distressed inwardly. The struggle for Imperial Court was essentially a game. But it was not a game all goo immortals could afford to play. Many goo immortals would put huge stakes in this game to obtain an immortal goo. In the end, if the side they chose did not become the owner of Imperial Court, they would lose disastrously, There were even examples of going bankrupt. But if they won and obtained immortal goo from 88 Truyong building, all their investment would be worth it. After all, no matter how many immortal essence stones they had, they would not be able to buy an immortal goo. After 10 days, He tribe and Ma tribe began another round of battle. Troops lined up in a seemingly endless battle formation. In the main tent, He Lulan sat on the main seat with his eyes gazing at his front, and his heroic spirit was overflowing. We did not cause huge damage to Ma tribe the previous 2 times. We will teach them a good lesson this time. It is not that easy to become a super tribe. Humph. Who will go first? The moment he finished speaking, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stood up and bowed. Lord Alliance Leader, I would like to go first. He Lulan nodded in satisfaction. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was an expert who had chosen to submit to him since the Heroes' Assembly. And he had been assisting and fighting in the struggle for Imperial Court the whole journey, and killed countless enemies and had made huge battle contributions at this stage. Although Pei Yanfei also attached to He tribe after Lu Wenwu lost, he could not shake rank 4 Hao Ji Lu's position as the first general. Hao Ji Lu was an old general of He tribe army, and adding in the loyalty which he had revealed many times, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be taken in as an external elder by He tribe once they become the owner of Imperial Court. He tribe was a super tribe with Huang Jin bloodline, one of the overlords of Northern Plains. If Hao Ji Lu joined He tribe, it would be like taking a shelter under a large tree, similar to Wine Demon Tan Wu Feng joining Dongfang tribe. Hao Ji Lu entered the battlefield and started taunting. Ma Shangfeng snorted and pointed at him. This water demon again? Who will go teach him a lesson? Lord Alliance Leader. Let me go take care of him this time. A boorish guy stood up. He was Ma tribe's general, rank 4 transformation path Gu master, Chang Hu. Ma Shangfeng agreed. Chang Hu impatiently went to the front line and started fighting Hao Ji Lu. Hao Ji Lu attacked cleverly with great offense, torrents surging around him. Because of many precious and rare goo he had exchanged with his battle merits, Hao Ji Lu's current battle strength far surpassed the time when he had just started out in the struggle for Imperial Court. The 2 sides exchanged moves, and after over 10 rounds, Hao Ji Lu slowly began to occupy the upper hand. Chang, who felt stifled as kept on being pushed into disadvantage, he gave a furious roar and activated his killer move, transforming into Slant-Eye Tiger. The tiger was ferocious and powerful, immediately turning around the losing situation. Hao Ji Lu was widely known for his fierce offense, but he was having trouble fending off the tiger's attacks, and could only keep on retreating, changing his battle tactics into defending and counterattacking. Swoosh swoosh, a blue water current shot out. Slant-Eye Tiger roared in a thunderous volume. This was the rank 4 Tiger Roar Goo. The tiger roar sound waves caused ripples in the air. As it hit the currents, the water exploded into a huge rain. After Chang, who became the Slant-Eye Tiger, he had great offense, immediately giving off a dominating aura. Tiger Roar Goo sends out sound waves. Tiger Claw Goo has overwhelming sharpness. Tiger Skin Goo has superb defense. Tiger Tooth Goo is pointy like spears, has amazing penetration ability. Tiger Tail Goo, strong like a whip, moving like one's arms. Transformation Path Goo Masters would collect relevant goo worms for their killer move. Once the goo worm set is complete, they would be able to transform and obtain a huge qualitative surge in their battle strength. Of course, the stronger the transformation, the more valuable the goo needed for their set, and the harder it is to collect them. Even if a goo master could transform, they needed a lot of training. Humans were born to walk on 2 legs, having 2 arms and 1 head. If they transformed into another form, it would not be easy for them to adapt. Same as flying, only huge amounts of training and talent would allow one to have great proficiency in using their new form. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine goo. This was the deep, profound aspect of using goo. The 2 armies placed their gaze on the battle ahead. Hao Ji Lu and Chang, whose battle had already reached the crucial moment. Chang, who used his killer move, turning into the Slant-Eye Tiger, he had the advantage. Hao Ji Lu could only evade primarily. Compared to his earlier frenzied attacks, he was truly pathetic now. However, as time continued to pass, the battle was still stuck at a deadlock. Although Chang Hu had a huge advantage, he could not turn this advantage into victory. Even though most of Ma tribe's troops were rejoicing, the people sitting inside Ma tribe's main tent were frowning. Not good. This water demon is very crafty. Chang Hu is in danger, Ma Yingjie said. Many of the experts around nodded in agreement. Although killer moves were strong, in truth, they were actually multiple gu used at the same time. This meant that primeval essence expenditure was very high. For normal gu masters, this was a double-edged sword. After Chang Hu used his killer move, with water demon Hao Ji Lu's plentiful experience, he immediately changed his hard-hitting tactics. As Chang Hu was unable to take down water demon in time, after his primeval essence was expended, he would return to human form. By then, water demon Hao Ji Lu would retaliate. Ma Shangfeng looked calm, but his heart sank. If this was the past, Chang Hu's success or failure would not bother him. But now, Chang Hu's victory or loss was not his problem alone. It concerned the morale of the entire army. Ma tribe had lost twice already. Ma Shangfeng knew that the tribes that submitted to them had already wavered. Ma tribe army was led by Ma tribe. The other tribes were needed to make the alliance. Once their hearts wavered, the situation would turn dangerous. Ma Shangfeng did not wish to see Chang Hu fail. But with the current situations, Chang Hu was very likely to fail. Ma Shangfeng could only sigh in his heart as he called, Fei Shengcheng. Fei Shengcheng immediately stepped up, placing his right palm at his heart, bowing, I am here. You will go for the second battle, Ma Shangfeng said. In order to alleviate the negative influences caused by Chang Hu's defeat, he placed his hopes on Fei Shengcheng. Fei Shengcheng was a fierce general. Earlier, he was ostracized by Fei tribe and could not rise up. Ma tribe thus used him as an insider, and during Fei tribe's internal political strife, they launched a surprise attack while they were weak and managed to take down Fei tribe. After Fei Shengcheng submitted to Ma tribe, which was a wise ruler, he made many accomplishments and was highly regarded and nurtured. Right now, he came before the battle area and shouted, He is Fei Shengcheng. Ever since the Imperial Court contest, he had killed 8 rank 4 experts. In an earlier battle, he used numbness gu and fought 3 experts of the same realm alone, showing great abilities. In He tribe main tent, Sun Shirhan said, Yi Lui Sang's expression was cold. The earlier battle cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan mentioned was the battle between Ma tribe and Yi Lui tribe. In the end, Yi Lui Sang lost and was chased by Ma tribe, almost becoming a vagabond. The tribes that submitted to Yi Lui tribe like Qilian tribe all went to Ma tribe. Numbness gu, a rare rank 4 gu, had value equivalent to a rank 5. Once a gu master was struck, they would be paralyzed, unable to move. Although it lasted a short time during an intense battle, this was a very deadly technique. He Lu Lan responded in agreement, and looked around, asking, Who can battle? Once he said so, one person laughed heartily and stood up. Fei Shengcheng is nothing much. I am willing to battle and sweep the obstacles away in your path to conquest. He Lu Lan looked at this person. It was none other than Soul Blade Pan Ping. Earlier, Pan Ping was defeated by Lu tribe's 3 brothers combination move, and was revived by Tai by Yun Shang using man as before gu after the battle. Not just him, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were revived in the same way. All right, then you shall go. He Lu Lan nodded. If this was during the start of the battle, he would not think highly of Pan Ping. But after tens of battles, Pan Ping was no longer like before. He had grown quickly to become an expert like Pei Yen Fei. Fei tribe lad, you are just a traitor, a shameless scoundrel seeking glory. You being alive is the greatest humiliation. Quickly receive your death. Pan Ping jumped onto the battlefield and shouted, surging with battle intent. Fei Shengcheng was furious. He hated people who called him this. You are just a demonic path bastard. Earlier I let you act arrogantly because you did not anger me yet. Immediately the two fought. At once, the scene was bursting with attacks as they were evenly matched. When 2 experts on par with each other battle, it would be an intense battle. Actually, the 2 of them had similar circumstances. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, the 2 of them were people who were not doing well. Pan Ping was a demonic path Gu master. He lived a tough life. As for Fei Shengcheng, he was suppressed by his clan and could not achieve his goals. But because of this imperial court contest, the two gained fame and emerged from the battles while gaining great surge in strength. Pan Ping only had one good Gu back then, Soul Blade Gu. But now, he used his battle merits to exchange for an exquisite set of Gu worms. His strength grew by leaps and bounds. It was unlike before when he relied on Soul Blade Gu alone. Fei Shengcheng was the same. Earlier, he was ostracized in his clan. Even though he had a complete set of Gu worms, he lacked strong effective methods. He had also accumulated battle merits in battle, and exchanged the rank 5 equivalent numbness Gu. Paired with his Gu worms, his battle strength rose sharply. The two of them engaged with each other endlessly, but they both had their concerns. Pan Ping was afraid of numbness Gu, while Fei Shengcheng was guarding against Soul Blade Gu. Speaking of the Soul Blade Gu, it was Pan Ping's good luck. It resides in the scimitar instead of the Gu master's body or aperture. After Pan Ping was blown to bits, only the Soul Blade Gu survived. After that, when Tai Bai Yunshang revived him, he lost all of his Gu worms except Soul Blade Gu. And thankfully, Pan Ping had a lot of battle merits which he had not used. But Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were not so lucky. After they died, they lost all their Gu worms. Most unfortunately, Gao Yang's rank 5 treacherous cloud wave Gu was destroyed as well. Rank 5 man as before Gu, it could only target human bodies and not Gu worms. But the two felt calm. After all, being able to revive was the biggest benefit. Thereafter, they borrowed battle merits to replenish their Gu worms. After several battles, not only did they return all the battle merits they owed, they even had some gains left. The battle of two rank 4 experts attracted countless gazes. Ma tribe saw that Fei Shengcheng and Pan Ping were at a deadlock, and sent out another 6 fierce generals. He Lulan accepted all the challenges, sending Pei Yanfei, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai and others. When the 6 pair of experts battled, Cheng Hu finally lost. Water demon Hao Ji Lu had no strength to chase after him. He could only watch Cheng Hu escape safely. He tribe's morale surged, but quickly, in the third battle, Ma tribe won and tied the scores. The two sides continued to send experts, as more than 30 battle rings appeared before the two troops. That is so say, there were around 70 rank 4 Gu masters fighting at once. This was a grand scene. In the entire northern plains there were billions of people, mostly being mortals, but only several hundred rank 4 Gu masters, and less than 50 rank 5 Gu masters. Precisely because of the battle for the imperial court, all these people gathered and collided with each other, competing intensely. In the battle for life and death, even stronger Gu masters emerge while the weak get exterminated. It was near the end of the fight for the imperial court. Be it He tribe or Ma tribe, they were both huge forces. Not counting Gu immortals, either army had a scale that surpassed super tribes greatly. All members of both armies were definitely excited and filled with ambitions. Only Fang Yuan was calm. In his previous life he had seen even larger events. That was the chaotic battle of the 5 regions. It was truly a time of unrest. Lord Alliance Leader, I would like to battle. A young rank 4 Gu master walked up as he could not contain his battle intent. This was none other than Gu Guang. Gu Guang was Gu tribe leader. He was originally rank 3, but after so many battles, he survived and gained a huge boost in strength, having advanced to rank 4 successfully not long ago. He Lulan was stunned, turning his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was Gu and Chang tribe's supreme elder. Both tribes were under his control. Fang Yuan sensed He Lulan's inquisitive gaze and lightly commanded, "Stand down, Gu Guang. You are a tribe leader. How can you put yourself at risk?" Gu Guang stepped down obediently. Fang Yuan asked, "Where is Chang Biao?" "Lord, I am here." Chang Biao had a sickly expression. He had yet to recover from his injuries from the previous battle. But Fang Yuan did not care about this, saying, "You will go fight." Chang Biao wanted to speak, but he could not, filled with an intense rage in his heart. Ever since he joined the He Alliance army, he would be ordered by Fang Yuan to participate in every huge battle. Even if he was a famous expert, he could not undergo consecutive battles with such a high intensity. Damn it! This Changshan Yin, Is he ordering me like a beast? Curse my current weak position. I cannot oppose him. I will wait and endure. There is still a long way to go. If I can harm you more than 10 years ago, I will still be able to send you to the underworld after so many years. Chang Biao screamed in his heart, but on the surface, he chose to obey Fang Yuan's orders, dragging his injured body into the battlefield. With Chang Biao taking the stage, Ma tribe sent a female expert. This person's name was Shi Shui, a rank 4 peak stage Gu master, a famous expert of Ice Path. She possessed a rank 5 flying snow Gu which once activated could cause heavy snowfall and make a range of thousands of steps into an ice zone. When Chang Biao saw this expert, he inwardly said, "This will be difficult." Even if he was at his peak condition, he would have to be careful when facing this woman, let alone now in his injured state. The two started fighting. Shi Shui had a sharp offense while Chang Biao kept on dodging to prolong the battle. With this, he was unavoidably pressed in a disadvantageous situation. The battles continued, and as time passed, some rank 4 Gu masters lost, some retreated due to injuries, and some died at the enemy's hand. There were casualties in both sides, but with regards to the overall situation, it was a draw. Slowly, there were fewer and fewer rank 4 Gu masters in the main tent of both sides. They did not have enough to mobilize. Gu tribe leader, please show your strength now. He Lu Lan's gaze landed on a man who was sitting upright. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong was an Earth Path Gu master who had once given huge trouble to He tribe army by piling stones into a mountain, and made He Lu Lan have the thought of retreating. But after Tai Bai Yun Shang arrived, He tribe won and Gu tribe merged with He tribe army as the defeated side. Gu Guolong's appearance shocked Ma tribe army. This was the first appearance of a rank 5 expert. Ma Shangfeng immediately responded by sending Cheng tribe leader Cheng Long. This person was a rank 5 expert of transformation path and was big brother of Cheng Hu. Gu Guolong bowed slightly upon seeing Cheng Long and politely said, "So it is Cheng tribe leader. Please give me pointers." Cheng Long chuckled. "I won't dare to teach tribe leader Guolong. Let's just compare our moves." The two started their battle with such a huge momentum that it suppressed everyone and became the focal point of countless gazes. Gu Guolong could attack and defend with stable and unflustered movements, while Cheng Long flew freely in the sky, fierce and calm. When the two had exchanged 20 moves, He Lu Lan sent another rank 5 expert Luo Bo Jun. Luo Bo Jun had previously sided with Lu Wenwu, but after Lu tribe lost against He tribe, he became one of the higher-ups of He tribe army. Ma tribe also sent out a rank 5 expert to take on Luo Bo Jun. With regards to rank 5 experts, Ma tribe was not inferior in any respect. Previously, New Heir 2 annexed Tao tribe, but was then defeated by Yang tribe, who was then attacked by Yi Lui tribe. In the end, Ma tribe defeated Yi Lui tribe, becoming the final winner. From this battle, Ma tribe gained many large tribes: Qilian tribe, Cheng tribe, Zhao tribe, Lui tribe, Tao tribe, Yang tribe, and other formidable forces. At the same time, they also gained Jiang Baoye and Yang Pering, and together with Ma Zun, they had 3 enslavement pathmasters. Rank 5 Gu masters mostly occupied positions of power and prestige. Their tone of speaking in the fight was much calmer and cordial in comparison to the boiling killing intent between the rank 4 Gu masters. When they attacked, they would also hold back some of their strength in consideration of each other's feelings. Because if they died, their tribe would become a leaderless group and would be swallowed by He tribe or Ma tribe. Although they were hostile to the enemy, their heart was still tied to their tribe's benefits. Even if they were under the constraints of poison vow, there were tacit, unwritten rules. Fang Yuan calmly observed the battle from his seat. He had only showed rank 4 peak stage cultivation, but as an enslavement master and a key character that could influence the whole situation, his position was special and was higher than those rank 5 tribe leaders. What a great move by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. A truly wonderful plan. As he was personally participating in the struggle for imperial court, Fang Yuan truly felt more and more overwhelmed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left built 88 Truyong building as an inheritance for his descendants and at the same time also set up imperial court contest tradition. One could tell he had pondered about it meticulously. Leaving aside 88 Truyong building, Just the struggle for imperial court was a field of purging at every stage, with Huangjin tribes swallowed other tribes and strengthening themselves. At the same time, the gathering of goods developed the abnormally blooming battle merits economy during the battles. And through war reparations, technology and skills were exchanged, which further deepened the foundation of the Huangjin family. What was even more important was the survival of the fittest rule, which forced Gu masters to exert their strength at the edge of life and death and become experts. For Huangjin tribes, this was filtering out the Gu immortal seeds. Giant son Immortal Venerable was no longer alive, but his influence was still governing the whole northern plains. Compared to the Immortal Venerable, I am only an ant-like existence at present. But it was also because I took advantage of this struggle for the imperial court that my strength could advance by leaps and bounds. Fang Yuan then divided a little of his concentration to look into his aperture. There were many new Gu worms in his aperture. Most were rank 4 with 1 rank 3 along with 1 rank 5 Azura Zombie Gu and 1 rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. Ever since Fang Yuan had gained inspiration from 3 heads 6 arms killer move, he had been combining his foundation and imagination to make some progress in his research. He then condensed the research findings into a killer move which he called 4-Arm Earth King. When he activates this killer move, a completely new pair of arms would grow out from his sides. His strength would increase sharply when he used all 4 of his arms, comparable to the killer move of Lu tribe's 3 brothers, 3 heads 6 arms. But, compared to 3 arms 6 heads, my 4-arm Earth King's form can only be maintained for a short time. I will only be able to exert full strength when my feet is touching the land. If I fly, my battle strength will fall by half. This killer move had been newly created by Fang Yuan and was still not perfected. He would need to examine this killer move through battles, add in some new Gu, replace unnecessary Gu or directly cut down on them, and slowly this killer move would be perfected. The sun gradually rose higher, but with blizzard disaster approaching closer, the normally intense hot sunlight appeared to have no heat. The surging battle intent on the battlefield gradually accumulated to the climax. All sorts of attacks burst out in dozens of battle rings like colorful fireworks, creating an extremely dazzling scene. There were only a few Gu masters left in the He tribe's main tent. The rest were either fighting, retreating, recovering, or had died in the battlefield. Considering the overall situation, He tribe was in a slightly weaker position. Since the start till now, He Lulan had obtained He Bai and He Cheng, 2 immortals' active support, while Ma tribe had only requested assistance from Xuesong Zi only at this battle. Humph! Ma tribe's bunch of trash can really take a beating. He Lulan snorted with a fierce gaze as he started getting impatient. His gaze landed on Fang Yuan and was just about to speak, when 3 beast groups rushed out of Ma tribe camp. From the left side, many horses galloped on the earth, causing the ground to rumble like a muffled lightning. From right side, countless rats rushed out while squeaking and hissing, so packed that it caused people to feel a chill down their spine. From the center, eagle groups soared up like dark clouds, actually looking like it could cover the sky. Horse King Ma Zun, Rat King Jiang Baoye, and Eagle King Yang Poing. These 3 enslavement pathmasters had moved at the same time. Beast groups charged, immediately dispersing most of the battle rings. Ma Shangfeng saw he was slightly winning in the experts challenging and wanted to rely on the dominance of their enslavement pathmasters to suppress He tribe army and change the unfavorable situation. Facing the combined attack of 3 beast groups, He Lulan immediately tensed up and looked at Fang Yuan. "Wolf King, it is your turn now." Fang Yuan nodded and leisurely stood up from his seat. He slowly strolled to the head of the twin-headed rhino and looked down at the 3 beast groups. All of them were fierce, powerful, and were huge in size. Either one of the 3 enslavement pathmasters were at the same level as him and were formidable opponents who would not lose to him in regards to enslavement path. It was to the extent that the enslavement path Gu worms they had were much more comprehensive and superior to Fang Yuan's wolf enslavement Gu worms. Under the condition that he did not reveal his strength path battle strength, Fang Yuan would find it hard to fight against this group by himself. In the previous 2 rounds of battle, his wolf group had all along been pushed into disadvantage by the 3 beast groups and had suffered huge losses. Meanwhile, Ma tribe had relied on this advantage to make the beast groups cover their backs, and thus they could safely retreat behind defense lines the previous 2 times. But at this moment, Fang Yuan coldly laughed, his heart filled with soaring battle intent. His enslavement path goo worms were slightly weaker in comparison to these 3 enslavement path masters, but he had received huge support from He tribe's goo immortals before the battle, and his wolf group size had increased by over 10 times. These wolf groups were hidden within the army, and by using some goo worms, the enemy was unable to sense them. Wolf King, I am Yang Poing. Do you dare to fight me? In the sky, Yang Poing was riding on a huge eagle. His heroic aura shone, and his posture was upright, as if it was a battle spear that would charge to the sky. He took the initiative to challenge in order to pin down Fang Yuan's wolf group. The eagle group could attack the wolf group from air, thus had a very advantageous position. Ha ha ha, old Yang, go easy on brother Chang Shanin. After all, he is an enslavement master like us. You need to give him some face. From the right, Rat King's ridiculing laughter could be heard. And on the left, among the horse group, Ma Zun, who was not good at talking, just groaned and charged forward. Around him were large number of goo master experts on war horses, guarding him. Enslavement pathmasters could display extreme strength when they themselves were present in the battle while commanding their beast group. The 3 masters braved the risks and led their beast group in the charge. This was akin to 3 heavy punches. If the He tribe army did not block it off properly even by a little, they could very well be knocked out, the whole situation could crumble apart, and they would have to retreat powerlessly. After all, a battlefield was filled with unpredictable variables. There were many examples of the weak winning against the strong, let alone when He tribe was only occupying a slight dominance. Brother Shanin, He Lulan could not help revealing a worried expression. Although the scale of the wolf group had increased sharply, beyond that of the 3 beast groups, he was worried Fang Yuan would not be able to control all of them properly. After all, Fang Yuan had never controlled such a large number of wolves. If he was not able to control them properly and instead became confused, or even if he could control them with Wolf King's rank 4 peak stage primeval essence, how long could he hold on for? Fang Yuan stood on the head of the twin-headed rhino, silent as his back faced He Lulan, looking at the 3 majestic beast groups charging and killing, pincer attacking from both sky and land, and were already approaching close, while Wolf King had yet to make any movement. He Lulan felt very anxious as he urged, Brother Shanin, make your move quickly. Fang Yuan was still silent, as if he did not hear it. The 3 beast groups rushed over with great momentum and was less than 200 steps away and looked like it would arrive in an instant. He tribe's army was in an uproar, and He Lulan urged even more anxiously, Brother Chang Shanin. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. It is time. The enemy poured all their strength to pressure me with the beast groups, but they do not know that they have brought about their own demise. Alliance leader Lulan, I need to congratulate you. Congratulate me for what? This battle has already been won. The die is cast. Alliance leader becoming the Lord of Imperial Court is a foregone conclusion. Fang Yuan lightly said. He Lulan's eyes opened wide. He nearly shouted, The fuck? Where are you getting this ridiculous sense of confidence from? Quick! Mobilize your wolf group for me. The enemy is already near, and you still have time to talk about such nonsense? However, the very next moment, his eyes almost popped out like someone had struck the back of his eyes. It was because he felt Fang Yuan's aura having astonishing changes. From rank 4 peak stage to rank 5 initial stage. From rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 middle stage. From rank 5 middle stage to rank 5 upper stage. And from rank 5 upper stage to rank 5 peak stage. Right now, Fang Yuan was slowly lifting the concealment of breath concealment goo and did not suppress his true cultivation anymore. Rank 5 peak stage, a genuine rank 5 peak stage. Wolf King Changshan was actually a rank 5 peak stage enslavement pathmaster. He Lulan was dumbstruck and dazed as he stared at Fang Yuan's back view. The goo master guards nearby the main tent also looked with shocked and stunned gazes. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan activated Eagle Rise Goo. Large eagle wings gently raised him to the sky. In the sky he gave a long howl. Rank 5 Amplify Effect Goo and Wolf Howl Goo. The wolf howl resounded throughout the skies, directly suppressing all the sounds from the three beast groups. Howl, howl, howl. The wolves started howling one after another in response to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan flew into the sky. Yang Paring, Jiang Baoya, Ma Zun. Today is the day all of you die. He said plainly. His voice was loud and clear, reverbing in everyone's ears. Ma Zun. Jiang Baoya snorted. Humph, shameless words. You are actually rank 5 peak stage. Chang Shan-in, you truly hid your abilities well. Yang Pering said with a solemn expression, her eyes burning with fire. But this ignites my battle intent. This kind of battle is truly interesting. But at the next moment, when the wolf group emerged, his battle intent froze. Many, so many, too many. A sea of wild wolves surged like the waves of the sea. First was the initial wave, then the second, third. As if connecting heaven and earth, it was unceasing and near infinite. Ma Zun was finally moved. The eagle group's movements halted as Yang Piying's expression was stiff. Such a huge wolf group. Oh heaven, 500,000? 800,000? No, at least 1,000,000. Jiang Baoya was shell-shocked. His battle intent vanished without a trace. Retreat. My rat group was only 600,000 at its peak. After so many battles, I have not replenished them yet. Thus I have less than 200,000 now. This is my foundation. I cannot lose them. Retreat, 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 we have to run. Jiang Baoya was a demonic cultivator. He was extremely selfish. He immediately turned around and ran away with his rat group. 3 things influenced an enslavement path Gu master's strength. 1 was the size of their beast group, the second was the cooperation of the enslavement path Gu worms, and third was the foundation of the soul. Fang Yuan's soul foundation was at the same level as the 3 enslavement masters due to Danghun Mountain. His enslavement Gu worms, although weaker than the 3 of them, was only inferior by a bit. But his wolf group had reached an incredible number of 1,560,000. In contrast, the 3 of them had suffered huge losses to their beast groups after consecutive battles, especially the last 2 huge battles. There were 200,000 rats, 180,000 eagles, and the most number of horses at 360. But together, there were no more than 740,000. 740,000. It was merely half of the 1,560,000 wolves. Moreover, could beast groups really be counted in such a simple additive manner? It has been mentioned before. No. Different beast groups when mixed together, unless there were techniques like 3 hearts combination soul used, would impede each other and cause more trouble than good. Large numbers of wolves gushed out. Before, they were hiding in the crevices underground, while some were hidden by Gu worms, and others were inside carriages. Now they all showed up. Even Ma Zun, who rarely spoke, shouted in shock. How can there be so many wolves? They were originally going in a 3-way pincer attack, to take advantage of Fang Yuan being alone. In the end, there were countless wolves, and He tribe's weakness because their greatest strength instead. The Gu master guards beside him shouted loudly. Lord Ma Zun, quickly retreat. The enemy forces are overwhelming. We cannot fight them head-on. Ma Zun was not a hot-blooded teenager. He quickly manipulated the horse group and changed direction to retreat. But horse group was different from rat group. Rats were mostly small and could change directions easily. When the horses run, it was hard to stop. Especially when Fang Yuan had purposely waited until the horses and rats came close to He tribe army. Before mobilizing his wolf group, his intentions were truly sinister. But Ma Zun was an enslavement master. He had great attainments. He had a good grasp of his horse group's condition. He carefully controlled them, and the horse group drew an arc across the ground as they brushed past He tribe army, turning to the outside, attempting to break out of this situation. However, how could Fang Yuan let such a big piece of fat meat fly away? Ma Zun was an enslavement master, but so was he. Willing in his mind, the mutated wolf group howled as they chased. Mutated wolf group? So many. Ma Zun's Gu master guards turned around and looked, their expressions turning pale. Ma Zun had a mutated beast group with him called Pegasus group, but their numbers could not compare with the mutated wolf group chasing them. Most of his troops were ordinary horses like Terror Claw Horse. How could these horses run faster than mutated wolves? Ma Zun controlled the horse group's direction in an attempt to shrug off the wolf group. But the mutated wolf group split into two, engaging in a pincer attack as they finally intercepted the horse group. Soon after, a grand number of ordinary wolves pounced and surrounded the horses tightly. A spectacular intercept, as expected of a master level. Seeing this, He Lulan was overjoyed, finally putting his worries about Changshan Yin away. On the other end, Rat King escaped with a group of mutated wolves chasing him with a sea of wolves behind them. As the slower rats were constantly eaten by the wolves behind, they were like a huge beast rampaging, sucking up all the rats ahead of them. Fong Yuan took a look and stopped caring about Rat King. He turned his gaze up towards the sky. The wolf group ran on the ground, while the eagle group soared in the sky. It was beyond the wolf group's ability to deal with the eagle group. Thus, among the three beast groups, even though the eagle group was weaker than the horse group, they were in a better position. Damn it! 2 beast groups have been targeted. The horse group is deep within encirclement. While Rat King ran away, only my group is left. Yang Ping felt a huge burden on his shoulders. He knew that if he wanted to win this, the horse and rat groups were extremely precious battle strength. Losses to either one would shrink Ma tribe's hopes of victory greatly. The only one who can salvage this situation is me. I have to use the eagle group to attack aggressively, to divert most of Changshan Yin's attention. Yang Ping was still thinking, when Fong Yuan controlled hundreds of thousands of wolves, charging and stomping towards Ma tribe's main tent in a grand manner. Yang Ping was stuck between 2 hard decisions. If we fought one-on-one, my wolf group would definitely suffer against your eagle group. But we are at war now. If my wolf group slaughters large numbers of Gu Masters, no, even if they just expend most of their primeval essence, it would be a great victory in terms of attrition. Yang Ping, what will you do? Fong Yuan's eyes were calm as water, as the corners of his lips curled into a cold snicker. Yang Ping thought rapidly in his head, but the more he thought about it, the colder his heart felt. Changshan Yin's decision was truly sinister and evil. It was a fatal blow. But after hesitating for a while, Yang Ping gritted his teeth and decided to restrain Wolf King. This way, the central wolf group did not have to engage the eagle group, and successfully charged into Ma tribe's army. Ma Shangfeng's expression was cold as steel. He quickly mobilized his remaining enslavement path Gu Masters and formed a temporary defensive line. But the wolf group was huge, and there were mutated wolves as vanguard. Such a defensive line was thin as paper, easily broken through. This was a huge mistake due to my decision-making. But we have not lost. Everyone. The situation is dire. We have to stake it all here. Fight with me. We still have trump cards. Ma Shangfeng shouted, as Shui Hua and the other rank 5 snowmen showed their true form. At the same time, an elite troop comprising purely snowmen was formed. Seeing such reinforcements, Ma tribe army's morale surged. They calmed down from the initial confusion and rapidly shouted, fighting alongside Ma Shangfeng. At once, wolves howled as blood splattered everywhere. First was the central army, followed by Ma tribe's left and right troops, as the Gu Master starting their advancement. He Lulan laughed heartily as he waved his hand. Several elite troops of his started to move out. All the respective tribe leaders also led their tribesmen into the battlefield. The 2 armies engaged in all-out combat. Beast groups, humans entangled together. Fire path, ice path, dark path, light path, all sorts of Gu Masters fought valiantly. Experts laughed loudly as they slaughtered their enemies, while weaklings helped each other, forming groups as they resisted with their lives, fighting for a chance of survival. The eagle group shrieked as they attacked Fong Yuan. But beside Fong Yuan, there were He Lulan's personal guards, as well as Yi Lui Sang, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Xixian, Pan Ping and other experts, forming a tight defense. The eagle group's attack was ineffective, while Fong Yuan used Wolf Care Gu to bypass his weakness of vision, allowing him to mobilize the wolf group to attack, slaughtering horses, rats, and people. We have urgent matters. Wu Yi, you guys go and restrain the experts near Changshan Yin. On the eagle's back, Yang Ping was sweating profusely as he ordered. Wu Yi was called Green Bat, one of the 3 flying masters in Northern Plains. Among the 3 original flying masters, Flying Lightning Dong Pekong was part of Dongfang tribe, having returned to the Blessed Land. Water Fairy Song Qing had died in battle already. Only Green Bat Wu Yi was left, recruited by Ma tribe. He was especially left behind to deal with the new flying master Chong Shan. Wu Yi heard this and frowned. If we strike, and the other party attacks, what will happen to your safety? Yang Pering laughed arrogantly. I have the protection of the Thunder Eagles. I am extremely safe. Not even He Lulan can break my Thunder Eagle's defense instantly. Don't worry and go. Don't forget our assassin Wu Ming. Wu Yi heard this and their hearts shook. These people with flying abilities rushed out, causing He Lulan and the others' pressure to intensify when defending. Careful, they are trying to disturb us. Don't step out easily. Don't forget that they have Wu Ming. He Lulan snorted as he attacked, instructing his men. Qi Lian tribe leader's godson Wu Ming was a rank 5 Dark Path Gu master. Yi Luisang could defeat the 7-army alliance because he had assassinated many of their enemies' leaders, causing them to feel fear and a drop in morale. After that, Wu Ming's performance was spectacular. A good number of rank 5 Gu masters died in his hands, including even more rank 4 Gu masters. He was hailed as the #1 assassin in the current world. His reputation had greatly surpassed Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian. Right now, he had not shown up yet. Who knew which part of the battlefield he was lurking in? He Lulan did not dare to be careless. Once Wu Ming succeeds in assassinating Fang Yuan, the wolf group was collapse and the situation would reverse immediately. Charge over and kill Wolf King Chong Shan. Not just He Lulan, Yang Ping and Ma tribe's experts also rapidly understood the crux of this battle. At once, large numbers of Gu master experts charged towards He tribe main camp. I will give 5 million battle merits to whoever kills Chong Shan. He will be given the position of Ma tribe's supreme elder, and will enjoy Ma tribe's resources for life. Ma Shangfeng fought and killed the wolves as he shouted loudly. Such huge rewards naturally attracted many Gu master experts, causing their eyes to turn red and their spears to point at Fang Yuan. Very soon, He Lulan and the rest started to feel a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Not good. The enemy has gone crazy. We won't be able to hold on for long. Black Banner troops, come over to reinforce us quick. Pei Yen Fei, Zhong Fei Yu, Tang Miao Ming, you guys also come over to protect Wolf King. We cannot continue to defend passively like this. We need to take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, the residual force of the battle will still endanger Wolf King. Ma tribe was absolutely not resigned to losing. If they lost, they would be completely finished. They began to stake their lives, the heavy rewards alluring them to brave dangers. The situation quickly escaped out of He Lulan's control, and the battlefield soon changed into attacking and defending Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's safety and danger directly concerned the result of this battle. The enemy rank 4 Gu masters and rank 5 Gu masters all rushed over, creating a huge chaotic scene. This was a majestic spectacle that was rarely seen in the former imperial court contests. In the battle rings, rank 4 Gu masters were already reduced to a supporting role. Even rank 5 experts could not act freely and were in a risky situation. He Lulan, Yi Luisang and others had still been paying some attention to Wolf King at first. But soon, they were finding it difficult to protect themselves. Surrounding them were flames, ice and snow, sound waves, and all sorts of attacks that flew chaotically among the battle rings. The enemy did not remain in a fixed place, fighting anyone they met. There were times they even attacked their own people. The #1 assassin Wu Ming stood at a distance, helplessly looking at the giant chaotic battle ring. He was an assassin, an expert at getting close while hiding before striking the fatal attack. But right now, the battleground had become so chaotic with all Gu masters attacking madly, all kinds of investigative Gu worms scanning around, and Gu masters killing anybody they came across. The situation was already out of control, the offense too overwhelming, and some rank 4 Gu masters had already become hysterical to protect themselves. Wu Ming was doubtful. If he entered stealthily, he might be discovered within a few breaths of time. It might even be his own people who might attack him in the heat of the moment. Even if I don't make a move, Wolf King will find it hard to keep his life in such a situation. Wu Ming smiled coldly and kept on watching the show. Soon, his eyes brightened and saw a rank 4 Gu master of his side moving towards Wolf King from the side. Cheng Hu. When he saw the person clearly, Wu Ming almost shouted in excitement. Someone had struck Cheng Hu from behind and sent him flying towards Fang Yuan. Previously, Fang Yuan had Bian Xixien guarding him from the side. But just moments ago, Bian Xixien had taken the initiative to draw away the encroaching Fei Shengcheng. She was not a defensive Gu master and also did not have any intention to sacrifice her life for Fang Yuan. Thus she felt that was the most sensible choice. Which scoundrel sneak attacked me? Cheng Hu fell on the ground and immediately stood up, furiously roaring before turning around and charging towards the direction he came from. Wu Ming did not know what to say at this scene. However, Cheng Hu had only walked 5-6 steps when suddenly he seemed to have been struck by a body immobilization spell as he stopped on the spot. He furiously turned around and rigidly stared at Fang Yuan, who was within his reach. After few breaths of being dazed, he finally came back to his senses. The guys who sneak attacked me. I really love you. Ha ha ha. Cheng Hu's pores opened up in excitement and looked at Fang Yuan like he was looking at 5 million battle merits and endless fame and fortune. Grr. He pounced forward. His limbs instantly transformed into a gorgeous tiger the moment he landed. Transformation path killer move. Slant-eye tiger roared. A reeking wind pounced towards Fang Yuan. Damn it! Hide quickly. Bian Xixien glanced back and involuntarily screamed. Success! Wu Ming felt his blood pumping and his body shivering with excitement. The tiger opened its bloody mouth, leaped to the air and pounced down. The huge shadow shrouded over Fang Yuan's face. The tiger's sharp teeth was almost closing at his head. I had not thought such a heaven-shaking contribution will fall to my hands, huh? The tiger's eyes suddenly flashed with a shocked look. A pair of large hands grabbed the tiger's neck, immobilizing it. Humph! Cheng Hu snorted inwardly. His many years of battle experience and insight allowed him to quickly slash with his 2 sharp claws. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The next moment, the 2 tiger claws were separately grabbed by 2 metallic hands. Where did these hands come from? Cheng Hu gazed with bewilderment and saw Fang Yuan's cold gaze and tranquil as ice face, and 2 bronze arms that had grown from his sides since some unknown time ago. The 2 bronze hands firmly grabbed Cheng Hu's tiger claws. Humph! Cheng Hu snorted and immediately used his tail as well. The tail lashed through the air, forming a fierce whip shadow that was agile and tricky as it smashed towards Fang Yuan's head. Slam! A clear sound echoed. There was not the slightest of injuries on Fang Yuan's head, but instead it was the tiger tail that had turned numb from the pain and lost its control. Cheng Hu had a killer move. Fang Yuan similarly possessed a killer move. Killer move. 4-arm Earth King. There were no less than 14 Gu worms used for this killer move, including rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu. In such a state, Fang Yuan's defense had increased by over 4 times. His strength reaching 800 Jun. Moreover, when he was touching the ground, his strength would keep on increasing without end. Have you played enough? Fang Yuan gave a cold smile, looking calmly at Cheng Hu, his gaze carrying a ridiculing and cold intent. An intense coldness rose from Cheng Hu's heart before quickly spreading over his whole body. Fear. Even if Cheng Hu was usually carefree and took his bravery as an honor, right now as he looked at Fang Yuan's dark and cold eyes, he felt fear. The intense fear caused him to erupt with strength. The tiger moved its throat, preparing a sound wave attack. However, at this moment, Fang Yuan gave a soft sigh. Such a boring trick. Sigh, it is better for you to die. His voice was tranquil and light, as if he was talking of an insignificant thing. Pshhh. The next moment, the bronze hands exerted strength and pulled. The gorgeous tiger was ripped into 2 halves. Fresh blood splattered and internal organs fell down to the ground. Two irregular tiger part fell down to the ground and transformed back to two halves of a human. And the tiger head turned back to Chung Hu's head. His eyes were wide open in fear, completely revealing the fear of death. Fong Yuan grabbed Chung Hu's skull and slowly raised his head. His gaze traversing through everyone and landed on Yang Peying. The hair all over Yang Peying's body stood on their end. An intense sense of danger was rising in his heart. Fong Yuan flapped his eagle wings and flew to the sky. Yang Peying's pupils shrunk, immediately mobilizing the Thunder Eagle group to protect him. Fong Yuan smiled in disdain. Do you think you can block me with just these beasts with rank 4 battle strength? Bam bam bam. He directly charged straight ahead. The Thunder Eagles in his way were forcefully smashed into pieces. By the time the Gu Masters in the chaotic battlefield reacted, Fong Yuan had already charged through the Thunder Eagle group like a hot knife cutting through butter and reached Yang Peying. You! Yang Peying's face lost all blood as he looked at Fong Yuan with extreme fear. Fong Yuan lifted him by his head, his whole body not even able to resist the slightest bit. Fong Yuan lightly clenched his hand. Crack! Fong Yuan burst Eagle King Yang Peying's head as easily as bursting a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered, and the Eagle group instantly crumbled apart. The Eagle group flew away back to the sunny sky. The enormous commotion attracted countless people. What? Wolf King personally killed Eagle King? A lot of people shouted incredulously at this sight. Now it is your turn. Fong Yuan did not stop, his cold gaze landing on Ma Xun. They were separated by 10,000 steps of distance, and he was protected by the majestic horse group. But Ma Xun still felt a terror as if a calamity was descending upon him. Block him! Kill Wolf King! Wu Yi and Shi Shui flew together and pincer attacked Fong Yuan. A bunch of trash wants to block me? Fong Yuan snorted in disdain. He flapped his two wings and easily shook away Shi Shui, directly charging towards Wu Yi. Wu Yi had never expected Fong Yuan to be so violent. He overestimated his own defense while also underestimating Fong Yuan's fierce offensive. The defensive light barrier only held for half a breath of time before collapsing apart. Wu Yi immediately sensed danger, and with his master-level flying skill, he was able to make a dodging movement which others simply could not do. If it were others, they might only be able to let him escape, but Fong Yuan was similarly a flying master. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Half of Wu Ye's body was smashed into paste, with bones fracturing into pieces and internal organs of half his body bursting apart. His eyes were wide open as he fell down from the sky. A generation's flying master, a demonic path expert, had perished. Fong Yuan moved on towards Ma Xun without even glancing at Wu Yi. Roar! A dragon roar echoed like a thunder, and an enormous dragon blocked Fong Yuan's way. This giant dragon had golden horn, 3 claws and dragon eyes which were burning like lanterns, revealing the flames of revenge. Chong Shan Yin, you dared to kill my younger brother. You shall pay the most bitter price for this. This person was a rank 5 expert of transformation path. Chang Hu's big brother Cheng Long. Noisy earthworm. Fong Yuan snorted and increased his speed, leaving behind an afterimage in the air as he fiercely smashed into the giant dragon. Boom! The explosive sound of the collision was deafening. The sound waves spread to all directions, resounding through the sky and earth. Hearts trembled as countless gazes fixed at the distant, looking at Fong Yuan, whose body had inflated by 2 times and was covered in a bronze luster, his 4 arms thicker than a grown man's thighs. He stood proudly in the air, grabbing a broken dragon horn, while the 3-clawed golden giant dragon fell down to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. It fiercely smashed into the ground, creating a giant pit with dragon blood and dragon scales splattering all around. What? Ma Shangfeng's pupils rapidly shrunk as he blurted out involuntarily, not daring to believe the reality. Even Cheng Long could not take one move from him. This killer move. He Lulan absent-mindedly looked at Fong Yuan, seeing the reflection of Lu tribe's 3 brothers, 3 heads, 6 arms killer move. Ma Xun, I, Wolf King, will take your life, Fong Yuan lightly said, his voice traveling across the battlefield. His calm tone was like he was once again speaking of insignificant matter. But to everyone else, his words had a feeling of being unrivaled. Uncle Ma-Zun, leave quickly. I will block him. Ma Tribe's young tribe leader Ma-Ing Jie shouted from Ma-Zun's side. The other Gu Master Guards also started persuading. Wolf King is very fierce, we cannot face him head-on. Lord and young tribe leader, please leave. We will hold him back. People all around Ma-Zun kept on persuading strongly. Ma-Zun's expression was ashen as he resolutely refused. No, my Ma tribe only has warriors who will fight to death, not cowards who will run away. I am a symbol of Ma tribe. It will be a heavy impact to our army's morale if I run away. I cannot leave, we have yet to lose. I still have my Pegasus group. With a shift of his mind, the Pegasus flew into the air like clouds. These grand beasts had snow-white fur. Their mane fluttered in the wind as they unfolded their pure white wings. These Pegasus were Ma tribe's pride. A grand feeling emerged in Ma tribesmen's hearts as they looked at these Pegasus. The feelings of fear quickly calmed down. Right, we still have Pegasus. Ah? Ma-Ing Jie was speaking, when suddenly he exclaimed in shock and terror. Fang Yuan was shooting towards them like a meteor, fiercely crashing through the Pegasus group without any intent to dodge. The Pegasus, which had rank 4 battle strength, were smashed through, their blood spurting high. The horse group neighed in panic. Their pure white feathers helplessly drifted in the air as their corpse fell down to the ground. Fang Yuan moved straight through Pegasus group and reached above Ma-Zun and the group with none able to block him. Ma-Zun was stunned. The Gu masters beside opened their mouth wide as they looked at Fang Yuan. Their heart filled with extreme shock, helplessness, and fear. Fang Yuan's ghostly figure deeply imprinted itself in the depths of their heart, never to be forgotten. No, I have not lost yet. Ma-Zun freaked out and was about to use his killer move when he was blocked by Ma-Ing Jie. Uncle, let me do it. Once you use this killer move, your cultivation will fall. Ma tribe can lose me, but it can never lose you. Ma-Ing Jie shouted, his gaze filled with determination. Ing Jie. Ma-Zun's body shook. He looked at this junior whom he appreciated and was most hopeful about, and felt his will to fight to the death. Ma-Zun did not want his nephew to sacrifice for him. But just like Ma-Ing Jie said, Ma tribe could lose Ma-Ing Jie, but it needed him, Ma-Zun, to command horse group. The eagle group had crumbled apart now and the rat group could not be counted on. If they lose the horse group as well, Ma tribe's defeat will be certain. Also, my death is not certain. Uncle, leave quickly. Ma-Ing Jie turned solemn, mobilizing his primeval essence into several Gu worms. Killer move. Dragon Horse Spirit. This was a killer move that was specially prepared for them by Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu Immortal Shui Song Zi. Nay. Many horses beside Ma-Ing Jie raised their front legs and gave desperate and crazy neighs. Large amount of blood seeped out of their body. They fell down one after another as they lost their life. But at the same time, diverse and gorgeous horse souls resembling rainbows pierced out of the corpses. Mutated horse souls. Fang Yuan's pupils slightly shrunk. Normal souls were simply impossible to be detected by ordinary people. But these horse souls had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on their head and were also of every size, as if they were alive, and they also shone with all kinds of colors. Only the blind would not be able to see them. Dragon horses floated up and charged towards Fang Yuan in a very fast speed. Fang Yuan flew away, pulling apart some distance while also making probing attacks. These horse souls were troublesome because they were souls. Ordinary physical attacks had no effect on them. At the same time, their self-destruction had the power equal to the soul explosion of the previous shark fin wolf. Fang Yuan's killer move was strong, but it was not a soul path killer move. If 3 horse souls self-destructed at the same time, he would not be able to endure it. After all, his soul cultivation was still at 1,000-man soul. But why would I face you head-on? Fang Yuan scoffed and slowly landed on the ground. He was not simply a pure strength path Gu master, he still had enslavement path methods. Next moment, wolf smoke surged and healed the wolves beside him. Wolf howl resounded, raising the wolves' battle strength by several times. The wolves then charged towards Ma Yingjie and Ma Zun like hungry sharks. Damn it! Ma Yingjie immediately experienced Fang Yuan's insidiousness and unscrupulousness. He had sacrificed large numbers of horses beside him to form into mutated horse souls for the killer move Dragon Horse Spirit. But Fang Yuan did not face his horse souls, instead sending his wolf group to death. The wolves used their lives to wear down the horse soul's strength, and the mutated horse souls started becoming dimmer as they defended against the wolf group's fierce attacks. Some dispersed and some self-destructed. Large numbers of wolves died in exchange for a sharp reduction of the horse souls. Fang Yuan was displaying the essence of the enslavement path to the extreme. Enslavement path Gu masters used cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy's precious strength. For example, consuming their primeval essence, and right now it was to perish along with the horse souls. Ma Yingjie could do nothing to Fang Yuan. Mutated horse souls were strong, but after slaughtering so many wolves in such a short period of time, they were now powerless to be of any threat to Fang Yuan. Uncle, leave. You are our Ma tribe's hope. Leave quickly. Ma Yingjie shouted, persuading Ma Zun to leave again. Ma Zun's cheeks streamed with tears, his heart filled with pain, hatred, anger, and hesitation. He gritted his teeth to the point of almost breaking them, but in the end, under the urging of his rationality, he slowly moved his body and led a group of horses, leaving Ma Yingjie and retreating towards Ma tribe camp. Fang Yuan immediately sensed Ma Zun's movement. Ma Zun was an enslavement pathmaster, 100 times more significant than Ma Yingjie. Fang Yuan immediately flapped his wings and flew to the sky. He gave up on Ma Yingjie and began to chase Ma Zun. Wolf King, don't leave. Ma Yingjie hurriedly mobilized horse souls to fly into the sky to intercept Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan coldly smiled in disdain and made an exquisite turn in the air, throwing all the horse souls behind him. He was a flying master while these mutated horse souls were no more than Ma Yingjie's puppets. Looking at Fang Yuan rushing towards them with killing intent, the Gu master guards beside Ma Zun immediately became fearful. With no choice, Ma Zun also used the killer move, Dragon Horse Spirit. Under his control, mutated horse souls formed into a tight defense line. Their might was much more than what Ma Yingjie showed. Even if Fang Yuan had Flying Master achievement, it would be difficult for him to break through. Roar! A dragon roar resonated at this moment. An enormous shadow shrouded over Fang Yuan. The three-clawed, golden horn giant dragon once again charged at Fang Yuan. Cheng Long had been defeated in one move by Fang Yuan and had fallen down to the ground miserably. He had barely crawled out of the hole when he was attacked by several enemies, and after spending all his strength to thwart and beat away these obstacles, he chased after Fang Yuan in rage to take revenge. You actually came to send yourself to death. Fang Yuan coldly smiled, not in the least moved as he looked at the dragon claws that were rapidly approaching him with an invincible might. The eagle wings on his back flapped and he easily brushed past the dragon claws. Relying on his exquisite flying skill, he made the giant dragon go circles around him. Not good. I am not Wolf King's match in the air. Cheng Long soon realized his disadvantage, but it was already late. Fang Yuan grabbed this gap to fly to the dragon head. His two bronze arms ruthlessly pounded on the two eyes of the giant dragon like a battle spear or a sharp sword. The dragon eyes burst and blood splashed in all directions. The giant dragon immediately went mad, roaring miserably due to the intense pain. Fang Yuan was splashed all over with scarlet blood, but he did not stop. He gave a sinister smile and continued piercing deep into the eyes with his two hands, directly attacking the brain membrane, while his other two hands smashed at the dragon head like a heavy hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Huge sounds echoed out again and again as Fang Yuan continued to hammer at the dragon head like pounding on a war drum. The giant dragon started falling down. It struggled with mad fervor, and its long tail twisted into a braid. Stones and mud flew, and the dragon tail lashed out, sending both humans and beasts flying. Fang Yuan did not stop his attack. He continued to pound for 20 to 30 times, and was finally satisfied when the dragon head was thoroughly smashed into pieces. White brain matter and blood spurted upon his whole body. He took a deep breath, the intense odor of blood instead making him feel satisfied, especially when he looked silently at this giant dragon corpse that he had conquered. Man, no matter which world they live in, all lives to conquer. Conquer the enemy, conquer themselves. Fang Yuan sighed with emotion. Although the dragon had already died, the dragon corpse had not transformed back. One could see how profound Cheng Long's achievement in transformation path was. His head was quite tough, but he was no more than an impulsive fool. Fang Yuan lightly commented before looking towards Ma Zun again. He even killed Cheng Long. Is this still Wolf King? Wasn't he an enslavement pathmaster? The scene of Fang Yuan stepping on the corpse shocked many. Most of them simply did not dare to believe their own eyes. How could Wolf King change from an enslavement pathmaster into such a fierce warrior that rampaged in the battlefield? Meanwhile, the wolf group howled and charged waves after waves without any pause, showing Fang Yuan's exquisite beast-controlling skill. Ma Zun's face was pale. His primeval essence was gradually exhausted as he kept on maintaining the killer move, Dragon Horse Spirit. The mutated horse souls had formed a tight defensive battle formation, the wolf group throwing their lives as they charged forward waves after waves. Fang Yuan remained unmoved at these sacrifices, only sneering inwardly. Now, let me show you the true power of dual cultivation in enslavement and strength path. With a shift of his mind, the wolf group immediately changed their offensive pattern, dividing into several groups and breaking forward like sharp cones. The mutated soul's battle formation was unavoidably pulled apart. As the defensive line became thinly spread, Fang Yuan took the initiative to launch an assault. Ma Zun felt a chill in his heart and promptly maneuvered the mutated horse souls to intercept Fang Yuan. But this caused the defensive line to turn chaotic. Fang Yuan laughed and changed the direction of his assault while making the wolf group charge ahead by 300 steps. Ma Zun blocked left and right, soon being unable to hold off the attacks. If he guarded against Fang Yuan's assault, the wolf group would be free to charge forward. If he defended against the wolf group, he would not be able to guard against Fang Yuan. After several rounds, Fang Yuan saw a gap and fiercely charged towards Ma Zun. The first strike broke Ma Zun's defensive barrier. The second punch seriously injured Ma Zun, and the third punch killed this famous enslavement pathmaster. Ma Zun died. The horse group crumbled apart and Ma tribe's army's morale lowered to the abyss. If I had not seen it personally, I would never have believed this. Horse King actually died by enslavement pathmaster Wolf King's beheading the leader tactic. Wolf King concealed himself too deeply. He actually cultivated both enslavement and strength path. He simply does not need to fear beheading the leader tactics. How can we deal with such an enslavement pathmaster? The terrifying strength Fang Yuan displayed inflicted heavy pressure on everyone in Ma tribe army. Despair was quickly spreading in their heart. Now we can only rely on Rat King. Only the rat group can contend against the wolf group. Ma Shangfeng's face was ashen. Ma Zun's death made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. But he was Ma tribe leader, and under this desperation, he looked towards Zhang Bao Ya's direction. However, the next moment, the only hope left in Ma Shangfeng's eyes was also obliterated. Rat King had actually fled. Heavens! This Wolf King is a monster. Eagle King, Horse King, Cheng Long, Chong Hu and Wu Yi were all killed by him. Will I be able to survive if I don't run away now? Blood flowed out of all 7 facial orifices of Zhang Baoya as he ran away. He could not do anything about this. He had sworn the poison vow when he joined Ma tribe army. Now that he was deserting in the battle, he naturally suffered the backlash of the poison vow. But Zhang Baoya wanted to retreat even if he had to risk the backlash. Fang Yuan's terrifying performance had already completely obliterated all will to battle in his heart. Rat King, return right now, Ma Shangfeng shouted. But Zhang Baoya ignored him and ran madly. The blood from his 7 facial orifices was dyeing the path, showing his determination to run. His fleeing attracted the people around him, and soon, a large number of Ma tribe Gu masters began to retreat, with large number of tribes gathering their forces as they retreated from the battlefield. One really shouldn't rely on outsiders. Ma Xiangfeng spurted out a large mouthful of blood before he blacked out and fainted. Ma tribe army was utterly crushed. The situation was set. Despite having the Snowman elite troops, they could not turn around the situation. Gu master experts also started to retreat one after another. I almost had to break my seal and use my true martial physique to fight. Luckily, in a battle ring, He Lulan, who had been attacked from all around, was gasping. His body full of injuries and his primeval essence heavily depleted. But the ominous glint in his eyes was becoming colder and sharper. Under his order, He tribe army began a ruthless hunt. The more they killed, the more battle merits they would obtain. Even a fool understood this. Fame and fortune incited He tribe army to be like brutal famished wolves. At first, the elite troops were covering Ma tribe's retreat, but soon He tribe's elite troops rushed to them and pinned them down. Ma tribe army had thoroughly collapsed and countless people were escaping to all directions. Fang Yuan did not move, instead calling the wolf group to protect him. Heavy internal bleeding, soul has been weakened to 500-man soul. Fang Yuan inspected his body, swallowing the blood in his mouth as waves after waves of dizziness attacked him. His 2 bronze arms quietly disappeared. The repercussions of 4-arm Earth King killer move was much more serious than what he had expected. The several experiments before only scratched the surface. Now that I used it to its extreme, even going beyond the theorized time limit, a problem has occurred. Sure enough, genuine knowledge comes from practice. Killer move was an exquisite coordination between goo worms. But a killer move was not perfected by just planning it. Only by putting it into practice and revising it continuously could the killer move be perfected. And this process to perfect it could last a very long time, lasting generations and even over 10 generations of continuous deductions and adjustments. For Arm Earth King was a result of Fang Yuan using his 500 years of experience along with a moment of inspiration. It was made in a hurry and was still in experimental phase. Fang Yuan was soon able to understand what caused such heavy repercussions. It is the rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. This killer move was originally based on ground fight. The longer one is touching the ground, the lighter the repercussions. But I was flying almost all the time in this battle. Thus, this problem was exposed. It seems 4-arm Earth King killer move has a lot of shortcomings. From this battle, I can see flying is much more convenient than charging Crash Gu, and possesses much higher threat to enemies. Since I have master-level attainment in flying, I should make full use of this superiority. He was not willing to give up flying, so the 4-arm Earth King killer move had to be greatly altered. Fang Yuan sat on the aged Night Wolf Emperor, quietly pondering while looking at the wanton slaughtering by He tribe army. Damn it! Still vigilant. Not giving me even a little chance. Assassin Wu Ming was hiding in a distance while observing Fang Yuan. He had been thinking of taking advantage of Wolf King's negligence after the battles, to sneak attack him. If he succeeded and killed Wolf King, Ma tribe would still have a chance to regroup and make a comeback. But Fang Yuan did not give him any opportunity, almost as if he saw through his plan. Wu Ming waited for a while more, but because of He tribe experts moving about more frequently nearby, he could not endure anymore and quietly retreated. Ma tribe was fleeing in defeat, and while they were fleeing, Ma tribe leader Ma Xiangfeng woke up. He was still not resigned, and after they fled to the defense line, he tried to hold on by relying on the defense line. But Tai Bai Yun Sheng's mountain as before Gu wrecked his plan. He tribe army broke through the defense line. Pan Ping used his soul blade Gu and luckily managed to get Ma Xiangfeng's head in the chaotic battle. With Ma tribe leader's death, Ma tribesmen no longer had the will to battle. Tao tribe, Yang tribe, and Qi Lian tribe surrendered one after another. The surrendering process unavoidably attracted most of He tribe's attention. Move faster, faster, faster. Zhao Lianyun was urging from inside the carriage. Fei Kai was taking the coachman position and used all his strength to lash at the horse. The carriage's 2 wheels moved at a rapid speed. Fei Kai was Ma Yingjie's head servant and being in charge of Ma tribe's young tribe leaders' everyday life. He naturally had to accompany Ma Yingjie to the battle. Zhao Lianyun was homeless and so could only follow behind him. Ma tribe was defeated. These two and other mortals also fled for their lives. However, just relying on the horsepower, the carriage's speed simply could not surpass a Gu master. While they escaped, they were thrown far behind by Gu masters. But because Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun were mortals, the army chasing after Ma tribe army let them go. The battle merits in killing mortals were next to nothing. Of course, if they encountered Gu masters in a bad mood or those who liked to kill or wolves who did not care if they were mortals, just one or two casual moves from either of these could send them to their grave. However, Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun's luck were really good. Not only did they not encounter such situation, they were actually able to smoothly escape out of the battlefield under countless Gu masters' eyes. The two put in all their efforts in escaping. The old horse pulling the carriage foamed in exhaustion and finally fell on the grassland. The carriage overturned soon after and broke apart. Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun broke out of the broken carriage in a miserable state. Although they were injured, it was not serious because of the soft grassland. Now, where should we go? Fei Kai was indecisive. They were in a vast land without any soldiers or Gu masters chasing them. Zhao Lianyun panted heavily without replying. She was also feeling flustered and helpless. Wolf King Chong Shan Yin. There is actually such a terrifying monster in this world. Damn it. If I had known you were this fierce, why would I persuade father to travel so far to side with Ma tribe? As she thought of Fong Yuan's terrifying figure rampaging in the midst of innumerable troops, Zhao Lianyun's body and mind trembled. Remembering her father who had died in the battlefield, their current homeless situation and the ruthlessness of fate, Zhao Lianyun began to weep in grief. Xiao Yun, don't cry, don't cry, don't worry, I am still here. Fei Kai immediately comforted her. Zhao Lianyun buried her head in her knees and cried even louder. Fei Kai panicked as he comforted and apologizes repeatedly, cutting out a very clumsy figure. Zhao Lianyun cried for a while, then suddenly raised her head. What's the use of your apology? I am really miserable. How could I come to such a world? Now our situation is desperate with nothing to eat or even drink. At night, the bloody odor on the battlefield will attract groups after groups of beasts to forage. Sooner or later, we will starve to death, die of thirst or even freeze to death. Then what should we do? Fei Kai looked at Zhao Lianyun with an expression that was seeking help. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and furiously shouted, You are really trash. You are older than me. Can't you think of something? You want me to think of everything. Do you think I am Dong Fong Yu Liang? Fei Kai lowered his head after being scolded, only daring to look at his feet. Suddenly, he raised his head with bright eyes. I have thought of a good way. Ah? What way? Zhao Lianyun raised her brows in amazement. This fool had actually thought of a way? I feel that as long as we have a horse, we can escape far away from the battlefield. With no odor of blood, we will be able to avoid the beasts. Zhao Lianyun fiercely kicked Fei Kai. Do you think I don't know? You fool. You big idiot. What good method is this? I also want a horse. Where will you get me one? Fei Kai jumped in pain from Zhao Lianyun's kick. Suddenly, he pointed ahead and shouted, Look! There is a horse. Zhao Lianyun turned around to look and was stupefied, blurting out, The fuck? There really is a horse. But she quickly reacted. There are no lack of horses in northern plains, but what we lack is the method to capture and tame it. Fei Kai, do you have any method? Fei Kai exclaimed, his hand still pointing ahead as he shouted, Look! There is a person on the horse. Zhao Lianyun concentrated. There really was a person. As the horse neared the two, Zhao Lianyun's eyes suddenly opened wide because of the identity of the injured person on the horse's back. Maring Jie. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. He tribe has won this battle. Even if Ma tribe gets support from Gu immortals, they cannot reverse the situation. He Bai, who had been observing the battle all along, saw He tribe was already beginning to clear up the battlefield through investigative Gu, and impatiently congratulated He Cheng, who was beside him. He Cheng lightly smiled. Congratulations to you too. He Lulan. This kid did not betray our expectations. Ah, right. The demonic path Gu Immortal who supported Ma tribe has been discovered. It is Shuesong Zi of Snowy Mountain's 6th peak. He Bai's expression immediately turned heavy. Humph. So it was him. If not for him meddling and fighting with me over wooden chicken Gu, the immortal Gu would not have escaped the bindings, and I would have already been in possession of wooden chicken Gu. Hei Chung comforted him with a smile. Brother, no need to worry. It will be the same thing if we can obtain wooden chicken Gu with the help of 88 Truyong building. This is called, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Once you obtain wooden chicken Gu, you will become an expert among Gu immortals immediately. I don't deserve such praise. Hei Bai immediately bowed at Hei Chung and sincerely said, if not for elder brother's generous help, how could I have such financial ability like Shuesong Zi? Elder brother is really wise and far-sighted, investing so much immortal essence stones. It was an amazing decision. As expected, stocking up the wolf groups before sending them out for support all at once truly caught Shuesong Zi unprepared. This time, even if Shuesong Zi wants to continue sending help, there is no one to receive it. Ha ha ha. Hei Chung laughed brightly before sighing. Without investment, how could there be profits? He paused a moment and continued. Also, we were fortunate that other famous super tribes did not really make their move in this imperial court contest. There was also the information from Fairytan Baya which allowed us to know of the secret relationship between Ma tribe and Snowy Mountain. Another point, this Wolf King Chongshan Yin is truly a spectacular junior. His performance was outstanding, the one with the most radiance in this contest, such that his brilliance surpasses this generation's Gu masters in Northern Plains. Hei Bai also nodded, having the same feeling. I have already investigated Chongshan Yin in detail. He is a person of Chong tribe and was very famous. Even us Gu immortals knew of him. Later, he mysteriously disappeared for over 10 years. He clearly had a fortuitous encounter. Now, he cultivates both enslavement and strength path. I saw the killer move he used just before. Its repercussions are not small, but it is indeed somewhat interesting. Fong Yuan could conceal his injuries from the surrounding people, but he could not conceal it from Gu immortals. Hei Chung was silent for a while before speaking. This is a Gu immortal seed. I plan to take him into Hei tribe. After he enters Imperial Court Blessed Land, we will properly observe him. If he is willing to join us and offer his loyalty, he might be able to become our Hei tribe's external supreme elder in the future. Hei Bai smiled. The difficulty of ascending to Gu immortal realm is unspeakable. Elder brother truly thinks highly of him. In my opinion, Tai Bai Yunshang is also quite good. We can also ask him to join Hei tribe. But he is a little old. Hei Ching nodded. In these Gu immortals' eyes, only Chongshan Yin and Tai Bai Yunshang piqued their interest and gained their attention among the entire Hei tribe alliance army. When Maring Jie finally woke up, his first sight was Fei Kai's joyous, smiling face. Fei Kai shouted, "Young tribe leader, you are finally awake." The simple and honest voice warmed Ma Jie's heart. He struggled to sit upright, but the intense pain caused him to grimace and froth started to bubble from his mouth. He was barely able to ask, "Where is this place?" Fei Kai scratched his head and said in shame, "I also don't know where this is, but we should have escaped the battlefield." Battlefield? Ma Jie suddenly started and immediately asked, "The battle, what happened?" "We lost, Lord Young tribe leader. Many people escaped and even more people surrendered," Fei Kai answered. Ma Jie's face turned pale white and his body shook, almost fainting down. But luckily Fei Kai was supporting his back. Zhao Lianyun stood at the side, looking at this formerly radiant Ma tribe young tribe leader who had now fallen into such a miserable state. It left a bad taste in her mouth. "Sigh, this Ma Jie is young and promising. It is a pity he ran into Wolf King Chongshan Yin. It was not that you didn't try hard enough, but that the enemy was too much of a monster." Maring Jie closed his eyes, 2 streams of tears quietly falling down. After a while, he opened his reddened eyes and looked at Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun, asking in a hoarse voice, "Did you guys save me?" Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun nodded. "Young tribe leader, what do we do now?" Fei Kai asked. Ma Ying-jie said with a gloomy expression. We will return. This battle is our Ma tribe's defeat, but we still have some tribesmen remaining behind in Warm Pond Valley. Back then, before Heroes Assembly, Ma tribe schemed and brought about internal disorder in Fei tribe, before swallowing Fei tribe and occupying Warm Pond Valley. Ma tribe's higher-ups, to be prepared for the unexpected, left behind the old, weak, sick and crippled behind at Warm Pond Valley. If Ma tribe won, they would take these people back. But if Ma tribe lost, these people would be the seeds to continue the tribe's bloodline. Return to Warm Pond Valley? But we don't have water and also don't have any rations. To travel such a long distance. Zhao Lianyun's brows furrowed into a knot. Hey, little girl, as long as I am here, there will be sufficient water and food. You guys don't need to worry. Ma Ying-jie replied. The three started their journey, coming across many Ma tribesmen who had fled. Ma Ying-jie took all of them in. Lord Young tribe leader, I had not thought that I, Ma Yuliang, would still live to see you. When Ma Yuliang saw Ma Ying-jie, he immediately said this in a sobbing voice. He was Ma tribe's rank 3 elder and was lying on a stretcher now. He had lost an arm and his right leg was fractured. His injuries were severe. When Ma Ying-jie saw Ma Yuliang, tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. Elder Ma Yuliang, it really is good to see you. Although he had taken in many tribesmen along the way, most of them were mortals, while Ma Yuliang might be heavily injured and also crippled, but he was still a Gu master. Ma tribe had been utterly defeated in this battle. Before the battle, they had been a large tribe whose foundations were deep enough to charge to super tribe level. But after the battle, Ma tribe was completely reduced to a small tribe, falling down from the pinnacle of their power. To the current Ma tribe, every Gu master was a very precious strength and hope of the tribe. Lord Young tribe leader, old tribe leader died in the battlefield. Ma Yuliang cried bitterly as he told this grievous news to Ma Ying-jie. Ma Ying-jie's body shook intensely, and despite having already made mental preparations, his heart was still filled with endless sadness and sorrow after hearing this news. He gritted his teeth, his whole body seemingly having turned into an iron statue. After a while of silence, he slowly wiped away his tears and spoke. From today onwards, I am Ma tribe leader. Elder Ma Yuliang, you need to pull yourself together. Our Ma tribe might have lost, but we are not exterminated. Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun set the rule that Huang Jin family's bloodline could not be exterminated. Ma tribe has already paid a disastrous price for the battle. Now even He tribe cannot eradicate us. We will return to Warm Pond Valley and climb up from this loss. I believe our Ma tribe's radiance won't disperse like this. Ma Yuliang dazedly looked at the young tribe leader in front of him, and in his blurred vision, he seemed to be looking at Ma Shangfeng and Ma Zun's silhouettes. He stopped sobbing as hope rose up in his heart again. He then answered with a very deep voice, Lord tribe leader, I also believe so. Winner takes all. While Ma Ying-jie was miserably fleeing, it was a scene of celebratory feasts in the many tents of He tribe's alliance army with plentiful food and people crowding around the warm bonfire. We have won. We were victorious. Ma tribe's ambition was too big. They actually wanted to become a super tribe. This ambition was the cause of their destruction. Congratulations to Lord He Lulan for becoming the Lord of Imperial Court. Esteemed Lord Wolf King, please allow me to propose a toast to you. The main tent was also a scene of festivity. Besides the fine wine and food, there were also beautiful and passionate Northern Plains women dancing gracefully to their heart's content. The ones present in the main tent were the higher-ups of He tribe's alliance army and were all experts. The cultivations of these people were at least rank 4. One could say they were the most radiant heroes of this generation of Northern Plains. He Lulan was sitting on the main seat, and to the first seat on his left was Fang Yuan. Because of Tai Bai Yunshang's arrival as well as successive joining of several rank 5 tribe elders, Fang Yuan's position had been pushed to the back. But after the third battle with Ma tribe, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and with his strength alone, battled the enemy's 3 enslavement masters and beheaded Cheng Long, Wu Yi and other famous experts. One could say Fang Yuan was at least 70% of the reason He tribe could win against Ma tribe decisively. Everyone in He tribe was shocked at Wolf King's terrifying battle strength, and that very night, they readjusted the seat rankings in the main tent. No one opposed this. Experts proposed toasts to Fang Yuan one after another. Fang Yuan did not refuse anyone, but only took a sip every time. This was completely not a demeanor of a grand Northern Plains warrior, but right now, this instead formed an arrogant and aloof aura on Fang Yuan. The main tent was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The Gu master who proposed the toast just before was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. He used his Soul Blade Gu and luckily managed to take Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng's head in the battle. Thus, his position was only inferior to Fang Yuan in the battle merit board now, being ranked at second. Seeing Fang Yuan taking a sip in response to his toast, Pan Ping gratefully stepped to the side. Northern Plains natives admire warriors. A terrifying performance like Fang Yuan's was extremely rare even when considering all the imperial court contests. Flying Master and Enslavement Path Master, two master-level halos shone on his body. His Enslavement Path and Strength Path dual cultivation would give an extreme headache to all his enemies. Seeing Pan Ping becoming satisfied and overwhelmed, and retreating in deference, the surrounding gazes showed respect, worship, or fear. Fang Yuan calmly placed down the wine cup and sighed inwardly. Unknowingly, I have already reached this stage. Riding on the great wave known as the Imperial Court Contest, Fang Yuan's individual battle strength rapidly inflated. Now, he was already at the summit of the mortal world. He had reached the peak of the mortals. Advancing further would be the realm of immortals. In the battle before, he slaughtered famed experts, rampaging all around with no one being able to obstruct him. Very few rank 5 peak stage Gu masters could display such performance. He Lu Lan's light was completely seized by Fang Yuan. Despite there being great flaws in cultivating both enslavement and strength path, despite Four-Arm Earth King Killer move being newly created and not yet perfected, they were already enough as a cornerstone to allow Fang Yuan to stand proud in the mortal world. In Three Kings Blessed Land, Fang Yuan used the Blessed Land's power to kill rank 4 and rank 5 Gu master experts, and now he was able to do it with his own strength. Even if Tai clan's previous clan leader Tai Mu by resurrected, Fang Yuan had the confidence of killing him. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan's battle strength had truly increased at a sharply flying speed. This accomplishment that others would find it almost impossible to achieve their whole life was established on 500 years of his former life's experience, who Immortal Blessed Land, painstaking efforts and strategies as a base. But it is still not enough, far from enough. What can being the peak of the mortal world be considered as? As long as one is not a Gu immortal, they will simply be chess pieces. Not mentioning the goal of eternal life, just looking at my current goal, I have yet to save Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan's gaze turned solemn as the flames of ambition burned in his heart. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunshang who was at the side. To save Danghun Mountain, he required Tai Bai Yunshang's immortal Gu landscape as before. This was his most important target for this trip to Northern Plains. Even 88 True Yang building was secondary. In his plan, if Danghun Mountain could not be saved, then 88 True Yang building's inheritance could only barely fill his losses. However, it was a very troublesome thing to take away others' Gu worms. A Gu worm's survival could be decided on simply a thought from its master. For example, Fang Yuan only needed a thought and even his immortal Gu, Spring-Autumn Cicada, would easily self-destruct. Precisely because of this, when Gu masters battled to death, they would often get next to nothing in terms of Gu worms from the corpse. And Tai Bai Yunshang's situation was even more troublesome. Immortal Gu landscape as before had yet to be born. It was an immortal Gu created by Tai Bai Yunshang after he became a Gu immortal, and by using river as before and mountain as before as the main materials. Hence, there were two courses of actions Fang Yuan could take. First was to capture Tai Bai Yunshang and use Soul Path Gu worms to soul search and plunder the recipe of landscape as before from his mind, then refine it by himself. This plan was too risky. First of all, Fang Yuan might not be able to capture Tai Bai Yunshang alive. Capturing alive and killing were two completely different concepts. especially when Tai Bai Yunshang was very powerful and was a time path Gu master. The failure of the plan would have huge consequences. Secondly, even if Fang Yuan was able to capture Tai Bai Yunshang alive, does it mean he could get the river as before and mountain as before Gu? In case Tai Bai Yunshang made these two Gu self-destruct, all of Fang Yuan's efforts would go to waste. Finally, it was still unknown if the current Tai Bai Yunshang had the Gu recipe for landscape as before in his mind. The possibility of a mortal being able to come up with an immortal Gu recipe was extremely small, especially when Tai Bai Yunshang was not a refinement path master. According to the vague rumors in Fang Yuan's previous life, when Tai Bai Yunshang became a Gu immortal, heaven and earth reacted, Dao marks attracted each other and his inspiration exploded, making the two rank 5 Gu spontaneously merge together to form rank 6 immortal Gu landscape as before. If it really was so, then the Gu recipe for landscape as before simply did not exist and its refinement process could not be duplicated. The first course of action could not be adopted. Then what about the second? In truth, it was not any better than the first. After Tai Bai Yunshang entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he would advance to Gu Immortal Realm. The second plan was to wait for him to become a Gu Immortal and possess the Immortal Gu, then deal with him. The meaning of this was that Fang Yuan as a mortal would be entrapping a Gu Immortal. How big was the possibility of a mortal successfully plotting against a Gu Immortal? Fang Yuan might be a rank 5 peak stage Gu master, but it would be almost impossible for him as well to cross the boundaries of immortal and mortal. Fang Yuan was a Gu Immortal in his past life. There might be no mortal that had as deep of an understanding of this as him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's plan was not just himself as a mortal going against a Gu Immortal. He would borrow the strength of 88 True Yang building, the bright guidance from his previous life's rich experience, and also the precious information from Lang Ye Land Spirit. All these allowed his plan to have a higher chance of success. With this, he had a 20% chance of seizing Immortal Gu landscape as before. 20% probability was already the highest among the 3 ways to save Danghun Mountain. Only an Immortal Gu could contend against Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. Based on his wide vision and experience from his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan knew of only 3 Immortal Gu that could save Danghun Mountain. First was the rank 6 Earth Path Turn Rock Gu. This Gu was with Western Desert's rank 6 Gu Immortal Sun Siyu. Second was similarly an Earth Path rank 6 Immortal Gu rebuilding Mount Dongshan, which was in Eastern Sea's High Sure Blessed Land. Third was Time Path rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape as before. This Gu had not yet been created and was not a naturally formed Gu. Its master Tai Bai Yunshang was only a rank 5 Gu master currently. To seize Turn Rock Gu, Fang Yuan would have to deal with Gu Immortal Sun Siyu, who had been a Gu Immortal for over a dozen years. And the situation would be even more bad if he wanted to scheme against rebuilding Mount Dongshan. Fang Yuan would be placing himself under the radar of Gu Immortals, and would he be able to exchange for the Immortal Gu as immortal? This was nothing more than a kid carrying gold and strolling around the black market. Thus, the third plan of Immortal Gu landscape as before had the lowest risk and the highest probability of success. Even if Tai Bai Yunshang would advance into a Gu Immortal, he would only be a greenhorn and would not be familiar with the qualitative change of strength. Compared to the veteran Sun Siyu and that group of Gu Immortals in the High Sure Blessed Land, this opponent was much more easy to deal with. Northern Plains, December. The blizzard was gradually becoming bigger and appeared more frequently. Even if there was no blizzard, the pure white snow had covered the whole northern plains, and even the blistering hot sunlight became powerless. The time of the 10-year blizzard was already approaching closer. Tianchuan, Warm Pond Valley. Tribe leader. This is the Spirit Spring Sea. Ma Yuliang worriedly pointed at the dried spirit spring and introduced it to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie's brows furrowed deeply. This Spirit Spring Sea was one of the only 3 remaining spirit springs of Warm Pond Valley. Now that it was dried up, only Spirit Springs A and B were left to support Ma tribe. This was disastrous news to Ma tribe. The spirit springs in northern plains were different from the spirit springs in other regions. Northern springs had little spring water and narrow spring opening, so they burst out fiercely and had poor foundation, so they lasted the shortest time. Eastern springs were plentiful in numbers. Southern springs gurgled. Northern springs were intense and western springs were pure. A mid-sized clan could last for over 10 years in southern border, using one spirit spring. As long as they did not use up the spirit spring excessively, they could continue to use the thin and continuous flow of the spirit spring. But it was different in northern plains. Spirit springs formed quickly in northern plains and quickly finished as well. Add in the intense warfares in northern plains, a mid-sized tribe would require at least 3 or 4 spirit springs to sustain themselves. Ma Ying-jie became Ma tribe's new tribe leader after he returned to the tribe. Ma tribe had lost at their attempt to charge into super tribe level and was now reduced to a small tribe, causing the large warm pond valley to appear spacious and empty. Ma tribe had rations and water sources, moreover had made ample preparations. But a spirit spring was a commodity that was an essential and important resource to a Gu master's cultivation. Once the blizzard arrives, places like Warm Pond Valley would become the final place of refuge. Not only beast groups, other Gu masters would also come to stay. As the owner of the place, Ma tribe not only had to resist against the blizzard but had to negotiate with these people as well. The primeval stones from the spirit spring were the backbone in supporting a Gu master's battles. Now, out of the 3 backbones of Ma tribe, one was broken. The weak Ma tribe that was left with 30% of their foundations suddenly had 10% less because of the drying spirit spring sea. However, Ma Ying-jie had no countermeasures to deal with such a problem. If he had a river as before Gu, he could immediately restore spirit spring sea to its original condition, resolving this problem, but he did not have it. Lord Tribe Leader, are spirit springs really so important? Fei Kai asked on the way back. After he returned to the tribe as a benefactor who saved Ma Ying-jie, he was immediately liberated from his slave status and was now a free person. At the same time, he was still Ma Ying-jie's personal attendant. Ma Ying-jie worriedly nodded. A spirit spring's drying up has an extremely huge influence towards Gu masters, and Gu masters are the pillars of a tribe. Our Ma tribe not only needs Gu masters as an important strength to resist all kinds of calamities during the blizzard disaster, but also to fight for new resources to develop the tribe after the disaster. Fei Kai exclaimed, then asked while walking, "Then, can't we find new spirit springs? Our warm pond valley is so large. Who is to say that there are only these 3 spirit springs?" Fei Kai's words were filled with his optimistic spirit. Ma Ying-jie gave a bitter laugh. Northern Plains spirit springs can indeed form in a short time. There might be a 4th spirit spring in Warm Pond Valley, but the probability is close to 0. The thing is, every 10 years as the blizzard approaches, spirit springs in all regions of Northern Plains will continue to become dry and dead. After the blizzard disperses, new spirit springs will gush out in large numbers. At that time, all the regions of Northern Plains will have plentiful water vegetation, and you might even find 1 spirit spring every 100 li. That is the best time for every tribe and every beast group to grow. It was like that. Fei Kai only then realized he had lived for this long and was still ignorant, and was not familiar to such situations. Ah! Suddenly, he screamed as he fell down to the side. They were walking a path beside the cliff. Fortunately, it was a gentle slope and not a precipice. Fei Kai had lost his footing and rolled down from the slope, screaming as he fell. "This guy?" Ma Ying-jie was amused at the series of hilarious screams from Fei Kai. His tightly knitted brows slightly relaxed. "You idiot, you can't even walk now? Climb up quickly, Ma Ying-jie suddenly stopped. His eyes opened wide as he looked incredulously at a brand new spirit spring gushing out from the slope. This spirit spring's mouth had been covered by a rock. But this stone was pushed by the rolling Fei Kai, letting the spirit spring that was covered reveal itself. This was clearly a recently formed spirit spring, otherwise Ma tribe would not have missed it during their search before the battle. The volume of the spirit spring was enormous, and in a short few moments of time, over 100 primeval stones gushed with the spring water and fell on the surrounding ground. This is actually a new spirit spring, and one that directly surpasses the volume of spirit spring A. Ma Ying-jie was so happy that even his eyes started reddening. Is this the so-called joy after extreme sorrow? This is definitely the blessing of our ancestors in longevity heaven. Tribe leader, I have returned. At this time, Fei Kai came back while limping a little, and as he saw the new spring, his eyes similarly opened wide. Strange, how could there suddenly be a spring here? Ma Yingjie laughed heartily. Fei Kai, you are the lucky star that heaven sent to me. From today onwards you should change your name. Fei Kai sounds similar to trash. How could I Ma Yingjie have trash beside me? From now you shall be called Hong Yun, Fei Hong Yun. It indicates luck shining on our Ma tribe, joy after extreme sorrow. However, Ma Yingjie was not happy for long. As 7 days later, He tribe army arrived and surrounded Warm Pond Valley. The very night the He tribe army garrisoned nearby, the 3 spirit springs of Warm Pond Valley simultaneous turned black, completely polluted. A letter to surrender soon reached Ma Yingjie's land. Ma Yingjie had not expected He Lulan to not let him go even after clearly achieving the final victory. The spirit springs that were contaminated by the use of goo worms could no longer produce primeval stones and were all useless. Although Ma tribe still had stocks of primeval stones, they had already lost the possibility of continuing to stay in Warm Pond Valley. I had not thought He Lulan would be so hellbent on attacking. He has requested our Ma tribe to surrender in the letter, which does not violate the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable back then. Damn it. He is truly hateful. Ma Yingjie clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger, hatred, helplessness, and powerlessness. He Lulan, who is nicknamed Black Tyrant, has always been brutal and violent. It seems the battle before created a fear in him towards Ma tribe. But because of Ancestor Giant Sun's rules, he wants to put Ma tribe under his sight and continue to oppress us. Ma Yuliang was sitting stiffly on his chair and analyzed this with a heavy voice. After pausing for a while, he continued, Actually, this is also good. We can surrender to He Lulan, which would mean we can enter Imperial Court Blessed Land as well. Ma Yingjie shook his head. This is where He Lulan's sinister intent lies in. It is true Ma tribe will be able to stay in Imperial Court, but what about others? Let me ask you, how many tribesmen do we have left with surname Ma? Ma Yuliang paled as he answered, Only over 130. Precisely so. Ma Yingjie nodded with a heavy expression. To grow our tribe, we would need to take in outsiders and also wantonly connect with marriage and have large numbers of offspring. But as long as He Lulan sent a command to forbid our Ma tribe from taking in outsiders and even only allowing us to have inter-tribe marriage, then how long would it take for our Ma tribe to grow? Ma Yuliang's face turned even paler. He realized the seriousness of this problem. Politics was dirty, and not allowing them to marry outsiders could be easily done. He Lulan would only need to use the reason of protecting the purity of Huang Jin family's bloodline, and he would be able to justly suppress Ma tribe's development. Then what should we do? Ma Yuliang lost his composure. Ma Yingjie was silent for a while before resolutely saying, We will bestow surname Ma to the outsiders and take them as our own tribesmen. Lord Tribe Leader, if we do this, our Ma tribe's Huang Jin bloodline will really be... Ma Yuliang spoke hesitantly. We will have preventive measures. Huang Jin bloodline is our Ma tribe's pride. We can never let it be contaminated. If the situation takes a turn for the better, we can denounce these people and strip away their Ma surname. Ma Yuliang only then felt at ease and nodded, approving this plan. Moving carriages and neighing horses, the huge group of nearly 1 million advanced towards the central Imperial Court region of Northern Plains. The blizzard outside was blowing intensely, causing the big stomach horse to lower its head helplessly. The white snow on the ground was knee-deep, as everyone moved with extremely difficult steps. One by one, the blue farm slug goo moved forward. Their stomachs were stuffed with all sorts of resources, turning their original size of 3 elephants into a mound-like hill. Carriages after carriages followed behind the blue farm slug goo. In order to shield these mortals from the approaching blizzard, they were covered in frost. To prevent the slug goo from freezing to death, 3 goo masters would be in charge of 1 slug goo, removing the frost on them while using fire path goo worms to give them warmth, maintaining their temperature. The army pressed forward towards the Imperial Court. As the blizzard became larger, the army's speed became slower. Large number of mortal slaves fell during the journey, and never got up again. He Lulan could order Gu masters to save them, but he did not do so. Even though the imperial court blessed land was huge and could accommodate 5 million people, in He Lulan's opinion, the resources within the blessed land were his. Why would he distribute them to these lowly slaves? Every extra person meant he had to lose another bit of benefit. Using the blizzard to sacrifice large numbers of useless mortals, this was a hidden rule among all past lords of the imperial court. Mortal lives were cheap. They were like grass. Once the blizzard was over, they would rapidly grow again, increasing in numbers and using up northern plains' scarce resources like leeches, awaiting the next 10-year blizzard. As the blizzard became stronger, the people move against the force of the wind. Fang Yuan was inside the large lizard house Gu. He could hear the wind outside the windows. Within the large lizard house Gu, it was warm as spring. Using it to move in such an environment had about 5 to 6 times the primeval essence expenditure as before. But to Fang Yuan, just his rank 5 peak stage 90% aperture could easily sustain this expenditure with no problem. Moreover, his second aperture had also advanced to rank 5 upper stage recently. Fang Yuan came before the window, looking outside the tightly sealed glass window, towards the left. Ma tribe's members were there. After Ma Yingjie took the role of tribe leader, Ma Hongyun appeared. Even Zhao Lianyun was beside him. Fang Yuan had already confirmed this secretly, and even instructed Gu tribe to pay special attention to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. In his memory, Ma Hongyun obtained an inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in 88 Truyang building. In Fang Yuan's following plans, he was a very useful pawn piece. As for Zhao Lianyun, she was still just a child, she posed no threat. At the same time, she was very close to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan wanted to observe them further. In my previous life, Ma Hongyun appeared. Now, despite my influence, Ma Hongyun still appeared. Then in the future, will he and Zhao Lianyun still reach that level of achievement just like in the previous life? After rebirth, Fang Yuan had been deeply interested towards the topic of changing history, a desire to know growing deep inside his heart. The flow of history had inertia, as well as changes. With his personal experience, the butterfly effect theorized on Earth was slightly off. 500 years in his past life, Ma Hongyun was given a surname and allowed to cultivate as a Gu master. That was because he obtained a relic Gu and gave it to Ma Yingjie. Right now, it was because of He Lulan's pressure that caused Ma Yingjie to have no choice but make this decision. This decision gave birth to a new Ma Hongyun. The process was different, but the result was the same. The event that unfolded before him made Fang Yuan ponder, as he uncontrollably thought of one word: fate. Fate, this was a word much more mysterious and ethereal than space or time. Legend says that there was a luck path among Gu master paths, but until today no one could confirm it. However, there were many important characters that were connected to fate. It clearly indicated the existence of Destiny Gu, the second generation immortal venerable of the heavenly court, the creator of Wisdom Path, controlled this Gu, thus being able to plot against 3 future demon venerables. In 3 Kings' blessed land, Fang Yuan was informed by the land spirit. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was a great hero, breaking the restriction of destiny, allowing all life in this world to regain control of their own fate. In fact, Fang Yuan had vaguely heard such a rumor. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable controlled a luck path Gu worm. Thus he had extremely good fortune and ease in his cultivation journey, avoiding disasters and gaining great blessings. In this world, is there really a thread of fate that connects all living beings together? Fang Yuan went into deep thought. In the 500 years of his previous life, although he became a Gu immortal, he only managed to unravel a tiny portion of this world's mystery and secrets. Be it his previous life or this life, the more he progressed, the stronger he got, the more he felt his own ignorance and insignificance. The more insignificant and ignorant he felt, the more interest he had in moving forward. He wanted to progress further. Compared to this world, I am merely an ant. Fang Yuan's blood was filled with pride and humility, obstinance and understanding. Collecting all his scattered thoughts, Fang Yuan concentrated his attention on the matter ahead. Imperial Court Blessed Land rejects Gu Immortals. I am already rank 5 peak stage. This is likely the first and the last time I am entering the Imperial Court to physically come into contact with 88 Truyong Building. But this time, He Lulan purposely went over to Warm Pond Valley to force Ma tribe to surrender. This was a strange move. Fang Yuan's gaze became solemn. Ma tribe had already lost terribly, and they had the Huang Jin bloodline. Why would He Lulan do this? This was understandable in his previous life. Back then, Ma tribe was not completely helpless. They had strong defense and was a turtle shell that was hard to take down. He Lulan had no choice but to force them to surrender. Now that Ma tribe was declining, He Lulan still moved his army and laboriously forced Ma tribe to surrender. He spent so much effort to suppress Ma tribe. Did he have deep enmity with Ma tribe personally? Fang Yuan shook his head. There were no evidence that could support this thought. Never mind, maybe He Lulan was just spurred on and wanted to raise his merits. This is only a small detail. My own strength is always the most important thing. Thinking so, his mind entered his aperture. The injuries from using the killer move Four-Arm Earth King had already recovered. As for the killer move, he had several adjustments. He changed Earth Overlord Goo to Wind Overlord Goo. As for the other supplementary goo worms, they were adjusted accordingly. This way he would not need to step on the ground, and would fight best in the wind. The stronger the wind, the more battle strength he can display, and the smaller the drawbacks he would face after using the killer move. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied. This was only a temporary compromise. The weakness of this killer move had not been reduced. If he fought in an environment without wind, the consequences of using the killer move would not be any better as before. For Goo Masters, there were way too many methods to restrict the wind. Once his weakness was exposed publicly, his killer move would no longer have any threat to his enemies. They would have no fear towards it. Actually, no matter how good my modifications were, I would not be satisfied. My true aim is to eliminate the weakness of my strength enslavement dual cultivation. The killer move Four-Arm Earth King is merely a starting point. But this result could not escape from the limits of transformation path. What Fang Yuan wanted was to completely and utterly modify his body. He did not want to achieve such temporary transformation. Nevertheless, reaching this point had already expended Fang Yuan's 500 years of knowledge accumulation. After all, Fang Yuan was a blood path Goo immortal back then. His attainment in strength and enslavement paths were merely subsidiaries. He merely touched the tip of the iceberg. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to quickly become a blood path Goo immortal. But it was different now after rebirth. His vital Goo was not a blood path Goo. A crucial condition for becoming a Goo immortal was the vital Goo. Originally, after Fang Yuan got the second aperture Goo, he would have a second chance. But that crucial blood path vital Goo was still buried in the inheritance. It had not appeared yet. Fang Yuan could not wait in vain. The situation was forcing him. He could only choose to strengthen himself now, to deal with the challenges ahead, and all the enemies lurking around him. Staying alive, that was the most important thing. Fang Yuan had also realized that his foundation in strength and enslavement paths were lacking. His involvement in a wide range of paths in his previous life allowed him to easily control goo worms of many paths, while being skilled in the combination of different goo worms. Among them, his attainment in enslavement path was the highest. But to resolve the issue of strength enslavement dual cultivation, an age-old question, he would need to move ahead of history and undergo creative and daring experiments. His foundation was lacking in this aspect. Even though Fang Yuan had clues to Luopa Valley now, maybe after he obtains Luopa Valley, he would be able to convert to the glorious soul path. But Fang Yuan never liked placing his hopes on certain possibilities in the future. Even if he changes to soul path in the future, his hard work in enslavement and strength would be a precious resource and would greatly benefit his future cultivation. Knowing his own inaptitude, Fang Yuan had been reading intensely these few days. He used his huge pool of battle merits to exchange for Dragon Horse Spirit, 3 Hearts Combination Soul, all sorts of killer moves, as well as dozens of small strength path inheritances. He also got the recorded journal of 4 enslavement masters, among them Rat Epidemic, Thunder Explosion, Leopard Rush, and Horse Barrage. These 4 killer moves were invaluable. Fang Yuan's foundation had always been thick. These days he had been reading laboriously. His understanding and knowledge in strength and enslavement path surged greatly by several times compared to before. Different from his previous life where he studied these paths as a side path, he had personally experienced these paths this time, and together with his theories he gained countless inspirations. But these inspirations could not resolve his problem now. Actually, looking at information about the transformation of the body, the first records were in. When Renzu fell into a certain death situation, in order to save her own father, desolate ancient moon came to Changbai Mountain and killed the rockman. Fong Yuan had a burst of inspiration as he flipped beside him. This was the first classic of the Gu Master world. Countless mysteries were hidden within it. Even existences like Gu Immortal kept a copy of it with them at all times, occasionally flipping and learning from it. Fong Yuan flipped The Legends of Renzu, and this was recorded within when Renzu was in a certain death situation, after he fell into Luopa Valley and had no way to get out. Desolate ancient moon, in order to save her father, climbed up Changbai Mountain and tried to get to the top, in order to get that one and only success Gu. As long as she made a wish to success Gu, desolate ancient moon would be able to save Renzu. But when desolate ancient moon got to the foot of the mountain, she was obstructed by the rockman. It turns out that when Renzu's second daughter arrived at Changbai Mountain, she ruined Love Gu's wonderful dream. Out of anger, Love Gu awakened the rockman in order to obstruct desolate ancient moon. After desolate ancient moon killed the rockman and got to the mountain waste, Love Gu had yet to leave. It appeared before desolate ancient moon and said, "O human, you interrupted my sweet dream, yet you still desire to take away success Gu. Now I will topple the entire Changbai Mountain. You can have fun finding that one and only success Gu out of billions of rocks." Ha ha ha. Saying so, Love Gu crashed towards Changbai Mountain. Changbai Mountain was not an ordinary mountain. It was a mound entirely made up of stacked rocks. After Love Gu crashed into it, the entire mountain crumbled. Love Gu left smugly, leaving behind desolate ancient moon who looked at this huge pile of rocks in a daze. How was she going to find that one and only success Gu among this chaotic pile of rocks? Desolate ancient moon was troubled. Without a choice, she had to return to Cognition Gu to seek advice. After Cognition Gu heard desolate ancient moon's description, it sighed. Love Gu had always been demanding and unreasonable. Even if it was me, or my child Wisdom Gu, we would not want to confront it. Right now, Changbai Mountain had collapsed. You can only look at these rocks one by one to find the real success Gu from among them. There are no other ways. Cognition Gu said again. But you have to be careful. There are two Gu on Changbai Mountain. One is success Gu at the peak of the mountain. The other is failure Gu at the bottom of the mountain. Failure is the mother of success, but it also has many other children. Those rocks are success Gu's siblings. When you pick those rocks, many unthinkably bad situations will occur. I will tell you a secret here. As long as you continue to affirm the belief of me in your heart, these disastrous situations will gradually disappear. Desolate ancient moon heard this and her heart sank. She asked again, "Then how do I differentiate the rocks in my hand? What do success Gu and failure Gu look like?" Cognition Gu sighed. "They look almost the same, but it is easy to differentiate them. Just hold them in your hands. You will learn about their identities. In your search for success Gu, that failure Gu will be your biggest threat. You cannot hold on to the failure Gu, otherwise you will be completely lost and your life would be in danger." Desolate ancient moon heard this and nodded, expressing her gratitude. Cognition instructed her again before leaving. "Do not say that I taught you that. If Love Gu comes to find me, I'd be in trouble. In the face of fanatic and toyful love, wisdom and cognition can only run away. Don't worry, I won't expose you." Desolate ancient moon agreed, returning to Changbai Mountain. Seeing the huge pile of rocks, her heart was gloomy. Success was not easily obtainable. To obtain success, she would need to bend down and search while taking great risks. Desolate ancient moon breathed in deeply, picking up the first rock. This rock was ordinary, but when desolate ancient moon held it in her hand, it shook slightly. A light wound appeared on desolate ancient moon's hand. This was not success Gu, but one of success siblings, one of the children of failure Gu. Desolate Ancient Moon's heart was shocked. She touched the wound on her hand as she recalled what Cognition Goo said. When you pick those rocks, many unthinkably bad situations will occur. You have to affirm the belief of me in your heart. So this is the terrible situation. Desolate Ancient Moon understood. She chanted in her heart, me, 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 me. As she chanted, the wound on her hand miraculously healed. Only a light scar was left. She tossed the first rock away and picked up the second rock. When she held this rock in her hand, Desolate Ancient Moon's heart jumped, as an intense feeling of fear assaulted her. Desolate Ancient Moon was shivering in fear. She almost ran away to escape, away from this place. But she held on, and chanted me. After a long time, she slowly recovered as the fear in her heart was gone by half, finally picking up the third rock. This rock made her dejected. She could not help but think, I want to find that one and only success goo among these billions of rocks. How difficult is that? How long would it take me? She could barely move anymore. She felt that the future was shrouded in darkness. It was too difficult to find success goo. She almost wanted to give up, but she thought about her father who was trapped in life and death door. If I give up, who will save father? Desolate Ancient Moon shuddered. Oh no! I forgot to chant me. Desolate Ancient Moon chanted again, getting rid of the despair in her heart, bending down to pick up another rock. Once she held the fourth rock in her hand, Desolate Ancient Moon was shocked to find out that her nose had changed. It turned into a pig's nose. She chanted me once again, allowing her nose to recover. Spending a lot of time, she exerted all her effort to get rid of the pig nose. But her nose was still slightly deformed compared to before. Like this, Desolate Ancient Moon continued to pick up rocks, hoping to find that success goo. But days passed, and all she found was failure goo's children. Among these rocks, some made her injured, some made her dejected, despair, or fear, while some made her grow a pig head, rat's tail, etc. Despite Desolate Ancient Moon chanting me continuously, some of the scars still remained on her. As they accumulated, these scars turned her into a monster. She grew 6 heads, 3 arms, 5 tails, and looked like a centaur. She had 16 legs, and some of her legs had soft fur, some had snake-like scales, some had sharp claws, some had tough hooves. In the search for success, people often transform and become completely different. But Desolate Ancient Moon also became much stronger because of this. After going through so much, she had become several hundred times as strong as before. These rocks could not longer trouble her. Success! Oh, success! Where in the world are you? Her 7 mouths opened together. Some were screaming, some were shouting, some were whispering while others were growling. The more she failed, the more she desired success in her heart. After her great effort, the number of unpicked rocks became fewer and fewer. Eventually, when there were only 2 rocks left, Desolate Ancient Moon was stuck between 2 difficult choices. Undeniably, among these 2 rocks, one was success goo while the other was failure goo. If she obtains success goo, that would be the best. But if she picked failure goo, then Desolate Ancient Moon would become completely lost. She would be in danger of dying. Even if Desolate Ancient Moon became a monster, becoming so much stronger. 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell, what should she choose? Desolate Ancient Moon could not help but become hesitant. If I do not dare to take the next step for fear of failure, then I will never succeed. I am already so strong. Success is a step away from me. Even if I take failure goo, as long as I chant me, I should be able to endure it right. Eventually, she mustered her courage and stretched out her palm, picking one of the rocks. Unfortunately, she picked failure goo. An unforeseen feeling of lost, self-doubt assaulted her. Me, me, me. Desolate Ancient Moon continued to chant me, but her voice became softer, as her 7 mouths stopped moving eventually, her expression turning into a daze. She had fallen into endless perplexity. She had completely lost herself. The biggest tragedy for a human is to lose your sense of self. Sigh. After reading this, Fong Yuan sighed as he closed the book. At once, His thoughts were drifting as he showed a very complicated expression. It was still snowing outside the window, snowflakes were floating in the air. As the 10-year disaster approaches, the blizzard did not show signs of weakening. Instead it was growing. Northern Plains, end of December. When He Lulan led the army and arrived at the last minute, at Imperial Court Blessed Land's entrance, the Alliance had about half its members left. A large number of mortals died on the way there. In fact, many Gu masters died from the attacks of beast groups. The item to open the Imperial Court Blessed Land was on He Lulan. When he stood up, a mild golden light shone in the air. Immediately after, the golden light intensified, forming a light ring. The light ring expanded, turning into a grand city gate. On the gate, there were exquisite silvery flower patterns. Many fist-sized copper buttons were plastered on the gate. Boom! There was like an invisible hand behind the door, pulling the heavy door open. Immediately, the thick smell of sandalwood spread. The snow in the air stopped moving. Under the influence of a mysterious power, the snow in the air gathered like bees. In an instant, a solid and magnificent ice ladder was created. At the top of the ladder, it was connected to the floating Imperial Court gate. It extended all the way to the ground. Imperial Court Blessed Land. He Lulan could not conceal his excitement. He took 3 steps as he ascended the ice ladder, becoming the first person to enter the Imperial Court. 88 Truyong Building. Fang Yuan was the second person. His gaze became solemn as he took calm strides in. After that, Tai Bai Yunshang, Hao Ji Lu and other high-level experts went in. About an hour later, the entire He tribe army had entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. The ice ladder broke apart as the Red City Gate closed itself. The light ring shrunk into one dot and vanished. They have all entered. The Gu immortals observed in secret retracted their helpless and nostalgic gazes. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the scene before him had completely transformed. The sky was light gold in color. The land was like spring, with green agricultural terraces. There were gentle streams flowing, and low-lying mounds. One could see far and wide in this boundless plains. This was a serene and peaceful world, forming a great contrast to the blizzard outside. This was Northern Plains' greatest utopia, Imperial Court Blessed Land. It opens every 10 years, as a reward to the Lord of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan looked around and found that he was alone. Although everyone entered from the same gate, after they stepped through the gate, they were separated and randomly transported to any area of the Blessed Land. This was as per usual. Fang Yuan was not shocked. According to the earlier agreement, next he had to travel towards the center of the Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's former place of residence was there. Northern Plains' sacred palace. I am finally in here. Fang Yuan regulated his breathing. The Imperial Court contest was only a prelude. What was truly important was the following events. He tried activating Eagle Rise Gu. His crystal purple primeval essence moved according to his will, entering the Eagle Rise Gu. Swoosh! With a light sound, followed by intense pain, 2 broad and huge pitch-black eagle wings grew on his back. Within Imperial Court Blessed Land, the use of mortal Gu was not restricted. As for immortal Gu, they could not be restrained in any blessed land. The strong eagle wings flapped lightly and brought Fang Yuan into the air. Flying in the air, feeling the light wind brushing past his face, he could smell the unique scent of nature that permeated the entire blessed land. Compared to the outside world, this place was extremely peaceful. It was like heaven. Fang Yuan was in no hurry. He flew slowly as he enjoyed the scenery around him. Imperial Court Blessed Land's landscape was quite similar to Northern Plains. At one glance, it was a huge plain. There were mounds and slopes with beautiful and elegant lines. It was like a stream of jade green flowing smoothly without obstacles. But different from Northern Plains, every 8 li, there would be a tower on the ground. These towers made Fang Yuan think of totem pillars. Each one was about 25 meters tall. They were tall and straight, with a gold and silver surface, with lots of precious gems adorning it, beautiful and exquisite. In the tower, there were countless barriers like a beehive. Inside were many Gu worms. When the worm groups in the Blessed Land give birth to goo, these goo worms would detach themselves from the group and live in these towers. The towers were built by Giant Sun. No matter what type of goo worm it was, they would be able to find their food inside the towers. Every tower had tens of thousands of goo worms. These goo consists of many species. There were large numbers of common goo and few rare goo. Undeniably, each of these towers were a huge fortune. Even Fang Yuan can feel his attraction to them. He could even see a group of about 1,000 starlight firefly goo in one of the towers. Unfortunately, I cannot take these goo as I wish. When the Imperial Court contest first started, some daring goo masters tried to steal or even attack the towers to take the wild goo inside. In the end, they were like candles. Their entire body melted until their white bone skeleton was left, smashed into a pile. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. This was the heavenly power of the Blessed Land, the power of heaven and earth. No mortals could resist it. Even goo immortals would be left in a pathetic state when competing against it. After enough lessons taught, by now, no goo master had the intention to attack the towers. If we chase the origin, the goo immortal who created Imperial Court Blessed Land was a space path goo immortal whose name can no longer be found. Because of this Blessed Land is huge, far larger than other blessed lands. Before Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became an immortal, he inherited this place luckily and became the Blessed Land's new owner. After Giant Sun became an Immortal Venerable and obtained unparalleled power, he displayed great methods and set up the tradition of the Imperial Court contest, allowing this ancient blessed land to continue existing until now. Fang Yuan flew as he recalled. The methods of an Immortal Venerable were beyond his understanding. Who knows how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable managed to do it? But the result was, under his manipulation, Imperial Court Blessed Land no longer suffered from heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After flying for an hour, past numerous towers, Fang Yuan was provoked by a giant python on a small valley. This bright red giant python was at least 100 meters long. Its body was as thick as a tower. There was a sharp horn on its head. A pair of blood eyes stared at Fang Yuan fixatedly, hissing with its tongue continuously. Its tongue was a creepy purple color, and there were eerie blue flames on it. It's a rarely seen eerie fire dragon python. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. At this moment, the giant python opened its mouth and shot out a carriage-sized blue-purple flame. The flame approached quickly, as the temperature in the air rose sharply. From a few hundred steps away, Fang Yuan's hair and eyebrows were showing signs of drying up. It showed the terrifying temperature of the blue-purple flame. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose as he flapped his eagle wings, going to a higher altitude and avoiding the flame easily. Killer move. Four-arm Wind King. He activated more than 10 goo worms at once. His crystal purple was expending rapidly. Meanwhile, 2 bronze arms grew out of his body. Thereafter, he flew down like a comet, straight towards the python. Bam! He crashed fiercely into the eerie fire dragon python, engaging in fierce combat with it. At once, smoke rose as shockwaves were sent out. Flames shot out as the valley shook. Eerie fire dragon python was a mutated beast king. Mutated beasts has rank 4 battle strength, while their king had strength equivalent to a rank 5 goo master. But Fang Yuan was rank 5 peak stage long ago, and after using his killer move, his battle strength was even higher. If the eerie fire dragon python laid low and hid itself, Fang Yuan might not have noticed it while being on the move. But since it provoked him on purpose, Fang Yuan felt the urge to hunt and improve his killer move by using it as a training dummy. After half an hour, the battle was over. Fang Yuan's body was charred black. He stood in the completely destroyed and ruined valley. The eerie fire dragon python's huge body was half covered in broken mountain rocks. Fang Yuan coughed a few times, throwing up some blood. The improved killer move had much less severe aftermath than before. A part of the reason was that the eerie fire dragon python did not have wisdom like humans. It could not find out Fang Yuan's weakness amidst battle. If the wind was restricted, Fang Yuan would be in a much worse state. This battle was not easy. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a great environment. There were many goo worms, Thus there was a larger number of firepath wild goo worms on the eerie fire dragon python. Among them, there were several valuable ones. Fang Yuan's killer move was strong, but it did not have much defense against firepath. If he did not need to dodge the flames, the 30-minute battle would be faster by at least a third. Fang Yuan started collecting his loot. This mutated beast king's body was full of value. For example, the python blood was a top ingredient in feeding bloodpath goo worms. The python skin, tendons, etc. would cause a huge commotion if sold in the mortal market. Especially the eerie fire snake gall, it was extremely valuable. It could even be sold in treasure yellow heaven. Fang Yuan organized his gains. In order to save time, he only kept the valuable items in his goo. Eerie fire dragon python, they live in caves as a family. If there are any young dragon pythons, I can capture them and place them inside who immortal blessed land to breed. It would be a good investment for the future. Fang Yuan thought about this and searched around. Very soon he made a discovery. There's a goo master inheritance here. Fang Yuan did not find a baby dragon python, but found a bright red rock, like that of a fire lotus. With his expertise, he quickly understood that this was a goo master's work. When he got close to the huge rock, this fire lotus-like rock opened up in layers like a blossoming lotus. The fire lotus rock opened completely, showing the goo worms inside as well as a stele. The stele was one with the huge rock. There were Northern Plains words on it. Fang Yuan read it thoroughly and understood its existence. The firepath goo master who left behind his inheritance was called Huazheng Jun. He was a righteous rank 4 firepath goo master. He entered this valley by accident and was attacked by the eerie fire dragon python. Before dying from his injuries, he left behind his goo worms helplessly and made the inheritance. In the future, if a fated individual comes here, then this set of goo worms would be his. Huazheng Jun left behind 7 goo worms. But after these years, 4 died and only 3 remained. Among the 3 goo worms, only one attracted Fang Yuan. It was the rank 4 fire pupil goo. When a goo master uses fire pupil goo, fire would burn at anywhere they looked at, burning their opponents. Such a convenient attacking method often caught people off guard. But it had its weaknesses. If it was used for a long time, the goo master's eyes would be damaged. They would need to use good healing goo as well as complementing goo worms to weaken this side effect. This fire pupil goo was Huazheng Jun's core goo worm. Aside from the goo worms he left behind, there were goo recipes that he recorded on the stele. Fang Yuan looked at it 3 times, storing the information inside East Window goo. Although he did not cultivate firepath, these recipes were useful for him when researching about goo refinement or even in his cultivation, as a form of inspiration. Especially the refinement recipe of the fire pupil goo, it had high value. According to this goo master, rank 4 fire pupil goo was advanced using rank 3 fire eye goo, together with sight blow goo and some associated goo refinement materials. Fang Yuan knew about rank 3 fire eye goo. It was a one-time expenditure goo used for investigative purposes. It could transform the eyes into fire eyes, having the ability to see through fog, but it did not work every time. Once it failed, one would turn blind. Fang Yuan knew about sight blow goo too, how Ji Lu from the He tribe army had one. He had once used it together with rank 4 location swap goo. Fang Yuan kept the fire pupil goo. He did not intend to go onto the fire path. Fire pupil goo did not suit his current style. While the attacking method was convenient, it was very restrictive. It was too reliant on visual contact. There were too many strange goo in this world. There were countless methods to prevent eye contact. There was no strongest goo worm, only strongest goo master. Goo worms were the hosts of the great Tao. They were fundamentally tools. When goo master used them together, they could form great effects. Some combinations were even far superior and harder to counter. They were known as killer moves. This means, this should be the first goo master inheritance I've obtained in Imperial Court blessed land. Fang Yuan thought about it, feeling interested. In Imperial Court blessed land, there were countless goo master inheritances. It was because of the superb environment. In contrast, many inheritances in the main world were often destroyed by calamities and beasts before the fated person arrives. Furthermore, all the goo masters that entered Imperial Court Blessed Land were experts that had undergone tough battles. They had to have at least some superior qualities, if they were not heroes or grand conquerors already. Thus, there were abundant inheritances inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. Anyone who was fated would have gains. Fong Yuan kept the 3 goo worms inside his aperture, before smashing the steel to bits. Next, he searched around, finding a cave indeed. He entered the cave and walked to the lowest part of it. At about 100 meters underground, he found 6 eerie fire dragon python eggs. He was troubled now. If it was a baby eerie fire dragon python, he could bring them away to Immortal Blessed Land and allow them to hunt freely. But it was not easy to hatch an eerie fire dragon python's egg. He needed to use eerie fire and python blood to bathe them daily. After the little dragon python hatches, they need to taught by the eerie fire dragon python personally on how to use their strength to hunt. Fong Yuan did not have the time or effort to waste just to hatch these eggs. There was no choice. He quickly kept these eggs before getting out of the hot cave, flying towards the sky and continuing on his journey without any lingering feelings. Just like this, Fong Yuan flew for another 3 days, but could not see even a glimpse of the sacred palace on the plains. Fong Yuan thought to himself, "It seems that I was transported very far away after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. Otherwise, with my speed, I would have reached the sacred palace within 3 days." On the way, Fong Yuan met many goo masters and mortals. They were He Tribe Alliance members. After entering the Blessed Land, those with ability would gather at the sacred palace. Those who did not would choose a place and settle down. Imperial Court Blessed Land was not safe. There were large numbers of wild goo worms and vicious beasts. He Tribe army came here and destroyed their order, disturbing the beasts and worms which had already sorted out their territory. Thus, conflict and killing was natural. But all in all, the environment was infinitely better than the outside world, which was face a fierce blizzard. Fong Yuan had seen several slaughtering scenes along the way. Some were beast group corpses, some were humans with broken limbs. Imperial Court Blessed Land had much greater foundation than Immortal Blessed Land. There was no weather changes in Immortal Blessed Land, but Imperial Court Blessed Land had it. In fact, Imperial Court Blessed Land had morning and night. This might not be spectacular in mortal eyes because in Northern Plains there was also day and night. They were used to it. Only someone like Fong Yuan would understand the true value of this. It was very rare for Blessed Land to have weather changes. If there was day and night, it meant that this particular heaven and earth had sufficiently deep foundations. At least the time path law here was quite complete. Normally, Blessed Land with astronomical phenomenon were first-rate blessed lands. Fong Yuan's Immortal Blessed Land had not reached this level yet. Day and night was the characteristic of grotto heavens. Blessed lands were small worlds. Above blessed lands, there were even more complete and refined small worlds. They were grotto heavens. Imperial Court Blessed Land already had the characteristics of a grotto heaven. It could be said to be a quasi-grotto heaven. Langya Blessed Land was originally a grotto heaven that fell. By now, it had lost its day and night trait. Night descended. Fong Yuan looked at the sky. It turned from a glorious gold color to a light and elegant silver. The daytime in Imperial Court Blessed Land was a dazzling golden day. At night, it was not completely dark, as silver light shine in the sky. Flying in the air, Fong Yuan witnessed the changing of the sky. Silver light rained down. Compared to the hot and dazzling golden rays during daytime, it had traces of sharpness to it. Fong Yuan's flying speed was slowing down. He looked down and after searching for a while, he found a gentle slope. With his years of experience, he knew that the gentle slope was a great place to set up camp. But he was in no hurry to descend. He circled around the slope several times, like a bird flying freely. Eventually, when he confirmed that this area was safe, he landed and kept his wings. The strong eagle wings were pitch black like steel. After Fong Yuan stopped using eagle rise goo, the wings vanished into thin air, as 1 or 2 black feathers were left floating in the air, landing on the grass. Fong Yuan willed and activated Big Lizard House goo. Immediately, a mystical light shot out from his aperture, landing in front of him. The light expanded and grew, as a big lizard house goo eventually appeared. The lizard opened its mouth and shot out its tongue, showing the door in its mouth. The tongue was like a red carpet ladder. As Fang Yuan stepped on it, the door opened automatically. After he entered the lizard house goo, the door closed on its own, as the lizard closed its huge mouth without a gap. Although Fang Yuan was energetic, he was still of mortal body. When fatigue accumulates to a degree, he will need to rest to ensure that he stays at peak condition in terms of mind and body. Chi-chi-chi-chi. After Fang Yuan got into the lizard house, he heard some noises outside. His gaze concentrated as he muttered, "As expected, it is the blissful snowbats." Fang Yuan had already understood the rules. When day turns to night, large groups of blissful snowbats would fly out. The blissful snowbats were pure white like snow. They were furry and did not look ugly like ordinary bats. In fact, they were rather cute. Such a beast group was huge in scale. Each group had about several hundreds of thousands of bats. Among them were beast kings, and myriad beast kings were very common. There were even snowbat beast emperors. Even with Fang Yuan's dual aperture and killer move like Four-Arm Wind King, he could not fight against them, he could only avoid them. The snowbats only hunted in the air, eating the particles in the air or flying worms. The big lizard house goo was not part of their food chain. But because of Fang Yuan's vigilance, he moved the big lizard house goo to the back of the slope. The big lizard curled up into a ball. From the sky, it resembled a huge rock. Fang Yuan was on the bed as he slept, but before long, the cries of the blissful snowbats became very erratic, as wolf howls could be heard as well. What's going on? Fang Yuan was woken up by this noise. He opened his eyes and got up from bed, going to the window, only to see that, in the silvery backdrop, two beast groups were fighting. The snow-white lump had a grand scale. It was the blissful snowbats. As for the dark green lump, it was a pack of azure wolves. Although they were fewer in numbers, they fought fiercely and had great cooperation. Although they were many snowbats, under the wolves' attacks they suffered huge losses. Fang Yuan's brows lifted, feeling slightly shocked. Azure Wolf had a trace of the desolate beast Heavenly Wolf's bloodline. Thus it could float in mid-air even as a cub. A mature Azure Wolf can use this talent to its limits, able to run freely in the air. Azure Wolves were elites, they were different from ordinary wolf groups. Among the Azure Wolf group, each Azure Wolf was at least 100 Beast King. Azure Wolf groups were often small, but they had great battle strength. But regardless of how strong a wolf group is, they cannot withstand the trial of time and the trials of mortality. Right now, in Northern Plains sky, barely any Azure Wolves could be seen. They were getting rarer, going to be extinct soon. However, as the largest blessed land in Northern Plains, Imperial Court Blessed Land had such a huge-scaled Azure Wolf group, it was not a surprise. The wolves got more energetic as they fought, as the bat group gradually got into a disadvantage. After leaving behind several tens of thousands of corpses, they escaped. The Azure Wolves did not have many deaths. Most of the Azure Wolves landed on the ground and started consuming the bat corpses. Some of them remained in the air, looking around and staying vigilant. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. After entering the Blessed Land, my wolf group had scattered. Imperial Court Blessed Land is too wide. I cannot gather them here in such a short time. This Azure Wolf group is really timely. Not only can they fly to keep up with my pace, they can even protect me. In the future when we encounter bat groups, we can just charge through. At the same time, several wolves found Fang Yuan's big lizard house goo and surrounded it. Fang Yuan left the goo house immediately and kept the big lizard house goo, charging towards the myriad beast king in the sky. The wolf group went into a commotion as they attacked Fang Yuan from all directions. But the Azure Wolves which had just eaten were moving sluggishly. Their battle intent had also decreased severely. This was the best time for Fang Yuan to subdue the myriad wolf king. Fang Yuan snickered. He turned left and right, making circles in the air. With his flying master attainment, these Azure Wolves could only chase after him fruitlessly. The myriad wolf king that Fang Yuan was going after was different from the other two myriad wolf kings. In the earlier battle, it had charged ahead and sustained some injuries, as well as losing some wild goo on it. Fang Yuan had paid close attention to it earlier, and knew all the wild goo worms currently on it. Going up to the Myriad Wolf King, Fang Yuan activated the killer move Four-Arm Wind King and thrashed the Wolf King. This unlucky Myriad Wolf King was beaten into a daze by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to activate rank 5 Wolf Enslavement Goo, subduing it. Once it joined Fang Yuan, it howled and a third of the Azure Wolf group changed sides along with it. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. It was dangerous to subdue a Myriad Wolf King under the attack of the Wolf group. But now that he had succeeded, the situation was different. With the Wolf group, the situation was overturned. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the Wolf group attacked from left and right, cooperating with him and surrounding the second Azure Myriad Wolf King. The Wild Wolf group attacked furiously, as Fang Yuan used his Wolf group to form a line of defense, protecting himself. He himself engaged with the Myriad Wolf King. After 15 minutes, Fang Yuan subdued the second Myriad Wolf King. Victory was assured. The final Myriad Wolf King saw this and immediately ran, bringing its subordinates to escape with it. Fang Yuan first stopped his bleeding and checked his own injuries. After checking the battlefield, he kept the big lizard house goo and shifted the campsite. This area was filled with the intense smell of blood. Quickly, waves and waves of beast groups were attracted. If Fang Yuan continued staying there, he would be disturbed endlessly. About 10 li away, he rested for 4 hours before flapping his wings and continuing his journey. But different from before, Fang Yuan was now surrounded by 2 Azure Myriad Wolf Kings, 38,000 Beast Kings, and 2,600 Beast Kings. It was a huge force. In the blink of an eye, 6 days of traveling went by. In this process, Fang Yuan found 3 inheritances. They were small inheritances, however. In Fang Yuan's eyes, they were as good as nothing. What was worth mentioning was the wolf group expanded. With the foundation of 2 Azure Myriad Wolf Kings, another was subdued. This way, Fang Yuan had 3 Azure Myriad Wolf Kings under his control. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a true land of treasures. There were huge beast groups within, and even the rare Azure Wolf was a common species here. Other than the Azure Wolves, Fang Yuan subdued batches of night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and vermilion flame wolves along the way. These wolves were originally his to begin with, except that they were scattered after entering the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had only found a small portion of them by now. 2 days later, a high mountain peak protruded Fang Yuan's vision. The deep blue mountain was like a lone vulture with a bizarre shape. Fang Yuan was somewhat startled as his gaze became suffused with joy. This should be Xingzhou Peak. It seems my direction is correct, according to Gu Immortal Lord Tianku's description in the past life. The place where the vulture's gaze falls in is the sacred palace. Immortal Court Blessed Land had a lofty and holy position in the hearts of Northern Plains people, and was a spiritual symbol. It was also a cradle which had nurtured many Northern Plains Gu Immortals in the Imperial Court contests before. When Central Continent invaded Northern Plains, they had first attacked this significant strategic location. Due to the lack of preparations, Immortal Court Blessed Land was breached by the alliance of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, and the sacred palace was ruthlessly destroyed, turning into a ruin. 88 True Yang Building was also destroyed, vanishing in the surging river of history, and causing people to sigh while wringing their wrist. Lord Tianku was one of the Gu Immortals who participated in the surprise attack against Immortal Court Blessed Land. Fang Yuan made his plan by referencing the surprise attack methods of the Central Continent's Gu Immortals. There are people on Xingzhou Peak. When Fang Yuan was about to cross the Xingzhou Peak with his wolf group, he suddenly paused as he saw many Gu masters at the summit of the peak. Among were familiar people as well. His thoughts moved and decided to not hurry on his way, but instead descended to the Xingzhou Peak with his wolf group. Pan Ping greets Lord Wolf King. Brother Shan Yin, we meet again. Looking at the Wolf King descending, the Gu masters all felt their hearts shiver. From among them, 2 Gu masters walked out. One was Pan Ping, who had become rich and famous with this time's Imperial Court content, while the other was one of the twin demons Tai by Yun Shang invited, Zhu Zai. Pan Ping was now already at rank 4 peak stage, and with Soul Blade Gu, his battle strength could match against some rank 5 Gu masters. Zhu Zai was a strength path rank 5 Gu master and was an expert in close combat. Thus he was much more fearful of Soul Blade Gu than other people. He had been separated from Gao Yang when he entered Imperial Court, and on the way to the Sacred Palace, he got into an argument with Pan Ping. We greet Wolf King. After Pan Ping and Zhu Zai, the rest of the Gu masters greeted one after another while kneeling on the ground. In Ma tribe army, Fang Yuan's prestige was raised to the highest status, and was recognized as the #1 person of this generation. His prestige-suppressing He Lulan and even Yi Luisang, who had a fire path immortal Gu. If not for Changshan Yi not being of Huangjin bloodline and He Lulan being the alliance leader, there might have been people who would have shouted to change the alliance leader. Stand up. There is no need to be so restrained. Fang Yuan was sitting on an azure myriad Wolf King as he lightly nodded and then directly asked, "For you guys to gather here, what inheritance did you discover?" Everyone inwardly grumbled. The truth was indeed so. At first, someone had discovered an inheritance in Xingjiu Peak, but did not have enough strength to get it. Helplessly, the Gu master called for other Gu masters to explore together. But the result was they lost several people instead. The Gu masters were now resigned to failure and searched all around for help, inviting Pan Ping and Zhu Zai one after another. The two, for their respective benefits, competed with each other, creating the situation to turn into a stalemate before finally Fang Yuan crashed in. Now, since Fang Yuan directly asked it, Pan Ping and Zhu Zai did not dare to hide it and could only explain this matter. Lord Wolf King, it is fortunate you are here. This inheritance opens every 7 days, and during the opening, it lets out a soaring high starlight and reveals a starlight door. This duration is not only extremely short, there are also insect groups that rush out of the starlight door, preventing us from entering. Pan Ping introduced with a slight smile. There is only a short time before the inheritance opens now. Lord Changshan Yin, since you graced us with your presence, I represent all the Gu masters here to request you to uphold justice. Zhu Zai said with sincerity on his face. The corners of Pan Ping's lips twitched as he glanced at Zhu Zai with extreme disdain. Zhu Zai's reputation of being a famous expert in the demonic path is laughable. He actually is going so far in his flattery. Pan Ping was filled with disdain towards Zhu Zai. Wolf King might be strong, but I, Pan Ping, will have a day when I can reach his level. Pan Ping was young, his heart still had arrogance, but he did not show it, instead lowering his head to show his respect towards Wolf King. He was a demonic path Gu master and naturally was extremely clear of his current situation and understood the logic of being able to bow and submit. Fang Yuan straightforwardly agreed, immediately becoming the main person in charge here. As time gradually passed, everyone was indeed able to see starlight gradually filling the summit. When the time arrived, the starlight majestically soared up, piercing through the sky. A small door then slowly opened in the dazzling starlight. Bzzz bzzz bzzz. Large numbers of insect groups rushed out like a tide. These insect groups were of all kinds of colors with many wild Gu mixed among them. Their stance was fierce, but they only hovered near the starlight door and did not pounce upon the people. Clearly, this was a test. Fang Yuan carefully observed before snickering, this insect group test was not difficult. Even without him, with the combined strength of the rest of the Gu masters, they would be able to overcome this. However, Pan Ping and Zhu Zai's internal dispute caused the overall strength to be divided with other Gu masters supporting different sides. No one conceded, which allowed Fang Yuan to take this opportunity. Fang Yuan glanced at Pan Ping and Zhu Zai. These two both had somewhat unsightly expressions right now. Fang Yuan did not care. Instead he sent an order. These insect groups are often more difficult to deal with than beast groups. All of you, listen to my arrangement, and we will be able to reduce the losses and deal with this easily. Everyone promptly agreed. Under Fang Yuan's command, they attacked in segments, drawing away the insect group and exterminating them. After a dozen or so breaths of time, most of the insect groups had been drawn away and the originally tight defense line now had a huge gap. Pan Ping said in joy, "Lord Wolf King is truly amazing. All of our eyes were obscured. Exterminating the insect groups is not important. The main thing was to open a passageway. With this, we will have plenty of time." Zhu Zai also sighed. Having Lord Wolf King to lead us is our fortune. But Fang Yuan's next words shocked them. You guys stay here to hold back the insect groups. Don't make a mistake. I will make a trip inside. With that, he suddenly rushed to the starlight door with the wolf group. This Lord Wolf King. Zhu Zai's expression paled. He had not expected Fang Yuan to act so selfishly in the open. Pan Ping's eyes also opened wide as his heart filled with anger at the injustice. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan first sent an azure wolf to investigate the inside, and seeing there were no dangers, he rode an azure wolf king and entered the door. Of course, he left behind a large number of azure wolves to form a defensive line around the entrance to protect his escape route. Didn't they say Wolf King was proud and aloof? How could he be so shameless? He is truly too overbearing. This inheritance was clearly discovered by us first, but now it was snatched by Chong Shan Yin. Chong Shan Yin has let down the name of the Grand Wolf King. He actually left us out here. The people present were all furious, but they did not dare to express their anger. Lord Pan Ping, should we also charge in? A rank 3 Gu master rolled his eyes, then turned towards Pan Ping and urged him. Pan Ping snorted and sent this Gu master flying with a kick, shouting fiercely, "If you want to go in, feel free." "What, you want me to test the water?" "Lord, you misunderstood. How could I dare?" The rank 3 Gu master immediately retorted. "Get lost." Pan Ping angrily rebuked while clenching his fists tightly. He rigidly looked at the starlight door with sharp light flashing past his eyes. The gap that had been cleared was now jammed with azure wolves. There were 2 myriad wolf kings, dozens of thousand wolf kings, over 300 wolf kings, and even over 200 guarding the air. Pan Ping could not charge through this scale of wolves. His thoughts turned around and he then looked at Zhu Zai, speaking in a faint ridiculing tone. "This is the result of you wanting Wolf King to uphold justice?" Zhu Zai coldly glanced at Pan Ping, immediately seeing through Pan Ping's thoughts. He snorted inwardly with disdain. This Pan Ping is still young and has been infected by hastiness gained from the recent fame. He actually wants to entice me to ally with him to break the wolf group's defense line. Too naive. Is Wolf King so easy to deal with? Even if Wolf King only left behind one ordinary night wolf, I would not dare to make a move. This brat simply overestimates his own abilities. Pan Ping furiously snorted as he saw Zhu Zai not answering him, and could only swallow the words that he had been about to speak. Fang Yuan arrived before a courtyard after entering the starlight door. The style of the courtyard was peculiar. It was completely constructed out of blue metal and its shape was strange and abstract, not belonging to any style of the 5 regions. Fang Yuan pushed upon the gate and entered. The courtyard was covered in a layer of thin light cotton, and appeared mysterious, quiet, and magnificent. At first, Fang Yuan moved cautiously, but after searching around once, he did not find any mechanisms for tests or traps. The courtyard had 6 rooms, and Fang Yuan explored all of them. So over 100 years ago, this was the residence of Northern Plains' great poet Du Minjun. Fang Yuan received the entire inheritance left behind by the courtyard master and learned this person's identity. Du Minjun was a rank 5 Gu master. He traveled alone and had never married in his whole life. He was called Vagrant Lone Star by people. He was the famous poet Immortal in Northern Plains, and his verses mostly portrayed the starry sky, his longing towards his hometown and his powerless struggle against fate. He was proud and noble, and separated himself from mortal affairs. He had been pursued by many Northern Plains women throughout his life, and there were even men who pursued him, but they were all heartlessly rejected by him. Future generations evaluated and praised him. He was immersed in his own world. Although he was in Northern Plains, his mind was in the starry sky. He was not a Northern Plains man. He was a poet. He was a poet immortal who was denounced to the mortal world from the starry sky. So Du Minjun eventually chose to suicide at this place. Fang Yuan sighed. Du Minjun was not able to endure the melancholy in his heart in the end. He built his final residence in Xingjiu Peak and ended his life of his own accord. What he had left behind were countless poems to be read and admired by the later generations. Du Minjun had outstanding talents and his inheritance was also extremely valuable. First of all was a emotion poetry gu. Emotion poetry gu was especially used to store emotions and along with painting idea gu, was a wisdom path gu. It was extremely rare and very expensive. Then, there were large numbers of star path gu worms of all types. It basically had all the star path gu of northern plains. Fang Yuan was amazed at this. It seems Du Minjun had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, how could he have so many and such complete star path gu worms? He actually innovated an entire set of star gu recipes. Fang Yuan flipped through the recipes and realized how shockingly talented Du Minjun was. He founded a set of new gu, from rank 1 a bit of star gu, to rank 2 brilliance of 2 stars gu, rank 3 3 stars in the sky gu, rank 4 4 stars cube gu, to rank 5 5 stars aligned gu. This set of gu worms was especially targeted star path gu and could raise star path gu's effects by a huge degree. It was equivalent to a non-mainstream amplify effect gu. But this set of gu worms had much higher success rate than amplify effect gu. Moreover, their refinement materials were extremely common. This meant, if this set of gu recipes was spread, it would definitely lead to a huge rise in popularity of star path gu and would have some amount of influence towards all gu master paths. Although I am not a star path gu master, if I refine this set of star gu, it would be a huge help in opening the Stargate and linking to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a bit of joy in his heart. He had invested heavily earlier to nurture a batch of Starlight Firefly gu in his Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He also got many air bubble fish to increase the Starlight Firefly gu's growth. But even so, the Starlight Firefly gu's expenditure was greater than its production. Every time the Stargate was opened, large numbers of Starlight Firefly gu would be used. But to nurture Starlight Firefly gu, a lot of time was needed. It was easier for Fang Yuan back in Northern Plains, when he could use the starlight in the sky for one of the 2 sides of the gate. But in Imperial Court Blessed Land, there was no starlight in the sky. Thus, to open the Stargate, he would needed to expend even more Starlight Firefly gu. But if he could refine this set of gu that could amplify the power of Starpath, one Starlight Firefly would be able to achieve the effects of a few. That way, he would have several times less expenditure than currently. Furthermore, this gu recipe is interesting. The thought process and viewpoint is different from the norm. It is like a deduction done using earth science and math. To think that Poet Immortal was so knowledgeable, having such incredible ideas. Fang Yuan could see a portion of Poet Immortal's wisdom from this gu recipe. Taking all that was valuable in these few rooms, Fang Yuan returned back to where he came from. Du Minjun was a righteous path gu master. His inheritance was naturally a righteous path inheritance. There was only one trial and was not difficult. When Fang Yuan returned to the mountain peak, the worm group that was troubling everyone had dispersed. Lord Changshan-in, you are finally back. I wonder what gains Lord had made inside. Pan Ping's expression was ominous as he walked up to Fang Yuan. His intention was obvious. You Wolf King took the meat, you have to at least leave us the soup, right? Ha ha ha. Congrats, Lord Wolf King. With this inheritance, you are like a tiger who gained wings. Zhu Zai cupped his fists and spoke, not mentioning anything related to splitting the gains. Fang Yuan nodded lightly. This inheritance was set by Poet Immortal Du Minjun. There are still a lot of beautiful treasures left inside. You can go take it. Saying so, he sat on the azure myriad Wolf King and flew into the sky. Pan Ping saw him leaving and immediately shouted, Sir Changshan-in, we restrained the worm group for you painstakingly, yet you took all the best things inside the inheritance. According to the rules, you have to give us some compensation. Compensation? Fang Yuan stopped his wolf, floating in the air as he looked at this soul blade general with a half-smiling expression. What compensation do you want? Fang Yuan asked. Pan Ping expressionlessly requested. We can't determine what compensation to get yet. Why don't Lord show us the inheritance you obtained, so that we can evaluate it? He. Fang Yuan laughed, looking at Pan Ping amicably. Look at this compensation, are you happy with it? Saying so, he willed and the Azure Wolf group surrounded Pan Ping from the ground and the sky tightly. Pan Ping's expression changed. He held onto his scimitar as he shouted, Lord Wolf King, what are you doing? Fong Yuan sat on the wolf back, looking down at Soul Blade General, snickering. Howl! The Azure Wolf group moved and charged at Pan Ping. Pan Ping's expression turned into shock as he blocked left and right, unleashing all his moves. He was a rank 4 peak stage cultivation. After getting much gains in the battles, he had high-quality goo worms that were a complete set. His battle strength far surpassed his previous state. But the Azure Wolves were not ordinary wolves. Each one was at least 100 Beast King. This meant that they each had large numbers of wild goo in them. After Pan Ping killed several Azure Wolves, he could not hold on anymore, bleeding profusely as he got into a desperate situation. Lord Wolf King, you are too overbearing. We are of the same army? Are you trying to kill me? He shouted loudly, trying to suppress Fong Yuan using righteousness. The other goo masters had no idea what to do. Fong Yuan's overbearing attitude made them uncomfortable. But because of his strength, they did not dare to say anything. Lord Wolf King, please calm down. Pan Ping did not know what was good for him. He verbally insulted Lord, but Lord is such a grand hero. Why is there a need to put yourself at his level? Zhu Zai urged quickly. Pan Ping was He Lulan's beloved general. It is said that he was already part of He tribe. If he died here, when He Lulan pursues the matter, he might not do anything to Chang Shanin, but he Zhu Zai would be doomed. Since Zhu Zai joined He tribe alliance army, he naturally wanted to join He tribe. Zhu Zai, you're overthinking this. I am not angry. Fong Yuan smiled at Zhu Zai lightly, but the Azure Wolves were attacking even more fiercely under his manipulation. Zhu Zai's heart was anxious, but he was secretly shocked by Fong Yuan's ruthlessness. Over there, Pan Ping was in a critical state. He activated Soul Blade Goo but could only defend himself. He could not break out of the wolves' encirclement. Lord Wolf King, please have mercy. Pan Ping is going to die. Zhu Zai showed an expression of fear as he urged once again. Fong Yuan finally stopped his attack, sighing at Zhu Zai. Sigh. I am not violent, but this junior does not know how to respect his seniors. If I do not teach him a lesson today, is he going to dance on my head in the future? Yes, yes, yes. Lord is absolutely right. Zhu Zai quickly answered. Fong Yuan waved his hand and the Azure Wolves stopped attacking. They moved back, but the encirclement was still present. Without the pressure of the wolves, Pan Ping collapsed on the ground. He was bathed in blood and covered in injuries. He breathed roughly as he stared at Fong Yuan with eyes filled with hatred. Fong Yuan saw his expression and laughed. It seems you have not had enough? Maybe my lesson wasn't severe enough. Zhu Zai, what do you think? Zhu Zai shuddered. He could see the overwhelming killing intent hidden in Fong Yuan's calm gaze. He quickly waved his hand. Enough, it is enough. Pan Ping had received a sufficient lesson. Pan Ping quickly apologized to Lord Wolf King. Pan Ping clenched his fist. He gritted his teeth as he took a few deep breaths, closing his eyes and saying with much pain, Lord Wolf King, I am sorry. He howled in his heart, however. Today's humiliation, I will return it to you 100-fold. Wolf King, remember this. I am not someone you can humiliate as you please. Pan Ping was a vigilant and low-profile person, but after the Imperial Court contest, the pride in the deep parts of his heart burst out. Especially in the battle against Lu tribe, he was first killed by 3 heads 6 arms, but was revived by Tai by Yunsheng later using man as before Gu. Such a revival process made his nature change slightly, making him feel like he was a person blessed by the heavens. According to the rules, I should be allowed to check the gains from the inheritance. Wolf King, you are too overbearing. You will definitely regret all that you did today. Although you are strong now, it is only because you started cultivating several earlier than me. One day, I will catch up to you, surpass you, and return all this humiliation right back at you. Pan Ping screamed internally. Fong Yuan naturally had no idea what he was thinking, but he was not interested either. If I kill him here, He Lulan would not pursue the matter with me. But this is a demonic act. It clashes with my identity. Furthermore, it does not benefit my future plans at all. I might as well leave this Pan Ping for the future. Pan Ping only had one soul blade goo which Fang Yuan had some interest in. If he was killed now, Fang Yuan would probably not receive the goo. Thus, Fang Yuan said, "Since you admitted your mistake, that is very good. It means you have noticed my hard work. A junior should behave like a junior. Do you understand now?" Understood." Pan Ping shut his eyes. He was furious, but he squeezed out the words. Fang Yuan snickered. He understood his feelings, but he did not expose him, only continuing to say, "Very good. Since that is the case, compensate me. In order to educate you, I made quite a loss. Look at my wolves. 15 corpses are lying here." "What?" Pan Ping opened his eyes out of pure rage. "What, are you unwilling?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly, looking at Pan Ping with an obvious expression of mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse. I am willing to." Pan Ping breathed in deeply, nodding his head as he accepted his fate. This is the attitude of a junior indeed." Fang Yuan chuckled, smiling gently and kindly. But in everyone's view, he looked extremely scary. It was all thanks to Lord. Zhu Zai was smiling at the side. Of course." Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, smiling as he accepted this hypocritical flattery. He then looked around. "What about you guys? Do you need some lessons too?" Everyone quickly rejected him with pale expression. They were shuddering, obviously scared out of their wits. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, extorting all of Pan Ping's goo recipes and several of his goo worms. Pan Ping was extremely furious. The few goo that Fang Yuan chose were critical to his goo set. Without them, his strength would fall by at least 2 levels. After toying around with Pan Ping, Fang Yuan felt the fun turning into boredom as he patted the wolf head, rising into the sky. "That will be all. There are still rather good things inside. They are unique. Go ahead and take them." Everyone heard this and were revitalized. Many people thought, "Lord Wolf King is truly righteous. It was natural for him to take the bulk of the meat. Lord Pan Ping was simply too small-hearted." Only until Fang Yuan and the Azure Wolf group vanished into the sky did everyone start moving towards the Starlight Door. According to seniority, Zhu Zai and Pan Ping were the first 2 to charge in. The 2 first entered a small courtyard, but only found Du Min Jun's original poems. As for goo worms, goo recipes, they were all swept away by Fang Yuan. Not a trace of them were left. Lord Wolf King was right. These are really unique treasures. Zhu Zai held the poems in his hand as he laughed bitterly. Pan Ping, who was hopeful and wanted to get some benefits to recoup his losses, had a dark expression. Pooh! Suddenly, he threw up a mouthful of blood as he fainted from anger. Several days later, "With my current speed, the sacred palace should be close by." Fang Yuan rode on the Azure Myriad Wolf King's back, pondering to himself. Soon after, his gaze became fixed at an area on the ground below him. This terrain is so familiar, don't tell me." Fang Yuan looked at the ground. He saw that there was a mound protruding high up above the ground. There were no forceful contours on the mound. There was an opening on it that showed a huge hole, like a tunnel underground. As for the surroundings of this mound, it was a huge swampy area. There were sparse trees in the swamp. On the southwest side, there was a river. The river water was not clear, but it was a very long river. Both the start and end of the river were beyond Fang Yuan's field of vision. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. Looking at this scene, Fang Yuan could not help but think of this phrase in his mind. Is this Di Chio inheritance ground? Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration as he felt dazed. Back then, he had obtained information about Di Chio inheritance from a fake gray-white stone slab. The painting idea goo on the gray-white stone slab etched this map into his brain. Thus, Fang Yuan had a clear memory of it. He could not forget it even if he tried. He flapped his wings and flew around it in the sky, confirming that this terrain was exactly as he remembered. So this is it. I was wondering before, an inheritance using terrain as a clue was not reliable. If this was outside in northern plains, the terrain could be easily changed or destroyed. But in Imperial Court blessed land, that would be a different case. Fang Yuan thought. This imperial court blessed land opened once every 10 years. The victors of the imperial court contest would enter and might change the terrain due to battles. However, when imperial court blessed land closes, the terrain slowly recovers. Until 10 years later, it would reopen after being restored to its original state. Dichio inheritance. Since it was set up inside imperial court blessed land, and even had an innovative idea of using a fake gray-white stone slab to do it, the owner definitely put in huge effort and time for this. The inheritance should not be bad. With such thoughts, Fang Yuan slowly flew to the mound. After observing the mound's entrance for a while, he summoned several azure wolves and entered the dark hole. 15 minutes later, the azure wolf returned to Fang Yuan unscathed. This deep hole looked pitch black from the outside, but once someone entered, they would realize that it was full of glowing moss. It was not dark at all. There was nothing inside the hole. The air was moist and there were only rocks and moss. Fang Yuan personally entered to check it out, but still found nothing. He frowned slightly, leaving the place. He was prepared for this result long ago. This inheritance is not simple. If it can easily obtained, others would have gotten it long ago. Of course, I cannot rule out the possibility that someone else got it before me. But Fang Yuan analyzed and realized that the possibility of that was very low. To come here, there are two conditions. One is to obtain the clue to the inheritance, and decipher the gray-white stone slab. A Gu master skilled at appraisal is needed to do it. Secondly, they need to enter Imperial Court blessed land. That means they need to survive the Imperial Court contest. Thus they need to have a keen eye in order to be part of the victors. This inheritance is not simple at all. It seems that to get it, I will need to interpret the cipher. Fang Yuan concluded. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. What was this cipher trying to say? Fang Yuan thought about it, but he got no answers. Even though he had many thoughts, none of them lead to any conclusive ideas. Never mind, I'll leave it at that. There is still some time left inside Imperial Court blessed land. Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew, bringing the wolf group with him towards the blessed land's central sacred palace. That was the most important part of his plan. He spent so much time disguising himself. It was all in order to enter Imperial Court blessed land. Obtaining landscape as before Gu was his top priority, but other than that, it was the inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable inside 88 Truyang building. Not must him, most of the strong Gu masters would choose to go to the sacred palace. The sacred palace was the central area of Imperial Court blessed land. It was the essence of the blessed land. The sacred palace was one of the 4 resting chambers of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was also his most important resting chamber. His other chambers were in Eastern Sea, Western Desert and Southern Border. In Central Continent, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had an even larger and grander resting chamber in the sky. It was situated within Longevity Heaven. In history, there were 10 rank 9 Gu masters, known as Immortal Venerable and Demon Venerable. These 10 existed across the long river of time from the immemorial antiquity era to the remote antiquity era, to the olden antiquity era to the medieval antiquity era, and finally the late antiquity era. Each one of them was the absolute expert of their time. They were unparalleled and invincible in the world. At the same time, they each had their specialties and unique abilities. They were all very different. The bloodthirsty spectral soul Demon Venerable, the mysterious red lotus Demon Venerable, the knowledgeable star constellation Immortal Venerable, the peaceful paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Similarly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also a person full of legends and incredible stories. He was a demonic path Gu master born of northern plains. He was always lucky and fortunate in his life, having lots of good events. Not only could he avoid dangers, he could even turn them into blessings. After he became a demonic path Gu immortal, he was a Casanova and toyed with women everywhere. No one could restrain him. Even the number 1 fairy of Spirit Affinity House in Central Continent back then, one of the top 10 sects, became his wife. Because of that, he became an external supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House, and converted over to the righteous path. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a dissolute nature. After becoming an Immortal Venerable and ascending to the Immortal Court, he became the 4th-generation immortal king. He next built 5 great resting chambers, and had over several tens of millions of concubines. He was extremely energetic when he was 1,000 years old. He was still taking in young girls from all over the world to expand his harem. Thus, among all of the venerables, he had the most offsprings. He had too many children, he could not even remember most of their names. These children were spread all over the 5 regions. Right now, they were mostly concentrated in northern plains, and those Gu Master who had giant son Immortal Venerable's bloodline were collectively known as the Huangjin family. Women are like clothes, while brothers are like our hands and feet. Hereditary monarchy. Beauty is the natural dowry of a woman. I wish I could marry every single woman in the world. All these were his catchphrases. Even though time flowed mercilessly and eras changed, he still left behind a dazzling proof of his glorious existence in history. Especially in northern plains, Huangjin family controlled nearly the entire region. Giant son Immortal Venerable was still influencing every generation thus far. Sacred Palace, the central control hall. Night. The silvery brilliant light shone on He Lulan's face. He raised his head as he looked at a plaque on the central control hall. His giant bear-like body stood upright under the silver light. As the alliance leader, with the Huangjin bloodline flowing in him, once he entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he would automatically arrive in the Sacred Palace. This plaque in the central control hall was huge. It was 60 meters long, 25 meters wide, and there were 2 huge words on it: Hereditary Monarchy. The golden light shining off it was clear and dazzling. The central control hall was huge and grand, like the house of a giant. Under this plaque, even He Lulan's fat body seemed tiny. Hereditary Monarchy, huh? He looked with a complicated expression. There was pain and hatred, admiration, anger, and aloofness. Lord! Cunning gentleman's son Shirhan came over, calling out softly. What is the matter? He Lulan turned around. His expression had been completely sealed away. He returned to his usual arrogant, boorish, and irritable attitude. Cunning gentleman did not feel anything amiss as he took out a letter from his pocket, reporting, "This is Soul Blade General Pan Ping's letter." He said in the letter that Wolf King Changshan devoured an inheritance alone, extorting him in public and made very vile actions. He hopes Lord can seek justice for him. Oh! He Lulan stretched out his fat right arm. Cunning gentleman quickly passed the letter to him with both hands. Lord, I am not trying to be nosy, but this Changshan is getting more overbearing. He actually bullied and humiliated his own alliance mate. Lord Panping was too kind-hearted. He thought about old relationships and wanted to share an inheritance with Changshan. But the result was that he was treated like this. Wolf King Changshan has great merits indeed, but this does not mean he can act as he wish. Otherwise, if everyone was like him, wouldn't we be in complete chaos? Cunning gentleman carefully chose his words while He Lulan was reading the letter. He Lulan snorted, stretching out his hand. Hand it over. Ah, Lord, you mean? Cunning gentleman was shocked. This is only Pan Ping's side of the story. Zhu Zai should have sent a letter too. He Lulan had a sharp gaze. Cunning gentleman quickly laughed. Lord is truly wise and mighty. I am in complete awe. He Lulan took the second letter and swept through the content. He was expressionless and Sun Shirhan could not read his intentions at all. This letter was merely Zhu Zai seeking credit for his actions. Combined with the first letter, He Lulan understood what had happened. He squeezed with his hand and the 2 letters were corroded into nothingness by a dark light. After Pan Ping and the others arrive, go to the supply camp and give them some compensation. He Lulan instructed. Yes, Lord. Cunning gentleman bowed, but after a while, he raised his head in confusion as He Lulan did not speak further. Are we not punishing that Wolf King Changshan? Punish? What a joke. He Lulan laughed. Why do I need to punish him? If it was me, I would have done the same time. Except I would not do it in such an ugly way. Sun Shirhan was indignant, urging, Lord, I am different opinions. This Wolf King Changshan regards himself highly and is untamable. We cannot tolerate his actions. Although he has great achievements, without Lord's tribe funding him, would he have such a huge wolf group? He is a Northern Plains hero, he has great reputation. If Lord does not punish him, he is just going to become more overbearing. In fact, he might even overthrow you, and in the end, everyone would know the name of Changshan-in, but not Lord's name. Ha ha ha. Lord, why are you laughing? Shirhan, you're overthinking it. After this happened, what reputation would Changshan-in still have? Bullying the weak because he is strong, greedily taking an inheritance for himself, it would ruin his reputation. Furthermore, he does not have the Huang Jin bloodline. Without a guest token, he cannot enter the Truyang building. After pausing for a while, He Lulan continued. From this matter, we can see that Changshan-in is only immortal. He has desires and greed that makes things easy. Moreover, I have Chang tribe and Gu tribe in my hands now. He is already rank 5 peak stage. Such a genius like him would definitely want to progress further. But I will only reveal to him the method to reach Gu immortal realm after he joins He tribe. I know you hate Changshan-in, but later, I still need him when challenging Truyang building. Do not bother me in the future with such tiny matters. Do you understand? Yes, Lord. Cunning gentleman lowered his head, his voice slightly trembling. You may leave. This subordinate takes his leave. Sun Shirhan brought his disappointment with him as he left the central control hall. The wind was blowing past the ears. In the golden sky, brilliant rays were shining down. The Azure Wolf group moved in the sky, as Fong Yuan rode the Azure Wolf King, allowing the wind to blow his hair backwards. His gaze was solemn, he was pondering internally. These days, he had been trying to decipher the quote from Dichio Inheritance, but he was making no progress. A glorious palace gradually appeared in his vision, emerging from the plain horizon. Sensing this, Fong Yuan looked over as he swept the scattered thoughts in his mind away. A trace of relief flashed past his face. Sacred Palace, he was finally there. As Fong Yuan got closer, the large palace slowly showed its full features. It had 8 levels, each was about 2 kilometers tall. The first level, which was the bottom level, had the greatest surface area. The second level was above the first level, and so on. Each level had walls around it, forming a hollow tube. The snow-white walls were 9 meters thick. The walls were joined together with no gaps. On the walls, there were rainbow colors towers at set intervals. Each tower had different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, respectively. After many levels were stacked together, the entire sacred palace looked like a tall mountain. As Fong Yuan got closer, it was as if the sacred palace was rising from the ground, shooting up and piercing the heavens. Grand and spectacular, the sacred palace. Even with Fong Yuan's depth of knowledge, he was gasping in admiration when he saw this. What's that thing flying in the sky, one? Wolf King has arrived. Just like what the information said, that should be the Azure Wolf group. Fong Yuan's arrival attracted the attention of the Gu masters inside the sacred palace. At this point, there were almost 10,000 people in the sacred palace. These people were lucky. After entering the blessed land, they landed close to the sacred palace. Thus, they were earlier than Fong Yuan. He Lulan had given instructed already. Thus, the Gu master tasked to welcome him quickly reacted. When Fong Yuan landed, there were already people standing at the huge gate of the first level. The moment Fong Yuan's myriad Wolf King touched the ground, the escort Gu master came to greet him. Lord Wolf King, you have arrived. It is my honor to bring you into the city. Your place's residence is on the 8th level. We have already prepared the room for you. No rush. Bring me around the place first. Fong Yuan said lightly, getting off the Azure Wolf. As a form of respect to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Gu masters were not allowed to ride their steed inside the sacred palace. They could only walk. As you wish, Lord. This is my honor. Fong Yuan followed the escort Gu into the sacred palace. Inside the sacred palace, there were large numbers of pavilions and terraces, palaces and courtyards. Looking from outside, the edges of the roof were curved outside. They were silver and golden in color, looking magnificent and grand. All sorts of buildings were interconnected. At some places, there was lots of free space and buildings were huge. At some places, the pathways were intercrossed and halls were everywhere, making it easy to get lost. As for the interior of the pavilion hall, be it the pillars or the main support, they were carved with lots of beautiful images and decorations. It radiated an aura of prosperity. Lord, this is Entertainment Palace. The noble ancestor giant sun would hold a grand music festival here in this palace daily when he lived here. According to history, during each festival, there would be large numbers of concubines fighting to present their dance, in order to get ancestor giant sun's attention. Lord, this is Spring Soup Hall. It has the largest hot spring in Northern Plains. Ancestor giant sun would come here weekly with 1,000 concubines, to soak in the water and have fun. This is Floating Scent Yard. Ancestor giant sun had once moved the legendary wine pool and meat forest here. Every morning, the meat forest would produce all sorts of delicious meat fruits. At night, the wine pool would produce lots of fragrant wine. The escort gu master introduced each area they went to. He was very eloquent. Fang Yuan walked casually. Looking around, he found it very interesting. At the Sacred Palace's 4th level, the escort gu master brought Fang Yuan into the main palace. Lord, this is one of the 8 main palaces of Sacred Palace, Drawing Palace. Ancestor Giant Sun was very talented. He was very skilled at drawing beauties. All of the drawings inside this palace were done by him alone. Please come this way. The escort gu master opened the side door of the palace, inviting Fang Yuan in. The 8 main palaces of Sacred Palace had main doors, but only Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could use them. Although he was dead already, this rule was passed down, and his descendants followed this rule as a form of respect and reverence towards Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Once they entered the palace, a large wall of drawings filled Fang Yuan's vision. There were nothing in this drawing palace but huge walls. On these walls, there were all sorts of beauties, alluring ones, innocent ones, smiling ones, or those deep in thought. They were in all sorts of postures and positions. There were 80,000 drawings. Those that were drawn here were well liked by Ancestor Giant Sun for a period of time. Of course, it is a woman's greatest honor to be hand-drawn by a venerable. Ancestor Giant Sun had lots of concubines, but those recorded here were the cream of the crop. They could be preserved eternally here. The escort gu master said with a look of admiration. Fang Yuan did not speak. He only looked and thought to himself, I wouldn't call this eternally. At least in my previous 500 years, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Central Continent gu immortals, and the Sacred Palace became history. True immortality is something that not even someone as strong as an immortal venerable could achieve. When people came here, they would be stunned by the Sacred Palace's grand and imposing aura. Even if they were not overwhelmed, they would feel great admiration. But Fang Yuan could sense a trace of decay and rot in this brilliance. Without eternal life, so what if you were as strong as a venerable? Even the Casanova Giant Sun had turned into ashes now. His traces were still here, proving his existence, but in Fang Yuan's opinion, such a proof was filled with the mockery of failure. It was truly pitiful. His interest had waned. Let's go. Bring me to the 8th level's accommodation. Fang Yuan sighed. Instruction. The escort gu master got out of his daze and said hesitantly, But Lord, Sacred Palace has a lot of famous sites. We just started. Other than these, there are also Beauty Palace, Young Girl Palace, Alluring Palace, Innocent Palace, and Unique Scent Palace. Back then, female variant humans lived there. There were even hairy men. There is also Jade Statue Palace, meant to sculpt beauties and offer them to the ancestor. The escort gu master was anxious. All these places that he mentioned were not accessible with his status. He wanted to use this chance to satisfy his curiosity. But Fang Yuan did not fulfill his wish. During Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's final years, he rarely went to the mortal realm to stay in Sacred Palace. He lived in longevity heaven in a reclusive manner. As for Northern Plains, large numbers of girls would be chosen for him to fill the Sacred Palace. The last time Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to the Sacred Palace, he did not meet these girls. Instead, he built the 88 True Young building and established the rules for the imperial court contest, before vanishing from this world completely. The sacred palace thus faded out of history, and those beautiful yet pitiful women became sparrows trapped in cages. Although imperial court-blessed land was huge, it had no freedom. It was a prison even though the place was large. Eventually, they stayed there obediently and exhausted their lifespan. They could not escape, and no one had the guts to save them either. Under Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's glorious and noble light, countless women were buried in pain, grudge, and sadness. In Feng Yuan's eyes, the sacred palace did not have high value. It was merely Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance. No Gu masters dared to set up their inheritance here. As for the precious resources he left behind, they had been taken by previous generations of Gu masters already. Even the central continent Gu immortals who came later could not find anything valuable. The only thing valuable in the sacred palace was also the entire imperial court-blessed land. No, more accurately, the most valuable thing in Northern Plains. That was at the peak of the 8th level, 88 True Yang building. As Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had suggested, the Gu house made by long-hair ancestor personally. Rank 8 Immortal Gu. But now was not the time. At the peak of the 8th level it was complete emptiness. Only when the 10-year blizzard strike would the 88 True Yang building show up. In the following days, Feng Yuan lived in seclusion, cultivating as he waited for True Yang building to open. The Azure Wolf group was taken care of by others. He did not need to bother with it. During this period, He Lulan sent people to invite him, and revealed the intention to recruit him. To join He tribe and become an external elder? Towards this suggestion, Feng Yuan said he needed to consider it. Although he showed a moved expression, he would definitely refuse this in his heart. Human skin Gu could disguise him as Wolf King, but it was a mortal Gu. The investigation of an immortal Gu could expose him. The recruitment of external elders was a common trick used by Northern Plains super forces. This way, demonic path Gu immortals could become righteous, and it would help the Huang Jin tribes greatly in managing Northern Plains. As for the incident on Xingjiu Peak, He Lulan did not mention a word about it. There was a rumor growing, however, that Wolf King was extremely overbearing, describing his actions on Xingjiu Peak as vile and evil, using his strength to suppress the weak. The description was extremely biased, but it sounded very convincing. Feng Yuan laughed in his heart. Someone was obviously trying to ruin his reputation behind the scenes. It is likely to be Pan Ping or Sun Shihan who has motives to do this, or even He Lulan. But so what if my reputation turns sour? Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a terrible reputation. He was a demonic Gu master who toyed with women all over the region. But now, he was a revered Immortal Venerable. When he expanded his harem, how many women's lives and happiness were ruined by him. But now, no one publicly accused him of anything. In this world, strength was everything. On Earth, one had to be mindful of rumors. It was easy to ruin a person's life with some malicious lies. But that was because they were all mortals. The laws of the world was different. Individuals could not surpass the power of society. But here it was different. That was one of the reasons why Feng Yuan loved this world. Half a month later, there was a water-like ripple in the golden sky. The entire land started shaking. Out of nowhere, there was wind as a piercing light shone at the peak of the sacred palace. The light lasted for 45 minutes, as it gradually dispersed. A tower appeared at a previously barren area. 88 True Yang building. It was a tower, like a spring bamboo shoot. It was tall and slender and was upright. The tower's shape was vague with all kinds of gorgeous colors, like a body of colorful ink in the shape of a tower as it continually shook. This is the initial appearance of 88 True Yang building, and only when the storm and snow covers the northern plains, and all the small towers of imperial court-blessed land sink to the ground, will each layer of 88 True Yang building stabilize. Only then can one enter inside and explore. Feng Yuan stood at the entrance of his residence and looked to the direction of the dome. At this moment, there were shouts of jubilation and surprise in Sacred Palace. Gu masters were cheering in high spirits while many mortals kneeled on the ground, praising the might of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But even when 88 True Yang building takes form completely, I won't be able to enter because I am not a descendant of giant sun Immortal Venerable and don't have his bloodline. If I want to enter inside, I would need He Lulan to get me a guest token. Well, there is no hurry. Is Truyong building so easy to rush into? He Lulan will need external help like me sooner or later. After a while, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and walked back to his room. As the door of the room closed, the sound of cheers from the outside immediately softened. Fang Yuan entered a secret room specially meant for cultivation and sat upright on a cushion. Both of my apertures have now already reached rank 5 peak stage. In regards to enslavement path, I have Azure Wolf Group, while with regards to strength path, I have Killer Move Forearm Wind King. Combined with my battle experience, I am already at the peak among the mortals. But to deal with a Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan's brows slowly started to furrow. He was well aware of the enormous gap between immortal and mortal. A mortal going against an immortal was as hard as ascending to heaven. To him, the best situation right now would be Tai by Yunshang already having the recipe for Immortal Gu landscape as before in his mind. It would not have been good for Fang Yuan to make a move outside in Northern Plains, but it would be very convenient for him to do so in 88 Truyong building. Using Gu to plunder river as before and mountain as before Gu from Tai by Yunshang, and then plunder the Immortal Gu recipe from his mind. With such ample conditions, Fang Yuan could jump out of the chessboard and directly kill Tai by Yunshang, who had yet to become an immortal, and then use the third refinement opportunity to request Langya Land Spirit to refine landscape as before Gu. However, the possibility of Tai by Yunshang, a mortal possessing the Immortal Gu recipe of landscape as before, was next to nothing. Moreover, according to the vague rumors in his previous life, when Tai by Yunshang became a Gu immortal, heaven and earth reacted and Dao marks attracted each other, making the two rank 5 Gu spontaneously merge together to form rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape as before. Fang Yuan had a prudent nature, and would never place all his hopes on an indistinct future. If the situation is messed up, then I will have to deal with the Gu immortal Tai by Yunshang. At that time, I can only rely on myself. Azure Wolf Group and Forearm Wind King clearly won't be enough. Fang Yuan's strength was already at the peak among mortals. Despite cultivation of both enslavement and strength path having the greatest unresolved issue, he was still among the first class of rank 5 experts. If compared to Southern Border, he was in the same level as Shang Clan's genius clan leader Shang Yanfei and Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji. Using the experiences of his past lives, the advantage of rebirth and taking a series of risks, struggling at death's door several times, Fang Yuan achieved such rapid growth that it would shock the world. But even so, in front of a Gu immortal, even if it was a newly advanced Gu immortal, this strength was not enough. To resolve this huge issue, there are only about 3 ways. First is to search 88 Truyong building for the strongest Gu worms or unique methods. Second is to secretly make arrangements against Tai by Yunshang as much as possible, so that there will be ample preparation when I have to truly make a move. Third is to resolve the problem of enslavement and strength dual cultivation and raise my battle strength further. Fang Yuan silently pondered. He was fully aware that he had exhausted almost all his previous life's foundation in creating Forearm Wind King. After all, he had specialized in blood path in his previous life and had only dabbled in enslavement and strength paths. The so-called plots and traps against Gu immortals were too inferior to be even mentioned and were not reliable. Fang Yuan had advanced to Gu immortal in his previous life. Thus he knew when a mortal transformed to a Gu immortal, from their head to toe, inside to outside, they would go through baptism and even their appearance would change. The only thing that he could truly place high hopes on was 88 Truyong building. Days passed by. The golden light and silver light in the sky continued to switch between one another. 88 Truyong building was still gradually forming. Its sunset hues gradually rose and covered most of the sacred palace in its light. Cool wind breezed through imperial court blessed land with birds singing and the fragrance of flowers filling the air. But at the outside world in Northern Plains, snow had continued to fall for over a month already. Blizzard was spreading over the Northern Plains in full force with its bone-chilling cold wind and snow. Both the sky and ground were a scene of white, and mist covered one's vision. Trees had already started dying and were frozen into pillars of ice. Mounds and hills were covered with thick layers of snow, and large piles had formed in valleys as well. Beast groups died in large numbers, and even weeds with vigorous life force were also frozen into ice. Even when one spat, the saliva would instantly turn into ice. But heaven never blocked all paths. Somehow, there would always be a trace of hope left. In each region of northern plains, there were remnants of tribes. Some were small and some big, and relying on geographically advantageous places like Warm Pond Valley, they were able to resist the wind and snow and survive in the blizzard. Man tribe who occupied Hong Yen Valley was one of them. Hall of Affairs. The elders divided into 2 rows with Man tribe leader sitting high at the main seat. Rank 3 external elder Shi Wu kneeled on the ground. Lord tribe leader, I come forward to beg for forgiveness. Oh, what is your fault? Man 2 asked with a slight smile. Reporting to Lord tribe leader, I was in charge of looking after Spirit Spring D, but it suddenly froze and dried up yesterday. It is now ruined. Shi Wu respectfully replied. He, not a problem. Man 2 lightly waved his hand. As a matter of fact, he had already known this news. Elder Shi Wu, stand up. It is the 10-year disaster now. There is a chance of every Spirit Spring suddenly freezing and drying up. This is not your fault. Lord tribe leader's kindness knows no bounds. I am ashamed. Shi Wu was moved to tears and sighed inwardly. His surname was Shi and was half an outsider to Man tribe. Although he had married into Man tribe, but he had still been pushed aside. A problem occurred in the Spirit Spring he had been put in charge of. This matter could have been big or small. Fortunately, this generation's Man tribe leader was open-minded and did not look into it. However, anything concerning Spirit Springs are major affairs of the tribe. Man Duo, how many Spirit Springs do we have left now? Man 2's brows slightly furrowed as he asked. Man Duo was Man 2's 3rd son. Thin and small in physique but was shrewd and crafty, and had been assisting Man 2 in handling internal affairs of the tribe till now. He immediately replied, Lord Father, Hong Yen Valley now still has 7 Spirit Springs marked A, B, C, E, F, G, and H. Among them, G and H Spirit Springs are already close to drying up and will only last less than a month. All right, Man 2 nodded. That is to say, a month later we will only have 5 Spirit Springs. Elders, what do you think? Lord Tribe Leader, this thing is very difficult to deal with. This is a natural disaster. It is almost impossible for humans to reverse the situation. We might as well cut down on the primeval stones given to Gu Masters. Hong Yen Valley's 8 Spirit Springs were accumulated bitterly over these 10 years by our tribe. The situation of our tribe this year is much better than the previous times. It is all thanks to Lord Tribe Leader's wise guidance that we don't need to worry. Other tribes are in a much more worse situation. Even if all the Spirit Springs dry up, it won't be much problem. Wait till this 10-year snow disaster passes, and at that time, new Spirit Springs will emerge one after another, when fortune arises after extreme suffering. Elders expressed their thoughts one after another. Man 2 calmly listened to them and nodded. Spirit Springs are very important for a Gu Master's cultivation and cannot be neglected. It is difficult for a Gu Master's cultivation to progress without primeval stones. The blizzard has just started. Snow monsters will start roaming about soon. The main defense of the Hong Yen Valley will still rely on Gu Masters. He paused before mumbling. Let's do it like this. Take out 1 spring egg Gu from the tribe warehouse and plant it. This new Spirit Spring shall be titled D. Lord Tribe Leader, Spring Egg Gu is a rank 5 Gu. An elder objected in heartache. Man 2 raised his brows. So what if it is a rank 5 Gu? You all know that only with a Spirit Spring's supply of primeval stones can our tribe's Gu Masters advance forward continually. They can then preserve their strength and prepare themselves when resisting snow monsters. As long as there is not a huge loss of our Gu Masters, our tribe can preserve its strength. And when the blizzard passes and spring blossoms, it will be time for our tribe to realize our ambitions. Realize our ambitions. The elder's eyes brightened at these words. Man 2 had been putting all his efforts in developing the tribe, and under his leadership, Man tribe had continually expanded and swallowed many small tribes over these years. Now, Man tribe was occupying Hongyan Valley. It could already be said to be a ruler of a region. But from his words, everyone could hear this Man tribe leader still wanted to progress further. The current Man tribe was still not able to satisfy his ambitions. The elder who had objected quickly apologized. Lord Tribe Leader is wise and resolute. I am willing to lay down my life at Tribe Leader's command. We are willing to give our lives for Tribe Leader. Soon after, the other elders spoke together. Having everyone with me, we can seek supremacy. Man too laughed loudly. Then his expression concentrated and he ordered, Elder Sherwu will be in charge of the new Spirit Spring D. Everyone present gazed at Sherwu with envy. Looking after a spirit spring was a lucrative job. Sherwu was truly moved this time. His eyes reddened as he said, I am fortunate to have tribe leaders' trust. I will definitely do my best to repay the tribe. The discussions continued for a while longer before everyone dispersed. Sherwu did not leave, instead following Manduo to the tribe warehouse and took a spring egg goo. This is spring egg goo? Sherwu held the goo in his hand and gazed at it strangely, his tone trembling. His expression quickly concentrated and he then bowed towards Manduo. Third young master, please enlighten me on how to activate this goo. Manduo smiled as he saw Sherwu adapting to circumstances. I do not dare to give you advice. This spring egg goo is a rank 5 goo and has extremely high demand on primeval essence. Even a rank 5 middle stage goo master cannot activate it at one try. Elder Sherwu, you have a rank 3 cultivation, and as such you would need to use lasting goo and continuing goo to activate it. But this way, the quickest it will take for you to plant the spirit spring is close to a month. Elder, you don't need to worry. I will help you by the side during this time. I am very grateful to third young master. Sherwu promptly expressed his thanks. The location to create the spirit spring had already been decided. Sherwu brought the spring egg goo and went with Manduo. After making the preparations, he started using his primeval essence and sent it into the lasting goo and continuing goo before injecting it into the spring egg goo. The spring egg goo floated in the air, absorbing primeval essence as it moved up and down slowly. For the next 18 days, Sherwu slept 3 hours a day, rushing to eat his meals and settle his excretion. Although it was tough, the effects were showing. As he continued to inject primeval essence, the spring egg goo was shining with a brilliant light. These days, Manduo had come to inspect again, and upon seeing this, he was overjoyed. We are almost there. There are mild cracks on the spring egg goo already. Once it breaks, we will succeed. It has been tough on Elder Sherwu. Not at all, not at all. Sherwu refined the goo while humbly replying. He was mentally fatigued, his body had gotten thinner. With his cultivation, forcefully activating a rank 5 goo was very tiring. But if he succeeded, it would be a huge service to the tribe. Manduo continued. During this elder meeting, Lord Father had specially mentioned it. Lord Sherwu's hard work is evident in everyone's eyes. If you have any requests, we will try to satisfy it. Sherwu was extremely grateful. I am ashamed, with Lord Tribe Leader's care. How can I go overboard and request for more? But I have a question. Oh? Please speak. Young Master Manduo, I feel that Hongyan Valley had been getting colder these days. The surrounding vegetation and beasts have been freezing to death. Manduo's expression turned ugly. Hongyan Valley was indeed facing a problem. It had been mentioned during the last few tribe meetings. The result was, the underground magma supporting Hongyan Valley had been reduced due to unknown reasons. This was different from historical records. In the earlier meeting, Tribe Leader Man 2 flew into a rage, wanting everyone to think of a solution. At the same time, they had to conceal this matter to prevent their morale from sinking. Elder Sherwu is at a crucial moment of refining the spirit spring. I should not tell him this bad news, or his mind will waver and ruin this important matter. Thinking so, Manduo lied and reassured Sherwu. Sherwu did not sense anything wrong. He was about to speak, but suddenly, his expression changed, shouting, "Oh no! It's the flying hand snow!" Manduo turned around and was shocked. How can there be flying hand snow in Hongyan Valley? only to see that, in the sky, fierce winds were blowing as palm-sized snowflakes carrying the aura of rank 5 goo descended slowly. "Oh no! Come quickly and protect the spring egg goo!" Man Duo shouted, calling the nearby goo masters over. But the blizzard was powerful. The wind cut like razors and the might of heaven and earth descended. After resisting it for a while, everyone starting to fall into a disadvantage. Snow monster! Snow monsters have appeared. Trouble comes in pairs. The blizzard gathered and formed into a 6-meter-tall snow monster. The defense of the goo masters was easily broken. In the sky, large numbers of flying hand snow gathered into a huge palm. Under everyone's furious and indignant, while completely helpless stares, the giant snow hand grabbed the spring egg goo in the air and squeezed. Crack! With a light sound, the snow hand disintegrated. The snowflakes landed on the ground. The rank 5 spring egg goo inside had vanished already. The silver light shone like a miasma gently raining down on Imperial Court blessed land. Hal, Azure Wolf group sprinted on the ground. Some ran in the air, while others were dashing with their claws. Even though there were goo masters feeding them in the sacred palace, these wolves still desired freedom. They wanted to be ferocious beasts roaming the sky, and not canaries trapped in cages. As their master, Fang Yuan let them do as they wished. He himself was spreading his eagle wings as he flew in the sky, looking at the ground below him. It was Dicho inheritance. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. What does this sentence mean? Fang Yuan pondered. He had been coming over to explore the inheritance grounds every few days. Instinct told him that this Dicho inheritance was not simple. Thus, every time he went out, he used the excuse of walking his wolves to train them and practice his manipulation skills. But even so, he could not stay for long. Fang Yuan was now a person with high status, second to only He Lulan. His every movement was scrutinized by everyone. He was no longer as invisible as before. This time, he had no findings, and to prevent suspicion, he could only leave for now. Even though he could completely occupy this entire area using his status now, Fang Yuan did not do that. If this inheritance had high value, even if he had great strength, others would compete with him. He did not have Huangjin bloodline to enter 88 Truyang building. He needed He Lulan's guest token. However, he had been sending people to scout the area. The reason was naturally the Azure Wolf group. Every time he went out to hunt with the Azure Wolf group, there would be a route. Before moving out, he would send goo masters to scout out the path for him and go to the path that had the most prey. There were 5 to 6 routes to choose from each time, but each one of them would be close to Dicho inheritance. One must act flawlessly. Fang Yuan followed the route that he planned and continued hunting with the Azure Wolf group. There were a lot of beasts and resources inside Imperial Court blessed land. Especially near the small towers, there were swarms of worms and countless wild goo. 88 Truyang building was something only a small number of goo masters had the chance to enter. Most goo masters would roam in the huge blessed land, subdue wild goo, or find inheritances. Fang Yuan followed the trail and found many goo masters. As for the area near Dicho inheritance, there were naturally many goo masters passing by. Fang Yuan was not afraid that Dicho Mountain would get taken by someone. In fact, he was hoping that someone would find it and trigger it. He would get news of it by then and would be able to strike easily. After all, he had already used his strength to snatch an inheritance back on Xingjiu Peak. Rumble, rumble. There were some loud sounds coming from the ground. Fang Yuan rode the Azure Myriad Wolf King and looked down, seeing a small tower shining with a bright light, sinking into the ground slowly. Fang Yuan was not surprised. In the progress of 88 Truyang buildings' gradually appearance, the small towers in Imperial Court blessed land would slowly sink into the ground. These small towers were like nests that were filled with all the wild goo that had grown in the last 10 years. Many people guessed. The wild goo in these small towers were the energy source to form 88 Truyang building. In a way, these small towers were a portion of the 88 Truyang building. This guest had never gotten confirmation. Gu immortals who could confirm this were unable to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. And those mortals who could enter were way too weak compared to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. They could not decipher it. But Feng Yuan was an exception. 88 True Yang Building has an intriguing design. It is truly a work of heaven. These small towers are indeed a portion of True Yang Building. Feng Yuan was far more knowledgeable than other Gu immortals in this aspect, because he controlled the most complete information regarding 88 True Yang Building. This source of information was Lang Ye Land Spirit. The land spirit in his life was the rank 8 Gu immortal long-hair ancestor who created the 88 True Yang Building. Wait! Feng Yuan's body shook. A flash of inspiration appeared in his heart, sweeping away the confusion in his heart. This moment, he finally found the strange thing about Diqiu. There was no small tower near Diqiu. Indeed, that is the case. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. In the last few times he brought the azure wolves to hunt, he would either be in the sky near Diqiu, or the ground near it. Now that he recalled it, he realized the peculiarity of Diqiu. By logic, every 8 li should have a small tower, and every small tower corresponds to the regions in northern plains. But near Diqiu, there is nothing. Thinking so, Feng Yuan got excited. This was a huge breakthrough. Following this lead, he could potentially unravel the mystery of Diqiu inheritance. But Feng Yuan did not turn back. Rushing over in an excited manner like this was asking to be suspected. He controlled his excited emotions and continued on the route he had prepared. The azure wolves moved out from the sacred palace, and after one round, returned. The sacred palace was like a mountain peak. The 88 True Yang Building at its peak was still nurturing. The aurora it emitted was covering the entire sacred palace. The grand and beautiful sacred palace was shrouded in a mysterious and powerful aura. Feng Yuan went out to hunt every 6 or 7 days with the Azure Wolf group. But plans cannot keep up with circumstances. 3 days later, the aurora gathered into one point and starting taking form. The first layer of 88 True Yang Building had formed. This was a joyful news, causing the sacred palace to go into a commotion. At once, everyone's hot topic was about this building. Of course, most of the Gu masters could only watch. He Lulan went in excitedly. Several hours later, he returned in a pathetic state, wounds covering his body. His injuries were not light, but they could not conceal the shock in his eyes. During the second expedition, he brought many He tribe Gu masters. He tribesmen had the bloodline of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. They could freely enter and exit True Yang Building without restriction. During such times, tribesmen were the most reliable. Why was there a need to share with outsiders what one could devour alone? When He Lulan returned, he looked extremely tired. As for the Gu masters who went in, only 60% returned. Thereafter, all sorts of rumors and information spread. They were all regarding True Yang Building. Some said that the True Yang Building was a work of heaven. It was spectacular. Some said that it was difficult to explore. Every step was precarious. Some said that the rewards for passing it was very enticing. By now, everyone was moved. Bam! He Lulan raised his leg, kicking his tribesman He Chi Shang to the ground. Useless thing! The black fatty cursed. The muscles on his face twitched as he revealed a ruthless and savage gaze. The hall was silent. All of the He tribe Gu masters did not dare to speak a word. He Lulan was called Black Tyrant. It was due to his famous ruthless and cruel personality, especially when he was obstructed 6 times by the 54th round. His anger was ignited like a barrel of gunpowder. Lord Tribe Leader, it was my inability. I deserve death. He Chi Shang sprawled on the ground, begging for forgiveness while prostrating. Idiot! Why is there such a useless idiot in our He tribe? He Lulan gritted his teeth, kicking He Chi Shang several times. Seeing that he was coughing blood due to the kicks, He Lulan's anger subsided slightly. The surrounding elders were silent, not daring to say a word. Last time, the elders who pleaded for He Chi Shang were beaten until they received heavy injuries by He Lulan. They were still bedridden now. He Lulan's temper had been curbed slightly during the Imperial Court contest. But now that they were in the Blessed Land, His poor temper and cruel nature were back at full force. "You are also all idiots, useless trash. Why are you all standing here? Speak. Tell me a good method to break through the 54th round. Otherwise, I will dock your salary. The tribe does not feed useless people. I gave you primeval stones, I gave you a luxurious life, raising your status, what was it all for? Now is the time to perform your duties." He Lulan screamed. The windows were shaking from the force of his voice. The elders were sighing bitterly internally. They were like drooping eggplants, lowering their head and communicating with their expressions. But no one dared to speak first. He Lulan stared and looked around, fixing his gaze on Elder He Pei. As the most senior and experienced first Elder He Pei, he gritted his teeth and walked out, bowing in respect. "Lord, the way I see it, this 54th round is a test of enslavement path. It is very difficult and it cannot be passed without master-level enslavement attainment. Although Elder He Qishang is an enslavement path Gu master that we nurtured, he is not a master. To pass this round, we need Lord Wolf King's strength." "Humph. You are asking me to seek outside help? You want to let the whole world see us He tribe as a joke, as a weakling that needs outside reinforcements." He Lulan's gaze was filled with ruthlessness as he screamed fiercely. He Pei's heart was shivering, but he bowed deeply and responded. "Lord Tribe Leader is strong and intelligent. You are an amazing leader, the Lord of the Imperial Court. With your presence, whoever dares to think that He Tribe is useless would be the #1 fool in this world. This is not outside reinforcement to be exact. This Wolf King Changshan Yin is part of the Alliance Army. He is your subordinate. Using him for this is but natural. I am sure Changshan Yin would be very grateful to Lord. After all, he is an outsider but he given the chance to enter Truyang building. It is his greatest honor." He Lulan heard this and his anger expression softened. The elders watched this as they praised He Pei's eloquence internally. He was indeed skilled to be the first elder. He Lulan walked slowly, he was very indignant. Currently, he had 2 guest tokens. They were obtained from the 12th and 46th round respectively as a reward from Truyang building. It was not that he did not want to waste the tokens, but once he invited Wolf King, the reward for clearing the 54th round would go to Changshan Yin. If it was his tribesman, He Lulan could use the authority of the tribe leader to make all of the rewards his. But according to the rules, these rewards should be given to the reinforcement. The rewards in 88 Truyang building was extraordinary. Even He Lulan was deeply moved. Be it Gu recipes, Gu worms, or others, each item could allow a Gu master to rise up despite an ordinary background. He Lulan walked for several steps, sighing lightly. He knew that there was no point in forcing He Qishang. He tribe had nurtured 3 enslavement path Gu masters. 1 died in the Imperial Court contest, while He Qishang was the stronger one out of the 2 left. But he was not an enslavement master. Any master needed sufficient talent. It was not something that could be nurtured through abundant resources. He Lulan stopped walking. "Where is He Shu?" "Subordinate is here." He Shu was standing outside the hall. He was He Lulan's personal Gu master attendant. Hearing He Lulan summon, he came in to greet him. "Go invite Wolf King here," He Lulan instructed. Hearing this, the elders in the hall sighed in relief. He Qishang, who was lying on the ground, relaxed his body. This nightmare was over. "Yes, Lord Tribe Leader." He Shu left after receiving his orders. Bam! He Lulan kicked He Qishang again. "You trash? Why are you still lying here? You want Changshan Yin to see how pathetic our He tribe is after he comes here." Lord, I was wrong." He Qishang quickly apologized profusely. "Get lost and nurse your injuries." He Lulan screamed. Yes, Lord." He Qishang struggled to get up, leaving in a wobbling state. Not long after, He Shu reported back with an apologetic look. "Lord Tribe Leader, Lord Wolf King is not in the sacred palace. He is out feeding his wolves." "What?" He Lulan's volume became louder. His brows were raised as his calm expression showed anger again. The elders were terrified. The first elder He Pei accused He Shu. "You junior, you do not know how to do your job. Even if Wolf King was not around, how could you return empty-handed? Could you not send a letter over, and state your intention, that Wolf King will come crawling back immediately. Lord, it was not my fault. Heishu cried out innocently. I already sent a letter over, but Wolf King replied already. He said that he was leading his wolves to hunt. It was a habit and he did not want to cut it in the middle. He wants us to wait. If we cannot wait, we can call Tang Miao Ming and the others instead. At once, everyone was shocked. First Elder He Pei stared with his eyes wide opened. He did not believe it. How can anyone be so indifferent? Did he really say that? I have concrete evidence. Lord Tribe Leader. This is the letter Gu that Wolf King Chongshan Yin sent back. He Shu said, handing a star letter Gu to He Lulan. This was a star path Gu. It was rank 4 and gave the fastest replies. But it shone in the air as it flew. It created huge commotion and was easy to intercept. Of course, in Imperial Court Blessed Land, there was no such worries. He Lulan's mind entered the star letter Gu, as he snickered continuously. This Wolf King has good temperament. He is able to control his desires so well. Lord, Wolf King is an arrogant loner. Everyone knows that. The way I see it, he is already laughing secretly, but is trying to put up a front. First Elder He Pei analyzed, as the others elders nodded in agreement. Humph, of course he is being haughty. He is an enslavement master and also a flying master. If you guys were masters, would we need to ask an outsider for help? He Lulan screamed, causing the elders to shut up as some of the elders lowered their head even more. Honestly speaking, Fang Yuan was really not placing his attention on Truyang Building. He looked at Diqiu below him, his heart palpitating. There really isn't a small tower here. According to the terrain, this area should have a small tower directly above Diqiu. But now, this is just a pitch-black hole. Impressive. The Gu master who made this inheritance is very impressive. The Imperial Court Blessed Land had a small tower at every 8-li interval. Actually, all of them were a part of the 88 Truyang Building. 88 Truyang Building was an immortal Gu house that long-hair ancestor had refined back in the day. It was as high as rank 8. Next, after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's preparations, it was a mirror of Northern Plains. The small towers were all over Imperial Court Blessed Land. They could be seen everywhere. Each of the towers had thousands of wild Gu. No one dared to target them or they would die. But now it seems that the Gu master who set up Diqiu inheritance not only moved the small tower, he even set up this inheritance on that spot. Such methods and courage, such abilities, it made Fang Yuan confirm that this mysterious Gu master was not a simple person. No, rather than Gu master, I might as well call him Gu Immortal. Even with the long time that had passed, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's setup might have weakened, but it is not something mortals can alter. Only Gu Immortals can make minor changes to these arrangements and create such a place. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining with uncertainty. He had accidentally gotten Diqiu inheritance, but it was a Gu Immortal inheritance. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. What did this really mean? What sorts of treasures would be inside a Gu Immortal's inheritance? Will there be an immortal Gu? Fang Yuan guessed daringly. If there was an immortal Gu, it could match against the first floor of Truyang Building. Because even in the 88 Truyang Building, the final round of every floor might not have an immortal Gu reward. Even without an immortal Gu, Diqiu inheritance was created with so much effort, there had to be an immortal Gu recipe at least. Without immortal Gu, an immortal Gu recipe was also a huge reward. A complete immortal Gu recipe was something not sold inside Treasure Yellow Heaven. Gu Immortals would sell remnant recipes mostly. Even if they had complete immortal Gu recipes, they would break it up and add in some mistakes before selling it. Complete immortal Gu recipes could only be exchanged. And there were few instances of this happening throughout history. Fang Yuan curbed his imagination and began to think calmly. With a crucial clue, his current train of thought had improved rapidly. He pieced together all sorts of clues, deciphering the time of Diqiu inheritance's creation. It should be very long ago, at least, it should have existed since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's time. But the more he thought, the more questions he had. Let's call this person Gu Immortal Diqiu for now. Who were they? Why did they set up an inheritance here? As a Gu Immortal, how did they get in? Most importantly, how did they know about the setup here and the true principle behind the 88 Truyong building? If they were like Tai by Yunshang and advanced to Gu Immortal realm inside Imperial Court Blessed Land, then there would be new explanations for what happened. Fang Yuan felt a headache as he stopped thinking. One star letter Gu tore through the sky and flew towards him. Fang Yuan received it and saw that it was He Lulan urging him to return. Never mind, I shall go to Truyong building first and come back later. Gu Immortal Dichio most likely made use of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable setup flaws. Once I enter Truyong building, I might be able to find some clues and understand the mystery behind this. Thinking so, Fang Yuan replied with the letter. Since He Lulan wrote a letter personally to rush him, Fang Yuan stopped acting arrogantly anymore. He immediately returned. I will need to rely on Wolf King's strength this time. He Lulan saw Fang Yuan and laughed. He was very anxious in his heart. There was not much time inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. Once the 10-year blizzard outside subsides, Imperial Court Blessed Land would close, and they would need to leave. Before that happens, He Lulan not only needs to complete the mission given by his tribe's Gu Immortals, he also needed to find a Strength Path Immortal Gu for himself. After Wolf King returned, He Lulan quickly organized the group again. The gang got to the building, as He Lulan handed Fang Yuan an ancient token. This is the guest token. Wolf King does not have Huangjin bloodline. You are an outside in the building's perspective. To enter it, you will need a guest token each time. Fang Yuan received the token and laughed lightly without any concern, saying, I can't wait to witness the splendor of Truyong building. At this point, He Lulan did not push the door open. Instead, he crashed into the door. Fang Yuan followed suit. As the guest token shone in his hand, he imitated He Lulan and entered Truyong building as well. Fang Yuan felt his body stiffen as a strong sense of pressure assaulted him as he entered the building. But soon after, the pressure lifted. He had entered Truyong building completely. There was a lake in front of him. The sky was blue. There was ripples on the surface of the lake, and the surroundings were shrouded in vague, foggy mountain shadows. The guest token in his hand turned into a puddle of cold molten iron, flowing down the gaps between his fingers. Each guest token could only be used once. Fang Yuan shook off the liquid from his hand until they were all gone. He looked around, finding himself on an island at the center of the lake. There was someone beside him. It was He Lulan. This is the 54th round. He Lulan did not look at Fang Yuan, instead facing forward. Look, that is the problem Brother Shan Yin has to deal with. Fang Yuan looked at the same direction and saw that not far away, there was another island. On the island, there was a group of water snake lions. These water snake lions had a body of bright blue fur. They were extremely smooth. Its limbs were not claws, but were webbed feet like that of frogs. Their tails were poisonous snakes, coiling around the water lion's back or standing straight up, hissing with their tongues. Without He Lulan's introduction, a barrage of information from a mystical source entered Fang Yuan's brain at the same time. Use the hedgehog fish on the island and break past the water snake lion's defense. Occupy the island over there. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, turning to look at the island around him. In the jade blue water around the island, he saw the shadows of hedgehog fish swimming. At this time, He tribe elders came in one by one, standing beside He Lulan. Be it water snake lions or hedgehog fish, they are wild beasts from the medieval era. Right now, they can only be found in the deep areas of Eastern Sea. An elder sighed. In my opinion, this round is extremely unfair. The water snake lions are very strong. One of them can compete against 5 or 6 hedgehog fish. But the number of hedgehog fish we have here is only about twice of the water snake lions. A He tribe elder looked at the island ahead as he explained the situation to Fang Yuan. No need to worry, Brother Shan Yin. We are here today for practice. He Lulan patted Fang Yuan's shoulders. After all, Fang Yuan enslaved wolf groups. But now it was a fish group, and it was even an extremely rare, nearly extinct hedgehog fish in northern plains. He Lulan had failed about 8 to 9 times already. His best result was only killing 30% of the water snake lions. This made He tribe Gu masters understand the difficulty of this round. Although Changshan was an enslavement master, this was the true Yang building set up by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan looked for a while and frowned. He estimated, with his abilities, controlling these hedgehog fish to kill the water snake lions was not hard. In fact, it was almost a guaranteed success. But although this round seemed simple, it was very elaborate. Back when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up the 88 True Yang building, the purpose was to leave an inheritance for descendants and reward the outstanding ones. Thus, every round in True Yang building would be split into low, middle, and high grade. Getting through with low grade would reward the least rewards, they would directly go to the next round. Getting through with middle grade would have twice the reward of low grade. During the next round, they would receive information about it. As for getting through with high grade, not only would they get twice the reward of middle grade, they would even be transported into a deep part of True Yang building, a place called Treasure Room. This treasure room was filled with countless treasures. There were even several true immortal inheritances by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But the things inside the treasure room cannot be taken away easily. The person who cleared the round would need to exchange for them. Be it goo worms, goo recipes, or even their own cultivation experience, all these could be used for exchanging the items within. When the person finishes the exchange, they would go to the next round. He Lulan only needed a low-grade pass to get to the 55th round. That would satisfy him. But Fang Yuan's goal was different. He needed high-grade pass to enter the treasure room. Only within the treasure room can he be alone, to use the methods he had prepared to obtain the greatest benefits. Low-grade pass is easy as breathing. But middle and high-grade, I do not know what are the conditions for those. I can only try now. Thinking so, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and nodded at He Lulan, indicating for him to start. He Lulan took out a token and waved it at the sky. This token was different from the guest token, it was the owner token. When He Lulan first entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, this token appeared before him, signifying his prestigious status. The owner token vibrated. As ripples formed in the air, dozens of fish enslavement goo appeared, of rank 1, 2, and 3. When Fang Yuan received these goo worms, he easily refined them. The other people were immobilized by an invisible gentle force. No one could assist him. Only He Lulan could still speak, he advised. Brother Shan, mind the time. You have only 15 minutes. Fang Yuan nodded and waved his hand, as the fish enslavement goo in his hand flew out with dozens of mystical lights. Everyone saw Fang Yuan's casual action and was shocked in their hearts. If it was He Qishang, he would need to enslave them one by one, being extremely careful. When using enslavement goo, the goo master would definitely face the resistance of the fish group. If they were careless, the enslavement would fail. If it was severe, the goo master would suffer some backlash on his soul. Was Wolf King too overconfident? I've never seen such an enslavement method before. He's in Trube. Everyone's heart was pounding. But immediately after, they stared with huge eyes as the fish group swam away towards the island immediately after the enslavement. It was as if they belonged to Fang Yuan from the start. Not a single enslavement failed. The water snake lions were alerted by this. They stopped their lazy actions and sat up. The lion head roared as the snake head hissed. Many of the water snake lions jumped into the water, setting up their defense lines. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was standing upright, his arms behind his back as he did not waver at all. The enslavement attainment as well as foundation of the soul he displayed made almost everyone praise him in secret. Oh heaven! He did it! Just this alone was an eye-opener. Wolf King is an enslavement master indeed. He is different from ordinary people. A master is a master. Maybe he can succeed this time, who knows? Everyone's eyes began to show a look of anticipation. Even He Lulan was looking with a hopeful expression. But the Wish group did not attack the water snake lion group like they wished. Instead they were swimming around the area, surveilling the place. What is Wolf King thinking? Wolf King is being careful. It seems he is trying to get familiar with the fish's habits. But as time passed, the fish continued to swim. Everyone did not get to see the fight between fish and lion as they wished. By now, even He Lulan was a bit anxious. He urged, "Brother Shan, there isn't much time left. No rush." Fang Yuan was calm as he replied casually. The water snake lions saw that the fish group did not attack. Some of the water snake fish crawled out of the water onto the island. The strong defense around the island weakened. After a moment, He Lulan urged again, "Brother Shan, half the time has already passed. No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand, his eyelids drooping, as if he was very sleepy. Even more water snake lions went on shore. The old Lion King even sprawled on the ground, shutting its eyes in slumber. Everyone was greatly disappointed. They were cursing in their minds. "This Wolf King is merely strong on the outside. To think I thought so highly of him earlier. So what if he is a master level? This is Truyong building." It seems that this time Chang Shanyin's goal is to get familiar with the fish group, to accumulate experience for the next assault. Seeing that the time was going to be used up, everyone's remaining bit of hope was expended. What a waste of a token, expended like this. What shall I eat for dinner tonight? After failing this time, I wonder how Lord Tribe Leader will deal with Chang Shan. Just as everyone were thinking about random things, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed, manipulating the fish group to charge, attacking the water snake lion group from all directions. As expected, He Lulan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had guessed in his heart already. Chang Shan wants to save his efforts for the next attempt. Then this time, he would definitely familiarize himself with the fish group and their attacking pattern. He would also need to probe the strength of the lion group. The fish group's sudden attack caught the water snake lion group off guard. The hedgehog fish group was like a hungry shark, devouring the small number of water snake lions in the water in an instant. So that's it. Chang Shan was training the fish group earlier while making the lion group let their guard down. This attack has already taken down 30% of the lion group, as expected of master level. What breathtaking beast enslavement attainment. He Qishang is like a baby compared to Chang Shan. Everyone stared intently, shocked by Fang Yuan's amazing talent. How? Seeing that its subjects were being slaughtered, the old Lion King roared, leading the lion group into the water to take revenge on the hedgehog fish. But what was peculiar was that Fang Yuan stopped his powerful assault, and under his manipulation, the fish group retreated. The lion group chased after him, but when they got to one area, the group fell into chaos. What happened? Everyone was perplexed. So there was a hidden whirlpool here, He Lulan mumbled. Immediately after, the elder's eyes shone. I get it. Wolf King was making the fish scout the area. It was not just to train them. He also wanted to investigate the terrain. That's right. When beast groups fight, it is like war between two armies. Not only would they need to consider both of the armies, they also need to care about the terrain. Many Gu masters saw this and almost wanted to pat their legs and scream. The water snake lion group was trapped by the whirlpool. As the fish group turned around and attacked, the lions had huge bodies. They were more affected by the water currents. As for the fish group, they were barely affected by it due to their small size. An exceptional battle strategy unfolded before the crowd. The strong water snake lion group was as fragile as a piece of water. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the fish group was like an elite troop. They cooperated well and attacked and retreated at will, taking down their opponents one by one. The fish group gathered and spread at will, attacking fiercely. At times they scattered, causing the lion's attacks to miss. He has them dancing in the palm of his hands. Amazing! Incredible! In just a dozen breaths' time, Wolf King became victorious. We got through, we got through. He tribesmen were shocked and exhilarated. Their gaze towards Fang Yuan revealed admiration, amazement, and fear, etc. Good! What a great Wolf King! He Lulan laughed as he clapped. Fang Yuan also laughed heartily, because when he finished killing the lion group, an information went into his head. High-grade evaluation. The next moment, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. What happened? He tribesmen were shocked at this. Their eyeballs also fell out. He got a high-grade evaluation. Only He Lulan was shouting in his heart. Fang Yuan was in a long crystal hallway. Light was flashing in all directions. The four walls were made of shiny crystals. One could see their own reflection in them. Fang Yuan gazed around. Behind him, and to his left and right were walls. He could only move forward. I am finally inside the treasure room. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he walked forward with huge strides. The crystal hallway was long and clear. In about 5 steps, Fang Yuan saw that goo worms or goo recipes started appearing on the crystal walls to his left and right. They were like insects sealed in amber, motionlessly fixed in the crystal walls. These were all the precious treasures in the treasure room. To obtain them, he needed to exchange them with an equivalent item. Oh, there's a heavenly essence treasure king lotus here. Fang Yuan halted his steps. He found a familiar-looking goo sealed in the crystal wall before him. This goo was like a blue and white lotus, as large as a face. It had an amazing origin. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. They were a series, the rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, and rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Among them, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was ranked 6th among the top 10 immortal goo. Its value was equivalent to Spring Autumn Cicada, and was held in the hands of Langya Land Spirit now. Fang Yuan had once used a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. It made up for his lack of aptitude during that period, and was a huge help to him. But to advance the goo, Fang Yuan lacked the relevant recipes, and the refinement cost was too huge. A natural spirit spring had to be used, and it had to be full of primeval energy as well. Old spirit springs that were running dry could not be used. Once he succeeds, the spirit spring would be destroyed. Rank 4 Heavenly Lotus needed 7 spirit springs. Rank 5 needed 9. To reach rank 6, it needed 11. This sum was counted using Southern Borders level of spirit springs. If Northern Plains spirit springs were used, he would need 60% more of them. Back then, it was too difficult for Fang Yuan to advance the Heavenly Lotus, and after his aptitude improved greatly, he gave up on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus goo. But now, he was moved by this rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. The series of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus are known as mobile spirit springs. Once refined, they can produce primeval essence naturally. There's no point in using the rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus anymore, but the rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus is suitable for my current condition. But to get his Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, Fang Yuan would need to exchange for it using an equivalent treasure according to the rules. Let's exchange then. Fang Yuan was rather rich now. Having a blessed land was like having the foundation of a goo immortal. To exchange for the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, others might have to use all of their assets to get it, but for Fang Yuan it was a question of what to give up. What should I use for the exchange? Fang Yuan's mind entered his 2 apertures. The strength and enslavement path goo worms inside his apertures were not exchangeable. His first aperture's vital goo Spring Autumn Cicada was the same. Other than them, there were still quite a lot of goo worms in his possession. The individual value of these goo worms were obviously lower than Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but if one was insufficient, he could put 2 or even 3 in. Oh? Why are there 18 spring egg goo? Fang Yuan was shocked to find a batch of precious rank 5 goo inside his first aperture. But he quickly understood the reason. I almost forgot. This is the reward for getting past the round with a high-grade evaluation. It was directly sent into my aperture by Truyong Building. Normally, a goo master's aperture was the basis of their cultivation. It was their biggest secret. But Truyong Building was truly made by Old Hair Ancestor, with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable setup. It had great power and could directly send goo worms into a goo master's aperture. Spring Egg Goo was obviously inferior to Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but it was still a rank 5 goo. The Spring Egg Goo looked like a white goose egg. It could be obtained by killing a strong Eggman Emperor. Placing the Spring Egg Goo deep underground would give birth to a new Spirit Spring. Spirit Springs were the foundation for Goo Master's cultivation. Many large tribes or clans would collect Spring Egg Goo to strengthen their foundation. in case of need. Even Gu immortals would often buy them and plant them inside the blessed land, forming a spirit spring and nourishing their inhabitants. Fang Yuan took out one spring egg Gu and looked at it. This Gu was not in good shape, the surface was full of cracks, and there were primeval essence traces inside the Gu. Someone had used it before. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He sneered. It seems that this Gu was snatched by the flying hand Snow while it was activated. The rewards in 88 Truyang Building are all of such sources. In order to fulfill his dream of hereditary monarchy, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up a huge scheme painstakingly, while making sure his descendants had the upper hand. First was the Imperial Court contest, to weaken other tribes. Next, he used the tenure blizzard to send all sorts of treasures and materials from Northern Plains into 88 Truyang Building. After all, a Gu master's cultivation was heavily reliant on resources. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up the 88 Truyang Building. It was a fatal blow. After the resources were taken, he would give them to his bloodline descendants, destroying the hopes of success for other tribes. In Fang Yuan's previous 500 years, Central Continent Gu immortals attacked and destroyed Imperial Court blessed land using this specialty of the Truyang Building. They sent pawn pieces into Imperial Court blessed land. They then purposely scattered Gu worms and allowed the flying hand Snow to take them. Eventually, Truyang Building faced destruction from the inside, causing a fatal loophole to appear. After Central Continent Gu immortals destroyed Imperial Court blessed land, they exposed all of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's evil deeds, telling the whole world about his schemes, causing a huge commotion in Northern Plains as all the mortals went into a frenzy. But commotion aside, Northern Plains was still the second strongest region in terms of battle strength, only inferior to Central Continent. All sorts of super forces, Huangjin family tribes worked together and caused Northern Plains to remain stable. After all, Huangjin family had controlled Northern Plains for so many years, they had deep foundations and roots, it could not be easily shaken by public opinion. However much they reacted, without strength backing them, there was no point. Fang Yuan placed the spring egg Gu in his hand closer to the crystal wall, towards the wall that sealed the heavenly essence treasure King Lotus. As it got closer to the crystal wall, there was a light red light, turning into orange, before finally glowing in yellow. After the 3 lights shone, there were no more changes. Fang Yuan took out another 2 spring egg Gu, placing them near the wall. This time there was a green light shining. But the green light was not strong, it was suppressed by the other 3 lights. Fang Yuan sneered as he took out a 4th spring egg Gu, placing it at the crystal wall. This time the green light burst out, being balanced with the other 3 colors. The crystal wall turned hollow as it vibrated. The heavenly essence treasure King Lotus inside flew out slowly, while the 4 spring egg Gu in Fang Yuan's hands left his control and flew into the crystal wall, replacing the heavenly essence treasure King Lotus position. The heavenly essence treasure King Lotus landed in Fang Yuan's hands, and Fang Yuan instantly refined it using his primeval essence. 88 Truyang Building was truly amazing. It allowed Gu masters to instantly refine Gu inside the building. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, black. It seems that inside this treasure room, there are 8 categories. The more lights there are, the more valuable the treasure. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus was only a green light item. This was only mid-tier among the range of treasures in this place. Fang Yuan evaluated in his heart as his assessment of the treasure room's value rose and his knowledge of it deepened. He stretched out his hand, touching the crystal wall. He could feel an icy feeling on his palm. Inside, there were 4 spring egg Gu, the ones he had used for exchange. Fang Yuan tried to control them, but there was no effect. He sighed in amazement in his heart. To speak the truth, in this current world, Fang Yuan was easily among the top 3 people in terms of his understanding of the 88 Truyang Building. That was because he had the detailed information given to him by Lang Yilan's spirit. The more Fang Yuan's understanding of 88 Truyang Building increased, the more he felt the genius mechanics of this building. It was really amazing. Forget the others, just look at this crystal wall ahead of him, it had a huge origin. This crystal wall was made back then by long-hair ancestor using tens of thousands of goo masters. Using a secret technique, he extracted their apertures. Using their aperture walls as the material, he used profound ice goo, ice wall goo, grand jade goo, slow down goo, vitality goo, and others to refine it. This crystal wall was the best spot to seal goo worms. The goo inside would go into deep slumber. They could be stored for hundreds or thousands of years without the slightest harm. According to his information, a newly refined crystal wall would shine with ripples like that of a water surface. One would walk into it feeling like it was an illusory dream. But now, the crystal wall no longer had that glamour, but it was still crystal clear. With enough time, water could pierce through rock. The power of time was one of the most noble heavenly powers. Even a rank 9 venerable could not defeat the power of time. Although Truyong Building was an immortal goo house, it opened every 10 years. There was still some expenditure incurred. If not, during Fang Yuan's previous life, 88 Truyong Building would not have been taken down and destroyed. Right now, the luster of the crystal wall was no more. In fact, there was a thick layer of powder at the corner of the walls. Fang Yuan continued moving forward. In the crystal wall, there were all sorts of goo worms, goo recipes, and special refinement materials sealed, but even more were the cultivation experiences of past generations of goo masters. These experiences were extremely precious. Those who could enter the treasure room were geniuses who passed with high-grade evaluation. The things they left behind were definitely top quality. After walking for a little longer, Fang Yuan stopped his footsteps. The hallway ahead of him looked endless. But a stele was blocking Fang Yuan's path. The stele was squarish and smooth. It was about the height of Fang Yuan's knee. There were 2 words written in Northern Plains script. Guest halt. 88 Truyong Building was set up by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, in consideration of his descendants. But those who entered the treasure room might not necessarily be goo masters who had the bloodline of Giant Sun. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable considered this point, and thus he placed the most precious resources behind the stele. Outsiders like Chang Shan-in could only watch helplessly. But Fang Yuan was not Chang Shan-in. Guest halt? Humph. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in disdain. He tried walking past the stele, but was blocked by an invisible wall. After so many years, although 88 Truyong Building had some expenditure, the guest halt stele is still working properly. I cannot force my way through. After testing it for a while, Fang Yuan sat down facing the stele. He had planned this for so long he was naturally well prepared. Immediately he took out a goo worm, and it shot into the stele. The first step to refining 88 Truyong Building has started. Refining 88 Truyong Building might sound like an absurd idea, but it was not wishful thinking. In truth, Fang Yuan was not the first person to refine 88 Truyong Building. In his former 500 years, when Central Continent Goo Immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they first sent some goo masters to infiltrate 88 Truyong Building's treasure room. After they succeeded, they released the entire procedure after recording it with goo worms, announcing it to the world. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the spiritual symbol for Northern Plains goo masters. It had great importance. The recording of Imperial Court Blessed Land being taken down was spread over the 5 regions. It not only displayed Central Continent's strength, it was also a poisonous needle intended to destroy Northern Plains goo masters' mental support. Most importantly, this recording also proved that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had snatched goo worms all over Northern Plains, in order to benefit his descendants. Once the recording was released, Northern Plains was in huge turmoil, as the masses went into an uproar. Although the Huang Jin tribe suppressed the situation, and the internal chaos did not reach the level that Central Continent goo immortals hoped, it did create a Northern Plains where the people's hearts wavered and undercurrents were flowing. Central Continent goo immortal Song Chiaxing, after seeing this video, gave an accurate prediction. Once this video is spread all over the region, the spirit of freedom in Northern Plains would be released from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's prison. Fang Yuan naturally had a vivid memory of this video. After his rebirth, he immediately realized the huge value of this video. For this trip to Northern Plains, saving Danghun Mountain was merely one of his objectives. Fang Yuan was a careful person. He often considered failure before success. How can there be something as good as success as one wishes in this world? If I fail to save Danghun Mountain, I can at least seek other forms of compensation inside 88 Truyong Building. The video of Central Continent Gu Immortals taking down Imperial Court Blessed Land had great reference value for Fong Yuan. But just this clip was not enough. Fong Yuan could only see what happened on the surface from this clip. But luckily, Fong Yuan had obtained first-hand information from Lang Ye Land Spirit. Because of this, by fusing theory with practice, Fong Yuan had much greater confidence in refining 88 Truyong Building. With my current cultivation level, it is impossible to fully refine 88 Truyong Building, but I can refine a portion of it. Fong Yuan was very clear of the reality. He was only a mortal Gu master. One had to be at least a rank 8 Gu immortal to refine the immortal Gu house. In Fong Yuan's plans, he only wanted to refine a portion of 88 Truyong Building. 88 Truyong Building had existed for a very long time. It was worn down and had loopholes secretly. It was too grand, too majestic, like a giant wooden cage. Fong Yuan was like a termite compared to it. The strength of a termite could not destroy the entire wooden cage, but it could devour the edges. The difficulty of the two was as great as heaven and earth. The guest halt steel in front of him, after a specialized Gu worm entered it, gave off a faint yellow light. Fong Yuan stretched out his palms in the meantime, injecting his aperture's primeval essence into it. At the same time, his will entered the guest halt steel, following the primeval essence. Gu masters refine Gu. It was to occupy the Gu worm's body with their will. And during this process, primeval essence was the perfect carrier. Fong Yuan's brows were tightly knotted as his mind entered the steel. The guest halt steel was only a portion of 88 Truyong Building. 88 Truyong Building was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was way too big. Once Fong Yuan's will entered, he felt that he was in a sea of darkness. In this endless darkness, there was a sun-like existence. It gave off a weak light, which moved in waves like that of breathing. This is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will? Fong Yuan's mind went into high alert. 88 Truyong Building was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's property. Since he refined it, his will was naturally inside the immortal Gu. Although Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's body had perished long ago, this will that he injected had survived while slumbering within this shell. Such a will is really grand. I feel like I am facing a real sun. Immortal Venerables have unthinkable strength. This is merely a small portion of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will, left behind and weakened after such a long time. Thankfully, this will is currently unconscious. If I move carefully, it should not be alerted. I must not wake it up. Otherwise, what happened to those 2 Central Continent Gu immortals whose souls were dispersed in the video will happen to me. The vast dark space represents the 88 Truyong Building. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's remnant will was like the sun, in the center emitting a weak light as it slept. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan's will was like a sesame compared to it. He also gave off a weak light, but he was lurking at the furthest corner of the entire area. Fong Yuan continued to inject primeval essence, slowly and carefully. As the primeval essence entered the guest halt steel, the amount of his will that was inside 88 Truyong Building increased. In the dark corner, the light that represented Fong Yuan was expanding, gradually repelling a portion of the darkness, gaining some territory for itself. Time passed second by second. Fong Yuan was very careful. His forehead was soon full of sweat. To think that refining this steel would be so difficult. With my 2 rank 5 peak stage apertures at 90% capacity, it was still not enough. If not for the heavenly essence treasure King Lotus, I might have faced even more trouble. For hours past, Fong Yuan finally breathed out a sigh as he pulled back his palms from the steel. He was extremely tired, mostly from the mental stress. It was more precarious than walking on a tightrope. I finally succeeded. Fong Yuan looked at the guest halt steel before him. A sense of closeness emitted from the steel into the deep parts of his heart. But the joy of success quickly faded, as Fong Yuan frowned even more deeply. There were indeed many deleted scenes in the video that was shown in my previous life. I spent so much primeval essence, but the goo master in the clip was only rank 5 middle stage. Yet he did not take any breaks in the middle, only spending an hour to refine it. Maybe the goo master had some assistance goo worms in his aperture. But Fong Yuan was more inclined to believe that there was more than meets the eye. The reason why Central Continent Goo Immortals released this video was to deal a crushing blow to the Huang Jin tribes, to release the spirit of freedom in other Northern Plains tribes. Deep into the 88 Truyang building, there were definitely gains or methods that could not be publicly shown. At the same time, to make the video more concise and interesting so that people would watch it, the boring and mundane parts were definitely deleted that had certainly happened. But this was bad news to Fong Yuan. Refining the 88 Truyang building was a very dangerous act. If he was misled by the video, one mistake would end his life. 88 Truyang building is truly phenomenal. I spent so much time, but I have not even refined 0.5% of it. Fong Yuan sighed as he patted the guest halt steel, standing up. If he looked at 88 Truyang building as 100%, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's remnant will would occupy 30% of it. Out of 100%, after refining the guest halt steel, Fong Yuan's refinement of the building was still less than 0.5%. But even so, Fong Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He turned around, talking a few steps back, and casually came to a crystal wall that had sealed some treasures. His gaze concentrated as he stretched out his arm towards the wall. If it was before, the crystal wall would be like an ice wall, blocking his hand. But now, the guest halt steel shone slightly, and the crystal wall turned hollow. Fong Yuan's arm successfully entered the wall like it had gone into a water wall, taking the treasure out from inside. Once he refined the guest halt steel, any treasure inside this section of the crystal wall could be taken out at will. Fong Yuan did not have to pay any price. Oh, this must be the Rush Thunder Stone. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Fong Yuan had to appraise it carefully before confirming his guess. Rush Thunderstone was quite a rare goo refinement material. It was nearly extinct now. It was very rare even inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, only sold once in a while. This stone was created from the essence of lightning and thunder when the thunder in the 9 heavens exploded together. But ever since the immemorial era, 7 of the 9 heavens fell, only white and black heaven were left. The chances of these 2 heavens thunder and lightning clashing were very low. Thus, after the immemorial era, the production of Rush Thunderstones fell drastically. When Thunderpath was flourishing, large numbers of Rush Thunderstones were used to refine goo. Thus, the remaining stock of Rush Thunderstones now was low. Heaven and earth is ever-changing. As time passed, Thunderpath also changed and no longer needed Rush Thunderstones. Only those goo masters or goo immortals who wanted to research immemorial Thunderpath goo worms would be interested in Rush Thunderstones. The value of the treasure room was extremely high. Just a casual treasure that Fong Yuan took was a Rush Thunderstone. But soon after, Fong Yuan returned the Rush Thunderstone back to the crystal wall. Small greed ruins big plans. Because exchange was needed to obtain treasures, the total treasure amount in the crystal walls was always the same. Every item here was recorded by all the super forces, or even large-sized Huang Jin tribes. If someone obtained high-grade evaluation and came here later, they would find that treasures were missing. That would lead to great suspicion and shock. Fong Yuan felt no pity. After testing for a while, he walked towards the deeper parts of the crystal path. Arriving at the guest halt steel once again, his footsteps became slower. A few hours ago, the invisible wall that blocked him had vanished. But this did not mean that he could enter safely. 88 Truyang building was created by long-hair ancestor. It obviously had other defensive measures. But Fong Yuan was prepared for them. He willed, and at once, 5 to 6 mystical goo worms flew out of his aperture, turning into lumps of colorful smoke as they surrounded him. Fong Yuan checked again, and after ensuring that he was fully covered, he walked past the guest halt steel. Smoke of all colors rumbled as they formed into a flash of blood light, spreading out. Fong Yuan looked around, finding that the treasures in the crystal walls were better than the previous segment by a tier. Oh, this is... Fong Yuan's gaze froze for a second as he saw a rank 5 strength path goo worm inside the crystal wall. He was overjoyed. Fong Yuan had just taken a step past the guest halt steel and a pleasant surprise welcomed him. A borrow strength goo appeared in front of him. This was a rank 5 strength path goo. It was almost completely extinct and was even more rare than all-out effort goo. It could not be used by itself, but instead had to be used together with other goo worms. When matched with sky strength goo, it could allow the goo master to borrow the strength of the sky. When matched with earth strength goo, the goo master could borrow the strength of the earth. With fire strength goo, it allowed the goo master to borrow strength from fire. With water strength goo, the goo master could gain strength from water flow. My killer move 4-arm Wind King uses Wind Overlord goo and Tyrant strength goo. The combination of these two goo was a substitute for borrow strength goo, but their effects are not even 50% of borrow strength goo. With this borrow strength goo, I can raise my killer move to a whole new level. Fong Yuan was truly happy. Of course, borrow strength goo still needed to be matched with other goo worms. By now, sky strength goo was already extinct. But earth strength goo, fire strength goo, water strength goo, wind strength goo, and so on were still widely circulated. However, the usage of these goo worms had already sidetracked from their original use. Earth strength goo was now frequently used to raise the fertility of the soil to help the goo masters in agriculture, or was used together with wood path goo. Fire strength goo was used by some fire path goo masters as a support goo that could slightly increase the strength of fire path goo worms. Water strength, wind strength, lightning strength, and so on were also used similar. Fong Yuan approached the crystal wall and took out close to 10 spring egg goo to exchange for the borrow strength goo. Past the guest halt steel, he could only exchange for the treasures he wanted. Fong Yuan continued to walk forward. The treasures in the crystal wall here were clearly a level or two higher than before. Meteor rain goo, star lightning speed goo, wind fog hair goo, stellar fire prairie goo, water curtain skyflower goo. Rank 5 goo, which were extremely rare in the outside world, could be seen everywhere here. Instead, it was rank 4 goo that were very rare in here. But any rank 4 goo that appeared here were bound to be very rare and precious among the rank 4 goo. Their value and strength comparable to common rank 5 goo. Fong Yuan's gaze swept through the treasures. The blood flame light covering him was wearing down non-stop. This blood flame light was a barrier protecting him. Once it completely disappeared, he would be detected by 88 Truyong building and be eradicated instantly. Before this protection disappears, I need to find that owner token. As time passed, Fong Yuan gradually started to feel anxious. These goo he used to disguise his identity and deceive 88 Truyong building were not easy to refine. Moreover, the costs in refining them were considerable. One of the main material was 1,000 gene of Huang gene family blood, which required 98 long steps of purification. Now, Imperial Court contest had already ended. It was even more difficult for Fong Yuan to get these blood in large amounts. What was even worse was a fork actually appeared in this long crystal corridor. Fong Yuan could not help stopping to think about it carefully. Which path was the one he needed to take? At this moment, the image of the Central Continent goo immortals attacking Imperial Court blessed land in the previous life became a great help to Fong Yuan. He chose the left path and moved rapidly through it. Here, the treasures that appeared in the crystal wall were of a level higher in their worth. There were only rank 5 goo with no more rank 4 goo to be found, and at the same time there were rare rank 5 goo as well. Fong Yuan quickly walked forward while sweeping his gaze over the treasures. Suddenly his gaze stopped. Found it! An owner token was sealed in the crystal wall, just at the knee height of Fong Yuan. This owner token was the doing of Central Continent goo immortals. A tall tree attracts the wind. Imperial Court blessed land had existed tall till now, which had already attracted the attention of goo immortals of all regions. Central Continent goo immortals had begun their plan hundreds of years ago. The owner token was generally held by the alliance leader and would self-destruct once it left Imperial Court blessed land. Close to a millennium ago, Central Continent goo immortals spent a lot of effort to scheme from the dark. Not only did they bribe that time's alliance leader, it is rumored that they also used an immortal goo. Using the power of the immortal goo, they tampered with the owner token, which then hid inside 88 Truyong building, becoming a key for the future, waiting for the opportunity to use it. In Fong Yuan's past life, Central Continent Gu Immortals first started the 5 regions battle and were able to create the opportunity not long after, finally breaching Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was an arrangement set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Breaching this place was much more difficult than breaching other Blessed Lands. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already passed away while Central Continent Gu Immortals had painstakingly brewed their scheme for close to a millennium, achieving some success in the end. However, in this life, this owner token landed in Fang Yuan's hand. The process of exchanging for this owner token was extremely smooth. But it would not be easy to make the token usable for him. This was the final, crucial step. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn as he sat cross-legged on the ground and concentrated. Gu worms after gu worms moved at his will and struck the owner token non-stop. Ding ding ding. A pleasant music sounded from the collision, and the owner token gradually floated into the air. Every strike would create a layer of halo over the owner token. When it was covered with 38 halo, the dull color on its surface suddenly dispersed and revealed the words, owner token. The halo then started to burst like air bubbles. The owner token lost its buoyancy and fell down, and was immediately caught by Fang Yuan. He quickly bit his finger and let the blood drip onto the owner token. The moment his blood seeped into the owner token, the metallic token suddenly became a translucent glass. Fang Yuan had seen He Lu Lan's owner token and was able to immediately be aware that there was a great difference between his token and the original owner token. The methods I used just now was in reference to my past life's video, awakening the true appearance of this owner token. It seems this is very possibly the strength of an immortal Gu, and also, only immortal Gu can tamper with owner token while avoiding the detection of 88 True Yang building. Fang Yuan looked at the glass owner token and sank into contemplation. After a dozen or so breaths, the blood flame light covering him thoroughly dispersed. The world seemed to have gone mute at this moment as Fang Yuan could clearly hear his heartbeats. Safe and sound. The sound of his heartbeats gradually disappeared. Fang Yuan slowly stood up and let out a breath of turbid air. Success! He mumbled while clenching his left fist in excitement, but he found his voice was somewhat hoarse. At the same time, his whole body was soaked with sweat and he felt some dizziness. Truly activating this owner token and making it recognize him was not easy at all. It was even more difficult than refining a rank 5 Gu. If there was even a slight mistake, it might have very well been impossible to reprieve. Fang Yuan endured the enormous mental pressure and finally succeeded. Now, as long as I hold the glass owner token, I can freely enter the treasure room. There is no need for any high-grade evaluation. Holding the owner token was equivalent to being in control of a small part of 88 True Yang building. Fang Yuan tested the owner token and almost instantly, He Lu Lan's group's figures appeared in his mind. After crossing the 54th round, they had already charged to 61st round. Right now, they were having a fierce fight with a golden-white tiger phantom. A true golden-white tiger was a desolate beast-level existence. The golden-white tiger phantom possessed the aura of a desolate beast and was pressing down He Lu Lan's group. He Lu Lan had numbers on his side, but their defeat was imminent. Fang Yuan looked closely for a while and inwardly commented, "If there is no accident, He Lu Lan and his group will only be able to last for less than 45 minutes, before they have to retreat. I don't have a lot of time." Although Fang Yuan entered the treasure room, as long as the possessor of the owner token walked out of 88 True Yang building, he would also have to leave. Fang Yuan might have the glass owner token now, and could stay or leave according to his will. But it was not good to expose it at present. Just the glass owner token is still far from enough. I still need to find that loophole and completely blow it up. This will create a great hole in 88 True Yang building, and I will then be able to freely take away the treasures in the crystal wall. The glass owner token shook slightly, and the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared on the spot. This should be the central control room. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he had arrived at a secret room. The secret room was round with its walls flickering with starlight, and a white jade round table on the center. There was an exquisite model of the whole Imperial Court Blessed Land on the round table, just like a military sand table. Not only did it depict mountains and rivers and the sacred palace at the center, Even the small towers in the blessed land were clearly visible. Fang Yuan sent out a goo worm which flew to air and turned into black smoke that fell down to the sand table. The sand table was contaminated by the black smoke and rapidly turned into black color. The black color gradually condensed, forming into a large patch of sticky liquid that slowly flowed on the sand table. Fang Yuan looked at a spot where the black liquid had formed a funnel shape, and as if there was a hole below, the surrounding black liquid was slowly entering it. Found it. This is that hole. Now, I just need to enlarge this hole and refine the glass owner token into a one-edge owner token. With a one-edge owner token, I can even control a floor of 88 Truyang building at will. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's movements paused as his eyes rigidly stared at the hole on the sand table. The whole sand table was covered by the thick black oil like sticky liquid. Thus Fang Yuan had not been able to see immediately. But now that he had looked for a while, he suddenly discovered this hole was none other than Dichio Inheritance site. What is going on here? Could it be Dichio Inheritance is also a concealed move set up by Central Continent Gu Immortals before like the glass owner token? Fang Yuan was shocked, but he quickly calmed down and became aware of the shortcomings to this assumption. No, wrong. If this was a concealed move prepared to breach the Blessed Land, then how do I explain that cipher and the clues from the gray-white stone slab? These clues are clearly the clues to the inheritance. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. Right now, the scene in his previous life could not give him any help. Could it be that Central Continent Gu Immortals also discovered this inheritance, but they could not decipher the secret phrase and so are using the inheritance this way? No, this is wrong too. Thinking from their side, if they discovered this inheritance which very likely contained an immortal Gu, they would definitely be moved. If that is so, then that means that they did not obtain any clues to the inheritance but only discovered this hole. Of course, there is also another possibility that they were not able to decipher the secret of the inheritance. But as breaching the Blessed Land was an important matter, they chose to break this hole in the end. But if so, Dichio Inheritance would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan thought of this and that, feeling the existence of these two probabilities. But he did not have conclusive evidence now, so he could not confirm them. He hesitated. In case he used the methods in his previous life scene and burst open this hole, then Dichio Inheritance would definitely be destroyed. But if he did not do so and chose to preserve Dichio Inheritance, his plans for 88 Truyang building would stop here. 88 Truyang building's worth is much higher than Dichio Inheritance. This is hopeless. I can only abandon Dichio Inheritance. But the person who made this arrangement is really amazing, to actually be able to tamper with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Wait a second. Fang Yuan's mind suddenly shook as he thought of an extremely crucial problem.